Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We are ready to go, fired up, and actually have the full Good Time Gang staff in studio today. I know that's been hit and miss really for over the last month and some change, but we are all back together again, sitting in front of a mic, and we'll have the rest of the show, Lord willing. Join us right after top of the hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler will all join us for the main show, and boy, do we have a lot to discuss today, as we have lots of updates and also some things to look forward to, and we'll explain everything. But first, over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hey, gentlemen.
How you doing?
Yep.
Greg is doing what we have referred to a lot in the past. He's come back to work to rest.
He has.
Yeah. Anytime you've been on vacation, which
that was fun.
He really had to take vacation days to handle business. You come back to rest when you've been in handles, and boy, have you.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
Got me a bunch of dogs.
Does everything feel weird right now? You talking, you hear yourself?
Yeah, it's just weird. It's just
You're not in the garage right now looking for puppies and counting them.
Night. 8 of them. It's been quite the experience, especially when the mother was hospitalized and you become the person who has to feed them.
Yeah, that's good, isn't it? That's good.
They better be glad Lisa's involved.
Yeah,
because
Okay,
I
Greg.
keep getting.
You don't have to act tough because you've been out on puppy vacation.
Yeah. Well, we did discuss that Friday where you said you were getting lots of emails where like, Greg, you're so great, whatever. And we said, well, Lisa, if it wasn't for Lisa, there's no telling what would be happening.
Well,
but
I'm
you
not
two,
saying that. I'm just saying that they have a asset on their side.
Yes,
with
they
her
do.
involved.
Yes, they do.
Because
There you
look,
go.
I'm trying to do right, but
Yeah.
and I really enjoyed what you did while I was on.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate
In fact,
that.
the mother dog's having a little trouble making milk, and I want to stop by the house and get you a
Right.
knockoff and see
Yeah.
if you can get that stuff flowing.
Helmsy, earlier, Greg was looking at our what's it called? I forget.
I got to have more than that.
The 4,000. I'm staring at it.
Suckler 4000.
Yeah, the Suckler 4000. He was sitting there.
Right.
He was sitting there looking at it, and he had the little cap off. And I said,
could
"Buddy,
use
that thing definitely works." I mean, I know.
Yeah.
And
You do.
he said, "Yeah, I might have to use that." And so, yeah, you can take it home if you want, because we were able to.
I don't want to mess you up.
Well, I'm okay. You can. I'll depart with it.
I hope that I don't need it, but
Yeah.
she is getting kind of. And see, now I'm to this point; they're getting a little bigger, and I contract make
rubbing
this
his
big
head.
box, keep them all hemmed up. Well,
Sure.
now they're starting to try to climb out of it, so I
Yeah.
need one of them little pins.
I've got one. I've got a gigantic one you can borrow.
What do you mean, like a?
And I realize when I let you borrow something, I never get it back. But it's huge. It's a big crate.
It's the one where it connects to the crate.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the one
No,
like
but
I
does
have.
it have?
No, it's an actual.
Yeah, so
crate.
I kind of wanted one of them that it's
Yeah,
a
it's the-
fence.
yeah.
I got
You know
you.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, it connects to the crate, and it's almost like they have a little walk-in
it's a
fence area.
fence.
Yeah,
I gotta have one.
Yeah, 'cause
I've been looking on finding them, but
yeah. I bet you've been
gotta
looking
want
hard.
I bet you've been.
hey, if anybody's got one
hard
that,
at it.
that don't need it anymore and
Yeah.
want to drop it by, I'll be happy to meet
Well, I have one, and I gave it to Tyler and Mabry to use.
Yeah.
And I think they're still using it at last report, but I can get an update for
That's
sure.
if I can get through that level.
Yeah.
Because that's what's next. The cardboard box is about to be obsolete.
Yeah.
I've done seen 2 of them test the wall.
Well, you go through stages because you go through newborn puppies. Their eyes don't open. They just lay there, and they just want to be fed and make it. And then now eyes are opening, and I can venture off a little bit.
Yesterday I had
And so now you got to keep them hemmed up.
one with one eye open, and then one with 2. So they're here we go. They're starting to that.
Look, if you don't want my crate, just say you don't want my crate.
Well, I'm just saying
I know,
because
I'm just
I
messing
need
with you.
something.
It
Really
is
that I
gigantic if you need it.
that I
ever
can hem the
You gonna
mama
call that
dog
one left
until
eye?
she weans them.
Yeah.
I need enough room I could get her in there with them.
Right. So we have lots of updates, and I'm sorry, Greg, you're probably gonna get tired of talking about it, but we
Must
the
need a
audience
pen.
is looking
Yeah.
for updates, and so we will get lots
Well,
of them.
they were good. Get up, check on them, and there they are. And now the mom's kind of shunning them a little bit. I don't know if she's
no.
getting ready. Not bad. She's not feeding them as much as she was. I don't know if she's slowly getting towards.
Have you had to pull Millie up, the mama, and go, hey, look, we got to talk.
Yeah,
Yeah. Hey, we got to have you.
yeah. You need to at least. Give
I know
her 2
you're
more
only
weeks.
a little over a year old, and this is Wow, it's a lot.
She's
on
done
you.
really good up to this point.
But
when
we
she
got to have you.
had surgery in the middle of all of it.
Right. There's just so many things to talk about. I mean, there really is. And so we'll have all those updates. We won't spoil it for the main show, but we have a ton of updates for you guys.
But again, the uproar was over Speedy hitting that udder.
We're right
there.
Thank you, buddy.
He really wants that attention on you.
But he
I've
does.
noticed.
And
Well,
I don't blame him.
that's all I've heard.
I don't blame him.
And I watched it.
I don't blame him. He's an injured person, and so he wants
Did
to.
you think that does not trump my puppy story?
Well, he wants to deflect, and I get it.
He was nursing off that thing.
Right. Well, I hit it twice. I didn't drink everything.
So pretty good design, you think?
Yeah. And I can say that if you really get one flowing, they all start to ooze a little bit. So if you had one puppy get after it, the other ones could enjoy.
What if you get on one side, Bubba gets on the other, and we dump it in there?
Oh, you got Bubba with
Well,
you.
that's thought.
Okay.
Why not?
I want to commend Helmsy because
did.
he's the one that came up with the idea. Good friend of mine that I hang out with at the ballpark a lot. He goes, I've noticed something about Helmsy. He's a great idea guy for other people to do
Absolutely.
things.
That's the best
And so you once again did it.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
He's right. That guy's right. Your buddy's right. For sure.
I've noticed something. He has a lot of great ideas, but it's for other people to do.
Absolutely. Look, I stay in my lane. I know what I'm good at.
Yeah.
So, boy,
I'm an idea man.
we're hitting y'all with a lot this segment, but Uncle Duke and his wife
How
Emma
about that?
are in the U.S., and we hung
What
out
time they
with them.
coming today?
They're not.
What?
We hung out with them. I got an update, but we hung out with them Saturday night. It was insane. Friday after the show, let me go back to Friday. I ran up to Huntsville. I got my parents, came back. They stayed the weekend with us at the house in Birmingham, Helena area. And Duke and Emisha came in
Is this
as
the
well.
first time Amos has been here?
World-renowned
You got to say
dancer.
Emisha, not
Is this her first time to be here?
to Birmingham, yeah. It's been, we were trying to figure out how many years. I think we were 24, 25 from her the last time she was in the U.S.
Can you
the last time she came, because, she was a dancer too. That's how they met. I think they met in Paris when she was working with the company, years ago. Duke's now 65. And she had an injury and ended up having to have surgery the last time that he came to the States in 2016, I think. And so she couldn't make the trip.
I remember
but she made this one. And so we were able to go over. The family members that could go went over to Aunt Dee's, who lives in Helena as well.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm telling you this story is because Mr. J.C. Wilburn decided he would bring up the teeth.
Well, of course.
video.
The Suckler 4000.
And
Hey, family.
He decided he would bring it up. And then, speaking of dogs, when a dog didn't understand something, it kind of turns its head.
Yeah.
Like, what? I'm trying to figure it out. Uncle Duke turning his head, trying to figure out, and he did what?
Yeah.
And then
Most
my mom
people don't do that at work.
Then my dad, who can't see it, he just hears all the mania.
Yeah.
And then my mom, who had heard bits and pieces of it, my sister Lynn was there. Reese had seen a little bit of it. And then Terry's so embarrassed she looks away.
Yeah.
And I don't blame her. And then asked me what's wrong with me.
Yeah.
JC decided to play the video for my family while my mom and dad were sitting in the room.
Was it a hit?
Yeah, my sister.
I bet
my
Misha
sister
didn't
got
know what
to
to think.
My sister got to wheezing, because she was laughing so hard. Duke had tears coming out.
He
of his
liked
eyes.
that.
And I thought, wow, so my parents are sitting here watching it too with me in the room. So I had to leave and go into the kitchen until it was over.
Good.
I still
You
hadn't
should've stood there
watched
and
it.
watched it.
I still hadn't watched it.
Well,
I didn't
you
close
lived
my,
it, brother.
I didn't close my eyes though, because I thought that would be real weird.
Yeah, that would be. That'd be taking it to a level that don't need to go.
Not everything up until that point was weird. Just him closing his eyes.
Yeah, everything else is
Don't
pretty normal.
forget that.
Well, I just didn't want the still shot because y'all sent them of me like locked on with my eyes closed.
Those look real too.
Correct.
They do.
Well, I can tell you they're not. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Folks, our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association have an amazing new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. There's so much to do in that area, and on the Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, you hear conversations with a lot of interesting people about all kinds of cool things to do and see in North Alabama. So just go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen and find out how you can subscribe. You can also listen on Apple or Spotify. Again, that's northalabama.org/podcast today. today. You brought out your new shades, you got your new sandals, so why are you eating the same old thing over and over again? Break out of your recipe rut with HelloFresh. With 40 weekly recipe options and over 100 snacks, sides, desserts, and more, there's always something new to try and love. Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Or find a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Got you a free silver bar? Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8-ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. In this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
If you're planning to do some spring cleaning, here's our advice. Clean your home and then protect every inch of it with Simply Safe Home Security. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. Customize that perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
You brought out your new shades, you got your new sandals, so why are you eating the same old thing over and over again? Break out of your recipe rut with HelloFresh. With 40 weekly recipe options and over 100 snacks, sides, desserts, and more, there's always something new to try and love. Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Or find a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. breaking on their blubber.
22 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. So we'll be updating you on Mr. Greg Burgess, who is back from Puppyville, and we will we'll be updating you throughout the show. I know the main show. I know Big Brother has lots of questions and cannot wait for that interaction. Bubba is here. He's just gotten into the studio, so he's fired up, ready for a day. And Adler and Rick will join us for the main show coming up next hour. Just a couple of housekeeping things. We have a new intern that is starting today, Mr. Adrian Wesley. He's from the University of Alabama. And so a roll tide to Adrian. He's in there getting show prep ready and just going to jump right on in today. And so we look forward to naming him and all of you getting to meet him. And from what we can tell after meeting him this morning is he's going to get after it. Adrian Wesley from the University of Alabama, our new intern that is starting today. This past weekend, RBU was with Andrew Parker. Got a lot of email on old Andrew that all of you enjoyed just the whole conversation about the influencers when it comes to social media, how that goes about, his story. It was a very interesting conversation, and so you don't want to miss that if you have not seen or listened to it. This coming Thursday, it broke out, just Muscle Shoals music legends, and that conversation broke out. So Travis Womack is going to be our RBU guest this coming Thursday.
How about that?
And so that will be part of the Rick and Bubba University podcast special guest list, and that's coming up on this Thursday. And then today, mover and shaker Gene Hallman's going to be in studio in about 2 hours from now. He's going to announce the Pro-Am pairings for Wednesday's Regions Tradition, and then he's also going to open up bidding for an Inside the Rope experience. The highest bidder plus one will get a cart and be able to move along with the group that they choose to be inside the ropes with, and then they'll have parking, and then they'll be told where to meet, and then you just kind of have a cool experience with the Regions Tradition and the Pro-Am, and that's coming up on today, but for Wednesday. So if you're in the market for that, and you're like, this is something I want to do, we hear from some of you, it's like something every year where you always go, and that's something you want to bid on, then make sure that you are ready, because the bidding is going to stop at like 9 a.m., so you don't have long. So you want to get involved with that. So that's I know Rick was speaking too this past weekend, so look forward to an update from that. But this past weekend, as we talked about Uncle Duke's in the States, I got to hang out with him.
Uncle Duke.
And he doesn't understand how big a deal he is on the show, and we tried to explain it to him, and he's like, what are you talking about? He said, I felt like I did terrible the last time. I was like, he goes, I made a fool of myself, and I'm like, well, that's what we do every day.
Did he not see you sucking that udder?
I bet he felt a lot better when he watched the video.
Yeah, I said, see Duke, see that?
He didn't do that.
And I'm like, you don't understand. You're a really big deal, and I mean, anytime Uncle Duke breaks out, everybody's all fired up about it. And I said, so if you can just shut it down, Uncle Duke, and say, I'm not coming to the studio, and that's fine. If you shut it down, I'll tell everybody we just don't have time, and you won't come. But I have got to at least pursue the opportunity of them seeing you in studio again.
Yeah.
And so he was only in town for like 2 days, and it was at the end of the week, and now he's headed down to the Gulf Coast, where we also have family, and seeing Uncle Bill and Aunt Terry and that crew, and then going to do some things up and down the Gulf Coast.
You think they'll watch the video?
A couple of weeks, I hope not. But at the end of the month, because he's here for like the month of May, at the end of the month, I think he's coming back to Birmingham before he flies back.
There it is.
And then there's a few days, and we're exploring the possibility of him coming in then.
Okay.
So I just want y'all to know, because
I get it on the list of things to do when you live in Germany and you're home.
Right.
There's family you need to see before you come up here to some show and watch people feed off.
Hey,
of
Greg, you're going to have to. I know
That's
you're
incredible.
down because you had puppy vacation,
Mm-hmm.
but it's going to take more than the Suckler 4000 for you to get that off your.
No,
Okay,
no. I'm
yeah.
just
So
saying, the emails and everything I got were just unbelievable.
Right. You know one thing I think is hurting too. Every time he looks up at you,
I need to move
he
it.
sees it.
I need to move
and
it.
And
Yeah.
I'm sorry I left it there on Friday, but maybe we can hide it.
Does
from
it
him.
make a sound when you?
Huh? When you what?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the suction.
Yeah. He can't see it anymore.
It's got a little suction.
He can't see it.
Okay, because that's all. I'm just saying he's not looking at you. He's looking at the Suckler 4000.
I know.
All right. So anyway, so we've set the table. Given you an Uncle Duke update. Got my parents back to Huntsville yesterday. Had a great time with them, and it was so awesome seeing mom and dad be able to hang out with them, and all be in the same room. And we just all sat around, found a chair, sat around in a room, and just laughed and talked for a long time Saturday night.
Yeah.
And we started talking about Germany and the Netherlands and just that whole setup and travel and trains and how do you get what's the terrain. It was just a very interesting conversation with him about where they live in Germany, and she's got some property in Hungary and how they get down there.
How far is that from there?
It's about an 18-hour drive.
Ew.
You think to yourself, oh, it won't take long. And he goes, no, let's pull that up. Let me show you how far that is.
That's a long trip.
Yeah, and they have to go down there once a year, and a lot of times that's where they spend their summer is there. His wife, Emisha, has a cabin and some property there that they visit. But just the whole, hey, I flew from Germany to the Netherlands and from Netherlands here. It's just hearing that conversation and that talk was really interesting.
They're a long way from home right now.
They are. And he even said, even though he grew up in America, that he doesn't speak English a whole lot. So he comes back. When he comes back, he has to gather his thoughts
So they
on
got an accent?
how to even remember how to speak English.
Yeah.
Wow.
His first language.
How about that?
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. Now, this innovative MyPillow has brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. The MyPillow 2.0 is available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. And of course, it's made right here in the USA. And folks, MyPillow.com/Bubba has all kinds of other special radio deals for you when you use our special code BUBBA. Their Giza Dream bed sheets are also buy one, get one free. And there's great deals on my slippers, my coffee, clothes, and their 6-piece towel set is just only $49.99. Take a look at the brand new MyPillow 2.0 and head to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba to get in on this buy one, get one free MyPillow 2.0 deal.
Who's planning to do some spring cleaning this year? Dust those hard-to-reach places? Clean out that closet? You know the one. Here's our advice. Clean your house and then protect every inch of it with Simply Safe Home Security. We recommend it to everyone. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. In an emergency, agents use Fast Protect technology only from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence, so you can get priority police dispatch. 24/7 professional monitoring service costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of traditional home security systems. You can lock and unlock your doors, access your cameras, and arm and disarm your system from anywhere. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
It's 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, so we've kind of set the stage for the day. We've discussed a number of different things that will continue to hit throughout the show. Main show starts in about 30 minutes from now. Rick Bubba here, Adler will join us shortly. We will have mover and shaker Gene Holman in studio. You know, locally, I know some of you are nationally listening to the show, and you're like, huh? But locally, you can always tell when it's Regions Tradition time because you see all the reader signs as you get closer to this area. Starts going public parking here, this, that, and the other, and so you know, hey, it's real, and it's about to happen. And we are on the week of the Regions Tradition, and the Pro-Am is Wednesday, and Gene will be in at 7 Central, if you're listening live, to announce all of the pairings, all the celebrity pairings that might have celebrities or coaches in the group, and then that will open up bidding for a few hours, and the highest bidder will have them plus one as a special guest as inside the rope with that group. You can follow along, get a picture with the group, and all this kind of stuff. The forecast kind of looks okay. I mean, I was looking at it, especially on Wednesday as of right now. There's like a 15% chance of rain with maybe some late afternoon action, but hopefully everything works out. So that's today, and then as I said, we have Adrian, a new intern from University of Alabama. He's in today as well.
Greg, Speedy's got a little anxiety when it comes to you and I on this day because it's different this year, and we've got to come here first and spend a few minutes with Davey Allen, and his son Tyler is supposedly meeting us here to ride over with us, and so that's hanging over him a little bit, and I don't think he likes it.
Yeah,
no, I just need a little help.
And he's playing.
Yeah, I just need some help.
Yep.
I need everybody to step up.
Everybody
Well,
pull it off.
where I do think you're messing up is telling us to, because we'll hang, and when you're saying, oh, there's no sense in being there till this particular time, we probably need to be there a little earlier than you keep saying.
Well, I mean, if y'all stayed here to whenever you felt good, 4:25, whatever, it's going to take you about 8 minutes to get over there. You park, you walk in, you're good. I mean,
That's the confidence I'm talking
you're
about.
fine. You're fine.
I think it's false confidence.
Because at that point, if you remember, the VIP area is not really open, so you're kind of standing around. You're like, what am I doing? And so you're better used here to make sure that Davey is good. Didn't y'all do that last year? Didn't y'all meet him here?
No.
I think y'all did.
We met here.
Yeah, I know because y'all rode in together and y'all just met here because the studio was here. It's the first time
I didn't have any info to give Davey. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Davey, he kind of had it going on. I don't remember helping Davey with anything.
I don't know.
Maybe just letting him in.
Maybe that was it.
That
Maybe I
could've
just
been
let
it.
him in.
No.
I can do that.
Yeah.
That I can do.
That will do.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
So there you go.
So here we go.
It's real.
It is real.
Mhm.
Are you ready to play?
Not really. No.
Is this one of those things where you can't? Because it's such a. I feel like I'm probably not speaking for you on this, but I feel like you can't enjoy it.
Right. Well, and this is definitely a first world problem that we're going through right now where, we go and we hang out and then we get to play golf. So I know no one feels sorry for us at all. But it is a hectic day, and I'm not complaining or making excuses, but you run from the show to the tee box and everybody goes, all right, tee off.
Yeah.
And it's pretty hectic. And it takes about 3 or 4 holes, and then you kind of settle down and then you kind of enjoy it. But at first, it's a little nerve wracking.
Sure.
Not necessarily. I mean, and then you add you've got a gallery and people that are heckling and hoping you mess up and all that. You got that on top of you too. But really, it's just more of you can't warm up or relax. You go straight there.
Here we go.
But it'll be fun. It'll be great. I know that the staff will really enjoy the show as it moves along because y'all would just get to hammer on everybody and just have a good old time. And so I know y'all are looking forward to that. And I think Bubba's going to start out with the group, and I think he's going to have his own cart where he can come back, hang out with the show, whatever he wants to do, give updates. And so we'll have a good time doing that. And if you're the highest bidder today and you choose to be with our group, then you can, but it might be another group that you want to be with.
I think Bubba's cart this year needs a name. Like we need a nickname.
About Bubba's cart.
Huh? Like here comes Teardrop. Like I mean,
I like that.
First thing that came to
Suckler
mind.
4000 cart coming your
something,
way.
Yeah, that we shout. It's like a code word for us to let us know Bubba's headed in. And I know you like stuff like that.
Just kind of follow you around in the car.
I don't know. I don't know.
That's why I think we need a nickname so we can communicate the cart.
Mm-hmm. I like it. I like. Let's check in real quick with.
There it is. Whatever. I don't think Suckler 4000 is
well, I like it, and then we put that on the front of it.
It does stick.
Yeah.
Cart
coming, cart path.
Yeah.
You scream a lot of that.
Yeah.
A lot. So I was able to catch the Kentucky Derby live.
Yeah, I saw it.
JC, they played Saturday, a doubleheader, and we finished up, got back, sat down with my parents and my sister, and it was literally when they were going they were getting on the track and all the horses were being walked out. And so I got to watch it live.
The coverage lasts like 5 hours.
Yeah.
The race is 2 minutes.
Yeah. Have you ever seen anything like it?
Mm-mm.
It's ridiculous.
And what's up with all these horse deaths?
Yeah,
that's crazy. All week long.
They had to put 7 or 8 of them down.
Yeah, it says here, the story we have, and there might be 8 by now, but it says here, horse death toll increases to 7 at Churchill Downs, sparking more controversy at the Kentucky Derby. And I want to say, didn't a trainer get let go or something?
Sent home or something.
But 2 more horses died in the hours before the Kentucky Derby, increasing the week's death count to 7. And a lot of it had to do, well, I think one was training and some different things. I don't know enough about it, really. Some of you might, but that was just a big headline. When my mom asked me about it. Hey, what's up with all these death horses? Horse deaths, I should say. And I'm like, what are you talking about, Mom?
Yeah.
And let me look that up. And sure enough, and just reading the story a little bit, it just said the deaths during the Derby week have increased. And now everybody loves to scrutinize horse racing and the sport. insinuating that the horses are not taken care of, and this doesn't help.
No, 7 of them dying in that week. That kind of hurts your argument, but they look pretty well taken care of. They're worth a lot of money.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
And so it was an exciting race.
Yeah, it was.
Mage, is that how you say it? Mage
so.
won.
I guess so.
Two Fields came up a little short, and
Two Fields.
I love horse names.
Angel of Empire finished third.
I just love the call. The call is really cool.
The favorites,
On the stretch,
Tappet Trice was supposed to be, and I think he started off in 7th and finished in 7th or 8th. I mean, it was not good for him. But the rider for Mage, if I have this right, was a Hall of Famer and had never won the Derby.
Yeah.
And this was his first one. So I thought that was a fantastic story.
You like it?
Yeah, I did, Greg. You know I like stuff like that.
What do you call the person that rides the horse that comes alongside the racehorse to kind of calm him down and then
it's always biting him?
Yeah. And but then it's kind of like, okay, let's trot off together and let's all calm down a little bit. What do you call that person?
I don't know.
Okay. Because I thought that was kind of cool that they had like a helmet cam from their view, and so whenever he was turning, I mean, it made you feel like you were right there.
Yeah.
You know, some of the technology that's
down.
entered horse racing, all the different angles and stuff are pretty cool. But Venezuelan owner, right, for this horse?
They tried to interview him, and that didn't go well.
Yeah, it did.
Greg, it went fine.
His language is a little.
It went fine.
I couldn't understand nothing he was saying.
But that doesn't mean it went bad. It just means he was speaking a different
It was a waste of
language.
time.
Goodness gracious.
Were you holding a puppy watching?
No.
You weren't? Okay.
But no, it's a waste of time. I mean, because you need to be able to speak English or have a translator. He had neither. So
and was excited and didn't want to be interviewed.
Yeah, exactly.
So
he wanted to go celebrate, and they kept holding him up.
The walking interview's the hardest.
Oh, it's
because you're trying to keep the mic to where you can, understand whoever's talking and all that.
Especially what they're walking in a lot of times. They're on that dirt, and the ladies that are interviewing may be in heels, which is a bad combination.
Yeah. How about if you're not up front, you're a muddy mess.
Yeah, they are.
You see, I mean, you need windshield wipers on your goggles. How in the world do you even see? And then you get stuck in the back, the horses, and you're trying to maneuver and try to find a lane and get around them and stuff. But, I got to see that live. I know you texted the group, Helmsy, and luckily I had just turned it on, just giving everybody a heads up. Hey, we're about to start. We're about to start. Kentucky Derby 2023. But those horse deaths, I don't know. I don't know what's up with that. It's just not a good headline for that week.
No,
it's really not.
We also had the royal family this past weekend. Did y'all see anything of that?
That's a weird
Charles?
deal, too.
Yeah.
Am I the only one that thinks they look really goofy with them big, tall crowns on?
Yeah,
they
do.
All
they
them
do.
furs and everything. And a gold chariot.
How you feel about that?
It looks a little goofy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Angie, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need. Indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign. And we handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except to tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Angie is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is a bacon or sausage egg croissant plus small seasoned potatoes for $3. It's the breakfast that don't miss. So if you did miss Wendy's breakfast, don't imagine. Fresh cracked eggs, sizzling sausage, crispy bacon, and block out those hot, buttery, flaky croissants. Croissants don't really make a sound, but if they did, for a breakfast that don't miss, Wendy's is that breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Select a request $3 breakfast deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders.
At SimpliSafe, we know during a break-in, every second counts. So our home security system is powered by 24/7 professional monitoring agents who use Fast Protect technology, only from SimpliSafe, to capture video evidence and verify a threat for fast police response. Now, install SimpliSafe your way. Do it yourself or have an expert set it up for you with new Pro Install. Get 20% off any new system with interactive monitoring at simplisafe.com/radio. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
DQ presents The Sound of Summer Calling. Hey, it's me, Summer. I know you're busy with Beach Days Little League games and all the other fun in the sun, but you gotta get to DQ ASAP Pronto right now. The new Summer Blizzard menu is here, and it brought 5 iconic summer flavors, like new peanut butter puppy chow and s'mores. Oh yeah, it's back. Oh, that's my other line. Everyone is pumped about this new DQ Summer Blizzard menu. I gotta go. See you at DQ. Get it in the app. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Folks, we got you a free silver bar. Well, technically, we asked the folks at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners, and they came through with a free silver bar. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. $4,000. Granted, no magic 8-ball or anyone else can guarantee that, but if you bought gold today at Lear Capital's favorable prices, the cost of gold jumps anywhere near these predictions. That could be some life-changing profits. Listen, gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years, and gold is a brilliant strategy for protecting your savings and retirement with a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, and thousands of 5-star reviews. Check out Lear Capital right now. New Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires soon, so you need to hurry. Go to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Let's face it. Prices are up, our bank accounts are down. We're officially entering a dupe session. We know most products do the same thing but are priced differently solely based on the brand name. So we're here to tell you about a duplicate, or dupe. You don't want to sleep on this one. Raycon wireless earbuds. Raycon's mission is to prove to you you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. You also get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, and 3 customizable sound profiles. In this economy, every purchase needs to be perfect. So Raycon offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. And check out their website. They have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Plus, you can get a pair of Raycons and a spare and still pay less than you would with some of those other big-name tech brands out there. Right now, you can get an additional 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without.
All right, we're rolling back. It is 10 minutes until top of the hour. Those are things to consider, you know. As we come on back, this portion of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you by SimpliSafeBubba.com. My doorbell camera just went off. My SimpliSafe.
How about that?
Yep, that means that Reese Wilburn's left for work.
Ding.
Anyway, you can have a safe, the safety of going, you know what, I've left home and I know things are secure because I've got the burglar busting protection of SimpliSafeBubba.com 24/7. As we are all I don't know what's the deal with nobody acting right and crime on the rise, but now more than ever, you want to be protected, and SimplySafeBubba.com can help you do that. You'll enjoy greater peace of mind knowing your place is monitored around the clock by trained agents who are ready to act and defend against break-ins, fires, and other threats. Fast Protect technology for the fast response enables monitoring agents to visually verify the threat that it's real, and then know, all right, how we're going to dispatch 911. Here's the deal. Here's what's going on, because they have that verification. Unlock the SimplySafeBubba.com specials right now. SimplySafeBubba.com. Go there today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's SimplySafeBubba.com. 20% off. That's where you want to go today and unlock those savings. And I'm telling you, they've got some great things going on. Their cameras make sure everything is okay. They've got the app where you can just log in, open the app, and see what's going on. You can customize the perfect system just for you. Just takes a few minutes. SimplySafeBubba.com. You get that free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order of interactive monitoring. That's SimplySafeBubba.com. SimplySafeBubba.com. Or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we're rolling back. We've got the table set, ready for another day. We've got a number of things to update you on. I saw this one here that I thought this was kind of interesting. Not too long ago, the conversation was, what's happened to Cam Newton? Where's old Cam? Is he done? Is he retired? Cam had made the news over the weekend. Cam, I don't know. This is what he said. He says he has dreadlocks, and they're the reason he's not on an NFL roster right now. It's been I don't know what to say. People have hinted towards the fact that Cam has got these dreadlocks, and that's the reason why he's not on an NFL roster. He quoted that and said that, and it's just made me kind of go, what? Now, the picture is I mean, I know that you can wear them in different ways. Are they saying that – I don't understand what his claim is. That
I can promise you this: if Patrick Mahomes wanted to grow the same hairdo, nobody would care. I think it's about what you do on the field, not really what you. But here's the thing, though: if you truly believe that is the only thing holding you back, would you not cut it?
Mm-hmm. I was going to say, if I had,
I'm just saying,
if I had some kind of wacky hair, okay, dreadlocks or otherwise,
yeah, whatever.
And I was up for a head coaching job at, say, Pepperdine University for their men's college tennis.
Went with Pepperdine.
And they went in there and they said, "Hey, Hams, we've narrowed it down to you and somebody else, but we just don't like this hair." I'd leave there and get a haircut,
exactly.
And I'd
if I
come
want
back
the job.
30 minutes later and say, "Are y'all ready for me to start?"
Which the point is, there's no way. I mean, obviously, what he's saying is ridiculous.
It is,
because you can check out some of the hairdos.
He's trying to make it racial. Is what he's trying to do. Let's just be honest and call it what it is. That's what he's trying to do, and it's just not, Cam.
Like I said, I think we go by performance on the field, and I will say this: his performance seemed to drop off. Remember, he dressed real flamboyant, became this big character, and maybe he's lost his focus. I don't know.
Well,
my point is this: if I was coaching a team, and anybody, because we came up in school, they say if you're gonna play, you ain't gonna wear your hair long. If the kid had long hair and told me that I'm either going to keep my hair or not play, I'm going to go, so whether you have hair or not, it's how you're deciding whether you want to play for or not, that I don't really care if you play or not.
Yeah.
And how about this? If you told me, yeah, I'll cut it, I'd probably tell you to keep it. I just wanted to see how important it was to you.
Yeah, he said that people have hinted towards him saying that he needs to go back to the 2015 clean cut Cam. He said, but that's just a different me right now. Where I'm at, it's about embracing who I am. He went on to say, like I'm not going to name names, but there's other quarterbacks that's in the league that don't look like me, but they got long hair. They don't scare they don't scare them, do they? So we can go tit for tat for tit with it, but I would just turn and nod and say that's not the reason why I'm not in the NFL. And then he goes on to say there's hints toward the fact it's because of my long hair and dreadlocks is the reason I'm not in the NFL.
I just think people probably, when they say the clean cut, Cam, they're just going by your performance on the field. That when you did, not that your looks had anything to do with it, but back in that time, that's when you were most effective. Now, your hair had nothing to do with it one way or the other. And like I said, if you're at the top of your game, they don't care what your hair looks like, nor should they.
Yeah. Look,
If I truly thought it was holding me back, I'd cut it if I wanted to play.
Yeah. All sports are result-based sports. And, they go off your results on the field. And, if you're performing on the field, then, there's really no question as to where you would be or what you would be doing. And over the last few years of his career, the on-the-field performances started to decline some, and I think that's probably the reason why he's not out there.
Ever since the Super Bowl, and was the MVP that year, had a great year. Super Bowl, close game, ended up losing.
Yeah.
I remember he pouted during the interview, wouldn't even answer questions and acted like a child.
Yeah.
From that point on, he just kind of been on the decline on and off the field.
Right.
And again, I don't care what his hair looks like. Nobody does.
No, I don't. I don't care. Just if you perform well and you're putting up the numbers and you can help the team, then you'll be on the field. I don't care.
But to your point, and the point I was making as well, if you truly believe that, Cam, and you want to play, go cut it.
Yeah,
it doesn't have to last forever.
It's just hair.
I don't get that. I never understand people.
Well, the same thing I said when we were growing up kids. Well, I'd like to play football, but I don't want to get a haircut. I said, no, then you don't want to play.
Yeah.
Because if you wanted to play, your hair wouldn't hold you back.
Right.
Yeah. And he's saying he's not changing because that's not who he is now. But I guess
who he is now don't have a job.
But I don't think it has to do with hair.
No.
That's what.
But
I think we're all to the point where.
But if he truly believes that, okay, I don't. But if he truly believes that, then go get a haircut
if you want to play,
and then see if somebody hire you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least you'll know.
Yeah, it's true. You can answer your question.
Right. Yeah. It's wow.
I truly.
That's a weird one today.
I was always. Look, I appreciate what he's done. He's a phenomenal athlete.
Sure.
And all this, but
sure.
And do I think that he could probably be a backup for anybody?
Yeah.
Sure. But if you're a lot of times, like we said though, if you're more of a distraction, not so much just how your hair looks, but like statements like this and all that, then people go,
Right. And look, you've also got to embrace the fact that when you're at his age and stuff, if you do go back to the NFL, you're probably not going to be a premier starter.
No.
So is it I'm going to start or nothing? Because Cam could go right now and probably be a backup somewhere, but that might not be what he wants. But he's got to face that, right? And not blame it on other things.
Well, he's bracing who he is.
I just, I don't know. It's
I
just,
wish my hair was thick enough I could do something.
Yeah, I know. As you see, I can't talk about hair. I'm bald.
No.
There was a discussion on what my hair would look like if I grew it out with the boys, my sons.
Well, they had fun at your expense this weekend.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. Like, well, have you seen a horseshoe, son? That'd be
there it is.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Break this girl. You are wishing them ill will.
Basically, she spoke what she really thought,
and then she thought about the blowback she got before and all the meetings she had to go to. So she quickly said, "I wish no ill will on the break."
If a producer came in during the commercial, and said, "Hey,
look, I don't blame her for that one. That was kind of funny, really.
By the way, if you call for someone's early death,
that was fun.
If you want to limit their lifespan, that's normal.
Well, see, here's the difference. So, see, I can understand, Joey, you don't like the press, and you said that in a heated moment. It was kind of funny.
Yeah.
See, I get over it. I don't care. But now, if it had happened the other way, if some other host had done that about some press, and she liked, they would have hung them out to dry.
Yeah.
They won't get over that. See.
Right. Here they are coming out of the break.
Joey, it's okay to get over.
She's had time to think about it.
We can get over it, so can you.
Hey, welcome back. So, as I
said last night the Tonight Show canceled Norm Macdonald.
Wait, let me clarify
I'm
something.
so sorry. That's
the last segment, I don't wish the president ill. I really don't. I just want him out. I mean, sometimes I hear him say things like, I think I could be president for life. And it's like, no.
Okay. Thanks, Joy. Joy, it's okay. You don't like him, and you said
kinda funny.
That was a comedic line. If he lives another 20 years,
See,
God
Joy,
forbid.
we know how to say
what?
it's okay. We can
It's
get over
fine.
it.
I know you have to apologize because of the environment you've created.
Yeah, exactly. You hung in your own net. How's that feel?
You're apologizing to people like you. How about it? It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Brand new hour, brand new day, brand new week. We start this baby with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number as we start a brand new hour on that brand new day, on that brand new week. And we are glad that you are here. So as you probably, if you caught the kickoff hour and the real Greg Burgess, every stray dog's friend, he's back. And you heard the guys talking about we got a pretty active day today and an active week. So we'll line all that up for you once we get everybody on board. So we got Speedy. We got the real Greg Burgess. He is back. We got Helmsy. He's here. Eddie Van Adler settles in for the YouTube experience. Got a brand new intern entering Rick and Bubba University today for our summer program. And he's seeking that degree in common sense, which now has become a superpower. So we'll interview him on the program today. If we can't get his nickname done today, we'll do it this week. But we'll at least maybe say hello to him today if time allows. But we do need the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
This freak show is leaving the ground. There it is.
How about it?
Toby Mack in Diverse City with special appearance by Bootsy Collins.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good Monday one right there, my friend.
Well, if you're going to bring the funk, you call Bootsy.
That's right.
You know?
That's right.
Bub, I know you're probably tired from getting up the crack of the dawn and watching the coronation of King Charles, so I hope you got some sleep.
I will tell you this. I am a little out of the news cycle this weekend between getting out and enjoying some of the beautiful weather and getting out on the water a little bit and playing with dogs and no offense, Greg.
Sure.
And all that. I missed the Kentucky Derby. I missed the Coronation.
Yep.
I missed a lot of things going on this weekend. Yep. So we're all going to kind of catch up together today.
Yeah, I actually caught a little grief, but I don't care about the coronation. I mean, I don't mean that means the way everybody should be. Don't misunderstand me on that.
If I was in Britain, I probably wouldn't care about January the whatever when we swear in the president.
Right, exactly. And our whole thing was, and they really did make it clear, Bub, and you had made the point during the week on some of the commentary that I did see about it, that really what's happened is the British people have decided they prefer to keep the monarchy, and they want it because this is something they still do well. I literally heard that. And all this pomp and circumstance, it said we feel like it's kind of cool that we pull all this off. But it is true, they only exist because the people allow them to. It's no longer the king allows you to exist, the people allow the king to exist. And they talked about that very openly. But it was I didn't see it. I was because now I do know this, and it's the part it would have been real early in the morning our time. They have the Church of England. What they're trying to get everybody to do is really counter to the West culture these days of them trying to be reverent and holy and bring out the Bible and try to hold it in some place of reverence and. All the different things the king puts on are supposed to symbolize that he is serving the King of Kings and purity and it was just kind of.
That may be true, Rick, but when I see that picture right there, I think of margarine.
I know, that's all you said. Well, Bubba, there were points where I thought, well, I don't know should he kiss the Bible, but anyway, so that's all me just sadly being making light of it, whatever. But no, I didn't see it, so we don't know anything about that. Didn't see the Kentucky Derby either.
I did.
So we'll unpack that today. But there's a number of things today. Let's get everybody ready for because the team can't get on the field and perform if they don't know the game plan. So, Rick and Bubba family, this is the game plan today. Gene Hallman will come see us next hour, Lord willing, and he's going to tell us that this Wednesday in the Celebrity Pro-Am, which has Rick and Bubba history tied all to it. Matter of fact, this year Greg's bringing his puppies. If you want to adopt a puppy this Wednesday,
I'd like their eyes are maybe it'll be open by
maybe
then.
you could have a feeding station and just let people feed
for a
little while.
We put the Suckler 4000 out there, baby, and everybody puts a puppy on it.
I'd like to have that thing.
Greg, could you bring a cardboard box right next to the table we're broadcasting in the Coca-Cola tent? So anyway,
we'll feature one every break.
Anybody got the hay? But anyway, so what's going to happen? Hallman's going to come in here. For those of you that are new, and a lot of you are new to the show, you may not even know this routine. So he'll come in here and he'll tell you all the different celebrity groups that'll be playing on Wednesday, and one of those will include Speedy and Bubba with a group. And what you do then is you'll email Speedy, and we found that the emailing bids actually works better than calling in because the show can operate without going, well, all we got is people calling in doing bids right now. And then some people can't call. They're like, wow, I wish I could have just emailed that in. So you'll email speedy@rickandbubba.com. This is how much I'm going to give toward all the charities that the Regions Tradition support. And if you donate the most money, then you will look at all the celebrity groups that Gene Hallman lays out for you, and you can walk with any group, including but not limited to Speedy and Bubba's group.
Yeah, you'll have kind of your own card. It's inside the rope experience.
Yeah. So that's coming up, and of course we'll have the show out there Wednesday. Again, Lord willing, we'll be broadcasting from there, so you can come by and say hello there. So that's going to happen on the program today. I mentioned we have a new intern, Adrian Wesley from Aero Tide, University of Alabama. He'll be with us today for the very first time, starting his pursuit of that degree in common sense from Rick and Bubba University. We'll say hello to him. We also
I'm looking forward to naming an intern. We haven't done it in a long time.
It's been a while. Our RBU this past weekend, Andrew Parker, the world of social media influencers.
Wow.
And we talked to one of the top, what percent?
He's got
the
over
top percent.
He's got over 1 million followers on YouTube, so that can't be a big number.
Yeah, well, I remember him telling us there's a big gap between once you're lower than 1 million, it drops off. But anyway, so
I saw where Megyn Kelly finally hit 1 million.
Okay, there you go.
And her deal, and that was
you
a big deal.
We were going to play her speech, but we can't. Adler's like no. The other thing is we are in pursuit of the silver button on our YouTube channel. And when we left the show on Friday, subscribers to our YouTube channel, we were about 4,000 short. I don't know where we are. And a lot of you use our YouTube channel, and if you would just simply subscribe, we'd be there.
Yeah.
So just subscribe, and that way you get all the alerts. It doesn't cost anything like that, but it really helps us to make the most and monetize that YouTube channel. Plus, we just like to have the silver button and hang it up, in here somewhere. So that's going on. We'll recap the weekends. Greg included in that because he is back. So there's a lot to do, and so we'll start that process of unpacking a brand new Rick and Bubba show. You're part of it. At 866 We Be Big, you're going to have a brand new Rick and Bubba University student trying to work those phones today, so be gentle with him. And if you want to start bidding, you need to wait because you don't know what the groups are yet. We'll do that once we start next hour. But be paying attention for that because we'll have those next hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. There it is. Talk to me.
All right, so Bubba, the Cars, and of course I know every time we play something from the Cars, you hate before the doors broke up. There was never the combination, the double bill, the car doors.
I was hoping so much the two groups would come together, at least in a concert, and call it car doors.
Yeah.
Okay, a lot to do going
I'm
forward.
sorry, that's stupid, but it sure is funny to me.
I like it.
A lot of stories. One of them, I even had to go to Bubba's office today that we started getting text on yesterday to ask him if I had that right concerning Judge Kavanaugh. Big story, of course, and now we're seeing here comes Florence, and I do not want to lack compassion because I know we need to care and be kind, but I know it's the human nature deal. I don't understand when everybody tells you for 10 days to 2 weeks, this is coming. It's going to hit these areas to some degree. I tell you what we can land on with zero hesitation is massive flooding and storm surge. If you stay here, you will be in danger, and we may not be able to come get you. And we've got 150 people that are stranded, right? And people saying, hey, nobody's coming to get me.
Look, you've been warned.
As the water's coming up to your chest.
You've been warned. I know there are isolated situations where people don't have family, may not have friends, whatever. That's a reason to be plugged into your neighborhood, plugged into your church, wherever you are. People won't leave people behind. They will help you, but you gotta make an effort.
But anybody can go, can't they?
Well, I'm just saying maybe they physically can't do it or something.
I got you, but you're right.
But those numbers are very, very few, and a lot of people just don't want to fool with it. They'd rather do something else, and then they expect other people to risk their lives to come save them,
which they will.
Which
they will.
You talking about the Cajun Navy?
The fact that I'm talking about the first responders and all that are out there right now, and volunteers later on.
The Cajun Navy's there.
If you
they gonna be all special on yesterday, it's unbelievable what they do.
And see, they just count on those people being there. That's why they don't evacuate.
Well, again, and I love the Cajun Navy. I love our first responders, and they're special people. But you have to say, and we certainly don't know every situation, but is it right to play on those people's call on their lives and put them in unnecessary danger?
No.
When they go out when something happened that nobody had a warning about, that's different.
Right. Yeah.
But when you say, all right, now I'm putting these people in danger that is unnecessary because I could have actually evacuated, and then they wouldn't have to come out here in their boats and put themselves in danger in this terrible situation, because if I'm in danger, so will they be.
Yeah.
But they're willing to do it, so praise God for that. But where's the responsibility to the people that put other people in danger unnecessarily?
Yeah.
That's all we're saying. That's all we're saying. And, hey, glad we got people like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because
phenomenal operation, by the way, that they've started based off just volunteering.
I know. So we'll unpack that. We'll try to get Span on today because we kind of got a twofold with Span. We've got the Florence update and the funny video that we showed yesterday. The Kavanaugh deal that happened yesterday, I can't even believe that's real. We'll look at that too. More to come. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. High anticipation everywhere I went over the weekend, where people were saying, is Greg going to return Monday, and what are the state of Greg and Lisa's puppy farm?
Oh, boy.
And Greg, welcome back, buddy.
Hey, bud, glad to be back.
I would say I hope you enjoyed your vacation, but that seems like a waste of time.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah. Did it ever get stable enough that you could have a few days that were just real days off?
Well, I had things I needed to do that I got to do.
Yeah.
Towards the midweek.
Mhm.
Early now, when the mom gets shipped off to the hospital for surgery and you're left feeding around the clock, that's not fun.
No.
Are their eyes open yet?
No. Well, yesterday one of them had one eye open, and then I say, but they're in the process of it.
Kind of like when I get to work every morning.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Very similar.
Maybe by this afternoon they all have, but they're starting to test the boundaries of the little area I've built for them, to keep them hemmed up. And
Built? Had to build in there?
Well, out of cardboard and stuff.
I got you.
It's
Right.
just walls to keep them in. You
Right.
know, they've tested the walls. A couple of them tried to climb over.
Anybody having fun yet, Greg?
Yeah, I'm having a ball.
Mhm.
I got to get a pen. You know them. I'm not talking about in the yard like a pen, but you can buy these that they're temporary for the garage because they're fixing
I
it.
have
They
one.
move
with
around.
plastic.
Yeah.
Or they even have the metal ones. I just need something.
I had the
need
metal fold
something-
out one time.
I need something for right now until she weans them that I can even throw her in there every now and then. But
You talking about your new dog?
Yeah, yeah. How about that? She's feeling better since the surgery. So how about that? She'll run off and leave them.
Well, she's found a home now, Greg.
Yeah, oh yeah.
How
Well, you know,
was,
she was kind of hanging. We decided to keep her before all this happened, but
How
this
is Mr. Buddy adapting to
well,
all
we
this new
we were keeping
activity?
him away from.
Where
all
is
of it.
Buddy?
We keep him locked out of the garage, and then when she goes out,
What's his
but
general attitude about it? To
he's
Bubba's
just-
point, I
he's
mean,
a little
just-
curious, but
Right.
we hadn't let him get.
He hadn't gone in there and tried
We
to
can't let
run
him
off
get
with him.
involved.
You afraid he may go in there and not know how to act?
Yeah, you don't ever know.
Right.
So, or she don't like him anyway, so she'll run him out. But yeah, there.
She
yeah,
likes somebody.
There's 8 of them. 8
Yeah.
of them, buddy. 8.
Yeah. Yep.
8.
Give me that number again, Greg.
That's 8.
That's the
8.
number, Greg. That's the number of new beginnings.
8 is enough. They say.
Well, it's a new beginning, all right.
Right.
Yeah, so you know, it is what it is. This will be the longest 6-8 weeks of my life, I imagine.
Yeah, I want to tell you something.
Ever how long
I'm
it
going to
takes.
watch Adler, maybe Speedy, and Helmsy, and probably our new intern, based on his age. I heard Greg say, and I'm pretty sure he said it, that he's put together a way to hold all the emails of people that want the puppies. And do y'all think Greg can build one of those where you have a place where
I got a folder.
There it is. There's the
I
word.
have
He
one.
used the word folder.
And I put all the puppy requests in it.
All right,
I told
does
them,
anybody
I'll
th-
reach back.
So
So
Greg-
they'll be ready at some point.
Did somebody help Greg do a folder?
No.
Rick,
I have not. I have not.
Uh-huh.
It's very hard.
Oh, well,
Please
Greg,
tell
I
me,
mean-
what did you call the folder?
Puppy file.
Puppy file.
Puppy file.
Puppy file. Puppy file.
They're I mean, they're fun to watch and all, but
Greg, can I tell you this though? Just to give you, because you want people to look forward to seeing you, not dread you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this young man hadn't been here, what, an hour?
Yeah.
And also I come in and Greg say, "Hey, you want a puppy?" Greg, you can't say that
I
to
just
every
thought he might
person.
want one.
Yeah, you can't say that to every single person.
He doesn't need a puppy.
People are
Greg.
gonna look up and say, "Oh, here comes Greg. He's gonna ask me about a
Yeah,
puppy."
no.
Right. So-
He doesn't need a puppy.
Poor Gene Hallman's going to get one.
Oh, yeah, poor old Gene.
Yeah, he don't even know it.
Oh, Gene Hallman, I'm telling
He'll
you.
meet him in the parking lot.
He
Hey,
will.
hey, you need a puppy?
Hallman probably take 2. He's got 2 kids.
That's right. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit him up for 2.
Right. So what is your I know in the early stages, and we discussed this a little bit in the kickoff hour. Mama Millie wasn't there, so y'all are feeding.
Yeah. I
Eyes
wished
are
I'd had that
closed.
thing right there.
Really need mom, and then it turns into eyes are open. Now I'm crawling around. I got to keep them hemmed up, and then it's going to become I'm active, and now I'm
They're
making
running.
now I'm making noise.
Yeah.
And all that. So you're going to go through different stages.
Sure.
A lot of
and
barking.
And I'll be feeding them by then food.
Mhm.
You know, at
So
some
are you
point.
trying to hang on to them to the 5th or 6th week? Is that when you're going to try to give them away?
I don't know how they're supposed
I don't
to be.
either.
I have
don't
no
either.
idea.
I'll get
once
all
they
the
start eating
shots
puppy,
and all that.
once they start eating puppy chow, they can go.
Does the vet make house calls, or are you going to have to get them all there?
I'll have to put them in a box and haul them.
Y'all picture that.
Greg, have you got your shot budget and your puppy chow budget ready?
Yeah.
8 weeks is what I say. Is what I'm seeing
Ab-
here.
absolutely 8 weeks.
Gotta
Let's
wait
go for
8
6.
full weeks.
8 full weeks.
8
Greg.
weeks.
Go for 6.
8 full weeks.
Sometimes longer.
When were they born, Greg?
couple weeks ago.
Okay, Greg. Let
Couple weeks ago.
Let me ask you this:
Like 2 weeks since this past Sunday.
When were you first exposed over the weekend to Speedy and the Circular 4000?
That was hilarious. Well, actually, I somebody sent me a message, a picture of it on my phone.
Oh my goodness!
Of course, I ended up watching it. It was funny. And I was telling him that it seems like the mama dog's having a little trouble. I need him to come by see if he can't get them nips going.
See if he can't get those.
Did y'all see that we finally heard from Ron Greenwood?
Yeah, he texted me.
I sent that to all y'all.
That was funny.
He said at the hotel where they're on the road, I guess, in the hotel where he was, that people had to come. They thought something was wrong with him and thought he needed help because he said he didn't have his huffer with him. Of course, we warned him about that.
Right.
He said the staff from the hotel rushed into the fitness room to see what was going on. He said I literally was on the ground and they were asking me if I was okay. I ran to my room for the huffer, and he said I'm afraid that I'm gonna run out of the med that's in the huffer.
You can't quit huffing.
He sent me a text over the weekend. It
He was
simply
laying in the floor. They thought something was wrong with him.
So funny.
he simply said thank you. He goes, that's all I wanted to say.
He also said that he's upset with himself that he didn't have Speedy doing this higher on the list of things he wanted Speedy to do. He said that was a
He
failure.
concentrated on fire.
He
I
did.
think,
He said that was a failure. on
Could
his
y'all
part.
say pressure to do? Because y'all keep leaving that out.
Well, I don't remember a tremendous amount of pressure. Do you? I mean,
it
was brought up.
You gave into it either way.
You
Pressure or
incorrectly
otherwise.
are remembering.
Well, I think
Nobody's arm got
I
twisted.
think it was Speedy. There's nothing wrong with you saying.
I didn't volunteer to get down on that right there, okay, and get on these teats. I didn't volunteer that.
Right.
I just want y'all to know.
Right?
that.
Was there a gun? You
I
had?
know. Y'all
Arm twist.
Was your arm back? Was your arm back?
I know
here?
y'all are misremembering.
Was there a gun right here?
Did you threaten his job? What?
Right. Huh?
Pressured.
But how about this? You know what you did, and you shouldn't apologize to anybody. You said, "I think this will be this will take the show today to the level we all want it to go, and the audience will love it, and I'm willing to give up myself for the good for the show."
And to Rick's point, Rick always
That's
talks
almost
about
noble.
this.
Yeah, I know.
That's
Rick,
That's
to
really
your
it.
point, you were always talking about the audience can fire us at any moment.
Absolutely.
They make that decision. I had a buddy over the weekend say, because they sign contracts with us too, believe it or not.
Okay.
We never see
They
it,
do.
but they in their
They do.
mind they
They
go
do.
giving them another 2 weeks, or I'm giving them another whatever.
Absolutely.
This guy said that gave him 5-year contract renewal
How
for
about
the
that?
show.
So he's with us for 5 years.
Hadn't
over
heard from him in forever, and that's what he said. I'll show you the text.
We should have done that 2 years ago.
there. You ain't got nothing to be ashamed of.
Look.
You got it out. You got it right out in front again. I noticed.
Okay.
Hey, he won't leave me. It's like it keeps getting
They
coming
have
back.
a special connection.
Right.
There it is.
If we ever had to cut budget, you think I'm gonna cut the guy that did that?
No way.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Mighty James Band.
Hurricane update. Hey, buddy. Would this be political update?
Oh yeah, sure it was.
Pretty political, isn't it?
Dig it away. Come on with it. Come on with it. Bubba, Kavanaugh.
Rick, 1 week away from the Judge Brett Kavanaugh confirmation vote, and Senator Dianne Feinstein, Democrat, California, held a press conference yesterday that said that something has come to her attention.
Now, this cannot be true. What you were texting me about last night and the guys, this can't be true.
Feinstein said in a statement that she had received information from an individual concerning the nomination of Brett Kavanaugh to the Supreme Court. That individual strongly requested confidentiality, declined to come forward or press the matter further, and I have honored that decision. I have, however, referred the matter to federal investigative authorities. So she got a note from somebody, and she has sent it to the FBI. Now, she was hinting that she knew what was in the note but didn't want to tell anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And it almost got comical yesterday. And we all know what this is. They don't have the votes to block Kavanaugh, and this is a Hail Mary here at the 9th hour.
Well,
The Intercept was reported that the letter was sent by someone associated with Stanford University and involved a woman in Kavanaugh when she and he, the 53-year-old judge now, were both in high school. In high school, okay?
All right.
Judge Kavanaugh has been through 65 meetings with senators, including Senator Feinstein, sat through over 30 hours of testimony, addressed over 2,000 questions in a public setting, and additional questions in a confidential session. And this is the first time we've heard of this. Now, the senators sent it to the FBI, and the FBI concluded that they will not launch a criminal investigation into the Kavanaugh matter. Instead, the Bureau passed the material along to the White House as an update to Kavanaugh's background check, that there had been an allegation, and that's all. Now, I don't know about y'all, but how would you like to be in charge of trying to investigate that? You don't even really know what the complaint is. Right. The witness is confidential, won't come forward, and they have sent you some kind of letter about something that happened back in high school. I don't even think Monk could work through this one. You know.
So he's my age, so that means he was a senior in high school 35 years ago.
Thereabouts.
Thereabout, 35 or 36. Yeah. Now, if it says this even goes to when he was younger, not even a senior in high school. So now we're getting close to 40 years.
Right. You'd say 40 for round figures.
Right. Because there was one talk that it may even been something in junior high, which well,
that was from one of the commentators having a little fun with it last night.
But anyway, it could be even high school. Let's say what it seems to be accurate. It is a high school thing. I will tell you this.
That would make you a juvenile, though, still.
It really would. You know, I guess we're going to take, as Mark Stein said, I guess we're going to take him to juvenile court at 53. But anyway, so I'm going to say, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. If I'm ever being, probably not going to happen, but if I'm ever having to be confirmed and there's some sort of background check, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give you high school if I can take out college.
Right.
So anyway, high school, I think I can get through that pretty good.
This goes back to Rick.
I was a bit of a jokester, but,
This goes back to something I've said before. I think we have to have a template that we all agree upon that is not political, that is
The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Greg, you and Lisa, well, there was a while when y'all were feeding dogs every 2 hours. I bet you didn't lay down on the Helix Sleep.
No, but when I did, I was out.
Gone. HelixSleep.com.
You could load them puppies up in that bed.
You could.
Yeah,
Greg, let them get in there and snuggle you
let's
and
do that.
Lily.
Yeah, let's do that. That'd be a great step.
Greg and Lily with their puppies. But anyway, HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Go there right now, and you can get a mattress designed the way that you sleep. It's customized for you. They're going to ask some questions. You sleep on your side, your back, your stomach. You like a firm mattress, soft mattress, something in between. And they'll send it right to your door, risk-free trial of 100 nights. Because let's be honest, it's odd when you go into one of these stores and you say, I'd like to test drive this one. And they're like, hey, we don't sell cars. We don't need people laying around on their mattresses.
Yeah.
But and then if you do, you can't lay on it very long because it gets awkward.
It does.
Yeah. But when they send it to your house, you can sleep on it for 100 nights. Then
100.
decide. Yeah. See if it works for you.
And that's really the true test.
I mean, you ain't gonna know till then, are you, Bubs?
Nope. You know.
So anyway, HelixSleep.com/Bubba gets you 20% off. Get a customized mattress shipped right to your door with a risk-free trial at HelixSleep.com/Bubba. They even have them for kids. If you have a child that's ready to get out of that baby bed and she or he's going to get their own room, they need a mattress designed for children. They got that. Maybe you need a little more room. Understood. Big and tall. Got that too. HelixSleep.com/Bubba, or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Now, Bubba, I want to tell you this, okay, because I want to be your friend right now, okay?
Yep.
I'm looking after you, okay? And I know you're resolute. I know all about Nurse Betty and all that. I understand all that.
Yep.
But I've seen what Gene Hallman has done in the past, and I mean we're about 23 minutes for him walking through that door to mesmerize you, okay?
Mhm.
And he owns you, and we know that.
Right. I've admitted that.
So you don't need.
He used to know my liver.
Right. You don't understand, but it's going to be. He's going to try his ways. Okay. I mean, if you hadn't even picked up on one he's already done, and you've missed it, and you just said it. He's already playing his game. What did you get in the mail?
I got my passes.
And what was the pass for?
Players guest.
What about the parking pass? What is it for?
I guess to get us close enough to do the broadcast.
But what is it called?
I don't know what PA.
Player.
What does that say?
Players
what is that for?
parking.
That's players parking.
Players parking.
That's the
Why does
valet.
it say PA?
When you walk up or when you drive up, they take your car.
So that's
Well,
the
'cause,
one you
I mean,
always got when you did what?
We get there at 4:30.
But you got that particular because I didn't
Right.
get that pass. You got that pass because why? In the past. In the past.
I guess because I was playing.
Okay, so that's what. So you won't even say it. You're gonna have to say these things to have power over them. Okay.
But
Well, I wasn't
Speedy's
sure.
actually playing, and he hasn't received what you got.
I know. You see what he's doing is, and you, Bubba, you and I are the masters of this. The way you get something done is you treat it like it's foregone conclusion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You
Well,
know.
I will tell you what is
Look,
strange about
think
this.
about green eggs and ham. How did Sam get it done?
I am.
right.
Well, he was persistent.
Right. But,
So this is kind of strange because usually when I'm playing, I go Gene, Betty, and a child of whichever one is in town would like to come and be part of this. And Hunter has helped me, and he's caddied in the past too. And so this year I really wasn't planning on all that.
well, no,
being that I'm
because you
just-
said you weren't going to play.
right. And Gene called me and he said, "Is Hunter and Betty coming?"
That master.
Yeah.
And
He's
I said,
incredible. He
I said-
is incredible.
I said, "Well, if they have
He's
passes
playing
and a
Betty and
cart,
Hunter.
and
Don't you see it?
And then I get all their passes in the mail too.
Don't you see it? Bubba, can't you see it? Are you blind to Gene? You just love him too much. Look, there's a guy, and I won't say who it is, and he's in the Wednesday Bible study, and everybody in here knows one thing: he's going to have to get away from that woman. If he every time he goes back to see her, he goes down the wrong path.
Yeah, sure.
She owns him. So the only way not to be owned is you can't be around them.
The only way to win is not to play the game. Right?
Listen, Gene,
we learned that during
Gene
war
Hallman.
games.
I will predict with zero hesitation, okay, that when he gets here, he'll start speaking like Bubba's playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Make
Well,
sure you have
here's
your clubs
the
that
thing.
day.
Here's the thing: I will be there. I'm going to go and cover Speedy like he has done for me. And
Actually, I was your caddy last year.
and but I mean you've broadcast.
You called
you've
in, let us
done
know how
things.
he was doing. Yeah.
And you did an excellent job.
So you're
of it.
caddying for Speedy. Got it.
No,
Got it.
Speedy
That's why I
invited
was
somebody else. But I'm going to be
You told
there,
the bag.
and I'm going to be, meeting the public and out there, with
Gripping and
everybody
grinning.
and having a good time. And the only thing difference is I won't be looking for golf balls like I used to.
Right.
That's the only difference.
I'm just warning you about what's about to happen. I agree with you 100%.
Right.
I'm in your camp. I'm in the
And
Bubba
I
camp.
hate that I'm not playing. I enjoy playing. I would like to be playing. But, self-preservation here on this one.
Right.
So.
Right.
I'll be back.
I'm
I'll
just
be back.
warning you what's coming through that door. I want you. I just don't think you're ready. You come here kind of yawny. You think it's all put up. You're not even seeing the signs. He sends his passes to you. You don't realize that that's something to be concerned about.
I realize, but I just don't think we can overcome the challenge here.
Right. Oh, don't tell Gene that. If he takes it as a challenge.
We need to work some hybrid. And I know this will never work because of the way they do scoring and people take this format way too serious, but we really do need to work something out with Gene. So where Bubba plays 3 holes and then turns it over to Speedy. That way we get the best of both worlds. Yeah.
Well,
Speedy gets to stay with us.
Once
throughout
again,
the
this is
broadcast.
your idea, guy, but
Well,
you're not involved.
I'm thinking about you.
This is
I'm
classic.
thinking about Bubba, where you get to hang around the rest of the show.
This is great.
And
now y'all go do that, and I'm gonna give Speedy a handle. But
what you
y'all
want
have a
anyway.
good time.
Hey,
y'all have a good time.
Is anybody in here other than you the true golfer?
No, I'm not a true golfer.
Oh, true golf, you scratch.
play
You're the
it
closest
some.
thing we got.
Yeah.
You are.
mean, currently.
Yeah.
Yes. But that's a brilliant
I'm looking
idea
out
for
for
somebody
y'all.
that's not going to be out there.
I'm just thinking the headache that you have the first few holes.
yeah. Y'all go on and have a good time.
Listen, trying to help y'all.
All right, and I got 2 things for y'all today too. I'm not.
Are you
just
pointing
Bubba.
at me and Greg?
You too.
Okay.
All right, let me hit you first. All right.
I've already told him I got to have them step up.
No.
looks serious,
Let me
Greg.
tell you this. Would you be open to before you tee off taking a pop off that sucker 4,000?
Hey, put Gatorade in it.
Put Gatorade in
Powerade.
it. Put
Powerade.
Gatorade. Yeah,
Powerade.
something you need.
Only if Greg's holding it.
Okay.
Body armor.
All right. Coming up Wednesday, I'd like to address you two.
Okay, what you got?
All right. So
This is where we left him last year.
Oh,
It's actually Greg's. It's Greg's fault.
And
What did I
running
do?
and
he has no
This is
social
brilliant
awareness.
again. This is brilliant.
running years. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
All right. So Speedy and Bubba, they have to leave.
Yeah.
Okay, that means there's 3 of us now, and Adler makes 4, but he's trying to document and get stuff
Sure,
ready for the
yeah.
YouTube
He's
channel.
flying drones, all that.
This is not y'all are out there hanging out like y'all are spectators at the celebrity pro-am.
Yeah.
I need y'all to. I mean, like I missed a break last year because the guy was talking to me and I was signing stuff for him. I look over there, y'all over there playing GA.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, y'all,
Here's what's gonna have to happen with me.
Y'all over there cutting
Once I get
up.
my breakfast, I'll be fine.
But y'all walk around like y'all
I don't go anywhere.
Rick, we're
Rick.
looking
I got
for
my own
interviews.
little table.
Right.
We're
I got
looking
my
for
own little
people to
table.
interview.
I look over y'all holding court.
Y'all stick baby in the corner.
Right.
Okay.
But what I'm
And-
talking about is
and when
I
you need him, you need him.
y'all two get to hanging out, cutting up like y'all are having a day at the golf course.
Yeah.
Well,
This is a business
here's
trip,
what
not vacation.
here's what happens. Okay, and we got to be more pros about this, and I get it. But
Greg,
here,
you're the worst, by the way.
here's the deal. We're in here right now, and I could be working on a million different things. Greg can be working on. He's working on commercials right now, but he's available.
Yeah.
There, we're not available because there's only 3 mics or 4 mics or whatever.
See,
So
hey, this
there's
is
guests.
brilliant. This is
Bro, I'm
brilliant.
just telling you what it is. How
But you
it
got to
is.
help me.
So
Don't
I
leave
get
Daddy.
over there at my little table that's completely separate from y'all, and I don't like that. I
Somebody
wish I was
help
here with
Daddy.
Davey Allen.
Somebody help Daddy.
And so then they all leave.
Yeah, and we all
and-
get used to being out of the fold.
Exactly.
Come on back.
So you're gonna have to
Rick, I
help
will.
bring us back. In
Are
the
y'all
deck.
okay if this year I'm a little firm?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I don't think you'll have to.
I
be.
would like to be part of it.
Are you
to be
saying
honest.
you need
I
that?
would too.
You're saying
I've
you
just
need.
never felt that.
Are you saying you need that?
We
reminder?
don't feel needed there, Rick. There it is.
There it
Hey,
is.
hey,
Okay.
that's a great speech when we have guests.
Yeah.
He's talking about when the table's empty as hell.
I know, but you
And
know
they-
who sits down
and
right
we
beside
got-
him and gets
and-
after it?
and we
Me.
got headsets.
That
just-
9 hours.
Rick, and we got
I've never
empty-
felt so abandoned.
we got empty headsets just laying all over the table. That's what he's talking about.
Right. It's gonna be fine.
And
Now,
that,
look,
and that was fine last year.
if I
was
have to
sitting
do
right there by
if I have to do the show with Bones,
instant
y'all
replay.
never hear the end of it. Bones has already said I'll come out here and make sure the breaks and everything. He said and that way y'all can just have fun. I won't leave you over talking to somebody and
Thank
miss
you,
a break.
Bones.
Yeah, but y'all just can't leave Daddy.
No, we're
And
fine.
What it
Like
is,
I
I
said.
understand that y'all getting some time together and y'all talking and
By
y'all
the
hold
turned it
time
into
they
that.
leave, by the
They've
time
turned
they
it into
leave,
that.
I'll be honest, we're just watching the clock waiting to go.
Hey,
I
I
know, but
Hey,
we
just
can't
Rick,
have
I
that.
Can I just eat
I
my
could see
breakfast?
Speedy tee off and then double back and stay to the end of the show, then catch up with him.
That's even worse. No, it's fine.
Look,
The,
just get Greg fed. Good
yeah.
gracious
Boy,
alive.
that's the best
Let
part
Let
of the
him
whole
eat.
day.
Hey,
But
just tell him
everybody's
he
on
can
deck
eat.
then.
Tell him he can eat between 6 and 6:15.
Now,
then
look,
come on
everybody's
back.
on deck.
Yeah, can
Y'all
I-
all here? No, there ain't anybody, no spot for me. I might as well be in there eating.
Can I tell you this? Bubba, I never thought I would say this, and I said it the day that you had left early, and I said, I want y'all to know, and it's not an exaggeration. Greg worries more about that breakfast than you do.
Mm-hmm.
He's pushed you
That
out of
one,
that slot.
yes, that one
How about
I
that?
do.
He's pushed you out of that slot.
I look
He'll
forward
worry
to
you to
that
death over when they
every
go
year.
first. You know.
I look forward to that every year. Boy, what a choice of stuff they have.
They really do.
It's good.
It's good.
So look, I'm a little more firm this year.
That's fine.
Okay, and tell y'all what I need.
That's fine.
Okay,
That's
Right.
fine.
Yeah,
Because I'd appreciate that because for years Greg and I feel like we're not needed.
yeah, I know. And then I start thinking,
Or
this is
wanted.
This is brilliant. Keep doing that. This is Rick. Don't
I'm
fall
tired of
for
being
that.
victimized.
Look, y'all can like Gene. Y'all playing them mind games like
That's
Gene.
right.
Well, Rick, we don't feel like we're needed. We don't feel like it.
Rick and Bubba.
Republican. And there's several things fall into that. And, the first one is, can a president play golf? Okay. Democrat or Republican, no matter where troops are, what's happening in the world, I think it's okay for the president to play golf. I'm going to go with that.
We've dropped the hammer on that.
That's going to be my default position that a president, if he feels it's okay to go out and play golf and he's got everybody he
don't
needs
care.
to keep him in touch. I don't care if he is playing golf or sitting on the couch watching TV. It makes no never mind.
What
okay?
I'd like to do is just win the
Democrat
war.
or Republican.
I'd like to win the war.
Bush or Obama or Trump or whoever. It's fine if you play golf.
I don't care if you play golf.
I don't care if you go out for a jog. I don't care any of that.
Don't care about any of that.
The other thing, and we talked about this yesterday, these accusations are very serious because anyone being accosted or sexually harassed or any of that is a very important topic. But I think to save the importance of the topic, we're going to have an agreement about how far back in somebody's history you can go to make these claims, because it's just almost becoming comical now. I'm not saying that anybody who did anything wrong in high school, that was okay. But if it was in high school or it was in college or it was 20 years ago or 30 years or we've got to have people change, hopefully for the better. Not always, but hopefully. But we've got to have some kind of limit on how far we can dig up stuff on people, I think, so we can be honest, intellectually honest about holding somebody accountable or looking in to see if they're, worthy to hold a position. I mean, don't we have to have some kind of template? We go, because at some point it becomes such hearsay. You can't prove it wrong or right. So,
well, first of all, I think the most important thing, and I know this is a bizarre concept, is what we're talking about, something that was a criminal act.
Right.
Or was it just rude or bad behavior? So I want to establish that. And then once we go to criminal, which is the thing we should be concerned about, then we got to find out whether our own criminal standards have now said this person can no longer be held accountable for them.
Right.
If the statute of limitations is over, I think that wouldn't be a bad place to look. If it's something that they were never charged with or no one ever proved, I think that's important, don't you think?
Yeah, I think so.
But as far as just, hey, somebody acted up and didn't behave great when they were in high school, or they didn't behave great when they were in college, and they didn't, they didn't behave great in their fraternity. I'm just throwing out examples. The last time I checked, that when I'm sitting there talking to a man who, say, went to high school and college, and I'm trying to hire him for my company, and he's 53 years old, I'm not interviewing him when he was 19. I'm not interviewing him when he was 17, 16. I'm not even interviewing him when he was 22. I'm interviewing him at 53. What kind of man is he now?
And his track record is part of that, but at some point,
especially
with these things, don't you have to say, I'm really not interested if you're hiring him for something, what happened prior to this year?
You certainly look
because it doesn't play into what we're doing now.
Yeah, now if he's sitting across from me from 53, I'm gonna know everything about everywhere he's ever worked. And anything he's done that's like what I'm trying to hire him for. I want to know everything.
That's great.
And I'd like to know his character and all that, sure. But I'm not overly consumed with high school at that point. I'm just not at 53.
I think I got to let that go.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so prepare yourself because, I don't want y'all to, and don't fool around on this, okay? Don't fool around on this. So Hallman will be with us next hour. First thing he said to me when he walked in the door, he said, "So Bubba's not playing?" That's the first thing he said. So anyway, Hallman will tell you all the different celebrity matchups for the Pro-Am on Wednesday. If you donate the most money to the region's tradition and the charities that will be benefiting from the tournament, you give us the biggest donation. You pick whatever group you want to walk with. It can be Bubba and Speedy's group, or it can be any group. And so that'll be coming up top of the hour. You'll email those to speedy@rickandbubba.com. Biggest donation gets to pick whatever group you want to walk with on Wednesday, and we'll be doing the show live there. So, Bubba, you told me yesterday, and I was a little shocked by this. My future daughter-in-law, Cameron Thompson, graduated from Auburn yesterday, magna cum laude. How about that? I asked her, I said, "You're marrying one of my boys?" That's impressive. Well, I said, "You sure you marrying one of my boys?"
Well, it was Saturday, probably.
Yeah,
not Sunday.
Oh, that was yesterday.
So
yeah.
we
Saturday,
went down,
whenever it was.
We
had the party for her yesterday.
Yeah, we went down to. We had a family friend graduating, and I like to get there early because I know it's going to be.
It's going to be
mass.
nuts.
This is crazy. So I get there an hour early, and there's already a giant mob outside to get in.
Of course.
And I thought, well, this is not good. And so anyway, we finally get in, and the ceremony is just, it's just long,
lengthy,
Rick. Long,
lengthy.
We did not stay to the very end.
Lengthy.
When they, confetti and throw hats and all that, but we were there 3 hours.
And didn't even stay for all of it?
No. And, now that counts sometime, getting in.
Understood.
But, being a good Baptist, I can't sit still more than about an hour.
Mm-mm.
And so I had actually 2 meals there while I was waiting.
How?
Two? And I got up and went to the concession stand, and then I had an hour. I didn't do anything. Then I went back again.
I can't imagine standing in line at the concession stand.
It was bad, but toward the end it was better because but the time, it was just incredible. They're beautiful ceremonies. I know we need to do that. A lot of it, I think, we could knock out and speed this up a little bit.
Yeah.
But the commencement speaker, who I was very glad to hear, old friend of the show, Rowdy Gaines.
Really good.
Oh, yeah. And Rowdy's very funny.
Did he talk about his daughter Riley?
Oh, Rick, don't start that.
And he
talked. The names are very close.
He talked about his gold medals, and he had 3 of them, and he gave one to his mom, one to his dad, and one to his coach. And I told Betty, I said, well, there was another one he didn't mention because he gave it to us. And we kept it for a long time.
And it was in the Rick and Bubba restaurant.
It was.
Yeah.
And but what was so funny, when they introduced Rowdy, they talked about all of his accomplishments and all of his gold medals and all of his championships and all of his NCAA records. And it took 15 minutes to intro him.
Sure.
And, he still does commentary. He's already getting ready to go to, I think they said Paris will be the next Summer
That's
Olympics.
That's a great job, yeah.
And all I could think of is my wife, the lovely Betty Lou, took private swimming lessons from Rowdy Gaines and still didn't learn to swim.
So it didn't happen? He couldn't teach her? I thought she learned.
Well, it was later on.
Okay, but he couldn't do it.
He couldn't do it.
How about that?
And she used to go, and he had a tank, in his house that you swim. It's like moving.
2 of my
water
boys. He taught 2 of my boys how to swim.
And with all of that, he never could teach Betty to swim.
For a while, they lived right over there by us.
Yeah, she finally ended up learning to swim when the kids were very small and went to that, the little class where they, dunk them in the water.
Right.
They blow in your face.
But Rowdy Gaines
could
not do it.
The big graduation of that is you have to jump off the diving board and swim to the ladder.
Uh-oh.
So you got all these little toddlers going out there falling in the water, and then there goes Betty into the water.
That is hilarious.
She was 3 times as tall as the next.
Has she been working on it? Is she still good? Can she still get out there?
Not a big fan of the water.
Right.
She can swim. My favorite is when she gets into the water at the lake.
Mm-hmm.
And we're in the pontoon, and we'll be out there, and everybody's got their life jackets on, and we're floating around, and Betty will hold on to the ladder the whole time.
Yeah.
And I said, honey, you're fine. You can let go of the ladder. She said, well, I will in a minute.
Right.
I will. And she's holding on to it, and then she'll let go. Mm-hmm. And she'll bob in the water a couple times, and then she grabs it again.
That's funny. Rowdy Gaines could not get it.
Rowdy Gaines could not
do it.
That is hilarious.
And there's no telling how many hundreds of people he's taught to swim.
I mean, there's no telling.
Yeah.
No telling.
She said that move in water, as soon as he cut it on, it like pinned her against the wall.
Yeah.
She couldn't ever get going.
Yeah, it's The did you?
So it was kind of hard to listen to that because all I could think of was Betty in that tank not being able to swim.
I don't know who.
And Rowdy's such a good guy too. I mean, he's gold.
Yeah, salt of the earth. How about the? I don't know who was the speaker at the one that Camtastic graduated Saturday. Brody didn't tell me.
Do you think he did all of them?
Probably not. I don't think you do all of them. I don't really know. I know that when Big Love graduated Mississippi State 1 year ago, right now.
Wow.
Try to get your 80-year-old parents to one of those in and out.
Yeah.
But they allowed you, if you would be discreet and quiet, once your graduated, you could go, and they even told them where to go outside to meet you, and you didn't have to stay for the whole thing.
Right. Well, there was some of that.
Do they allow that? I'm just wondering.
And I wanted to stay for all of it, but there was at one point I was like, I just.
But did they allow that
escape.
at Auburn? Because some colleges won't, in high schools, they don't allow that.
Well, yeah, some did.
Yeah,
some did, but most of them stayed. Throw their hats or whatever.
Yeah.
But anyway, it was a nice ceremony. But wow,
Yeah.
Hey, a lot of kids.
No, they're lengthy, and
maybe we ought to break them up a little bit.
They're lengthy.
I know they break them up now. Maybe we need to break them up more.
Right.
Maybe we need a week of graduation.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was talking with my son who is going to marry Camtastic in the fall, and he was supposed to drive from Florida where he was on a project filming and shooting and will be editing, and he just said he'd come from Florida to Auburn for the graduation at 8 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
And she said if I don't wake up in the middle of the night and check the phone to see his progress, he would have missed it. Apparently, it's not that he forgot. He said, I just got in this mode of how I go home from Florida because he goes down there and shoots a lot of stuff, and he's been down there. She looks up, and he has missed Auburn by an hour and 20 minutes going home. And she calls him and says, where are you going? And he says, I guess I'm coming to your graduation. She said, not the route you're going.
Oh, no.
And he looked up, and he said, I was 30 minutes from home and had to turn around and go all the way back to Auburn.
There's one group.
2:30 in the morning he got there.
There's one group that graduates, and I think they're philosophy doctors or majors or whatever, and they call hooding them. Have you heard of this?
No.
They don't just go across stage. They have somebody else come. And now, when I heard they were going to hood them, I thought they were going to put a bag over their head and punch them in the arm. But it's actually more of these colorful things that hang around their neck.
Yeah, we used to call when you'd hood somebody, you'd leave them in a dangerous neighborhood and see if they could get home.
Yeah.
But that was, I guess that was different. The top of the hour, freak everybody out. You ready to hear about the Celebrity Pro-Am coming up on Wednesday? An opportunity to walk with the group of your choice if you donate the most money. Gene Hallman is next. He'll tell us your options.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, we do have callers standing by. I know we're looking for one thing. I did want to update you because I know you were wondering how this was going to work out. I know, Bubba, we had high hopes that Cynthia Nixon might get the Democrat nominee to run for the governor of New York. Let's talk a little bit about summer is here. Now, where we live, of course, we live in Sweet Home, Alabama. You start feeling it on Saturday. Humidity, here it comes. I mean, you can feel summer coming in the Deep South. But for everybody, summer is coming to some degree. That means, guys, bathing suits and there's all kinds of, we've been ignored for years when it comes to male hygiene. But Manscaped.com said, you know what? You just like you cannot groom a man if you're giving him products that were intended for women.
That's right.
And so Manscaped.com, it may be strong enough for a man, but it was made for a woman.
That's right.
And you need to hear that, sir. But anyway, so Manscaped.com says we're going to, from head to toe, whatever a man needs to be groomed properly, they have it. And these products, I'm going to tell you what, they're shampoo and conditioner combination, because no man is going to have a shampoo and a conditioner. We want it together.
and they send it to you in these metal bottles.
Oh,
I know. Where they mean
I know.
business, and I've got they give me shampoo just for beards, which is fantastic, and of course they also have the Weed Whacker. Look, you may not want to talk about hair in your nose and ears, but the Weed Whacker gets it done.
It's a way of life, Rick.
Nobody will know you have them. And let's face it, some of us going to be going to sandals now, and our toes are nasty. Let's call it. We got my wife says, Rick, you just don't ever need to wear sandals. But I've got the Shears 2.0 nail kit now, so I got my nails just like I like it. And of course, also if you like me have a beard, they've got the beard hedger, which keeps it neat. They've also got the other 2.0, Bubba, the one that you can use to trim whatever needs to be trimmed. So you got a light on the front of it.
Oh, I like that.
If you can go down a country road, you get some light.
So you can mow after dark.
Right. So anyway, go get yours now at manscaped.com. By the way, we talked about the lawnmower. It's waterproof, by the way, too. So you can get that. Go to manscaped.com. Use this code RICK20. Rick20 at manscaped.com will get you 20% off and free shipping. Manscaped.com. Everything you need from head to toe, use the code RICK20. Of socialism, and then worry about how we're going to fund it. Do you remember that?
Yeah, especially with health care. She wanted universal health care. Then when we get it and everybody's getting medical attention, we'll figure out how to pay for it.
Well, she did not.
Boy, I tell you, that is quite a plan.
It is. Well, she did not win. She was so bizarre that even the Democratic Party didn't want her. Andrew Cuomo easily won this against activist Cynthia Nixon, best known from the TV show Sex and the City.
Yeah, 65.6% of the vote.
Yeah, so that's
pretty overwhelming.
Yeah, so she
in political terms,
right? She did not.
Terms.
She did not win.
No.
To the phones we go. We do want to go to. Let's go to Marty out of Birmingham, Alabama. Marty, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, Marty.
Hey, I can't confirm this, but we had some friends over last night, and one of them was telling us about her son who works for the U.S. Customs Service, and he's stationed out of Florida, and his department sent a bunch of their people up to North Carolina to help with, the hurricane relief that's coming in, or, happening over there. And she said that he called her yesterday and said that when they got there, they went to Raleigh, North Carolina, to offer what assistance they could, and whoever's in charge in the area where they went to told them when they got there they could turn around and go home, that they didn't want their help, that they didn't want the federal government helping in any way or shape or form. So, like I said, I don't know if that's able to be confirmed or not, but I don't have any reason to doubt she would be telling the truth on that. But I just thought that was kind of amazing that someone in the leadership role would let their political beliefs influence them and turn people away, even if it is federal government that are there to help the citizens of their state that are getting slammed by this hurricane.
Well, I understand your point there, but you run into that more than you think because in other natural disasters we've seen some resistance to that because usually they feel like that they're going to be tying a lot of strings to it or, slowing the process down. I know we had a real bad tornado outbreak here several years ago that just devastated some parts of the city. I mean, it was just leveled in other parts of our state. And we saw FEMA people in there, and I certainly not there's a lot of good people who work for FEMA trying to do a good job. I got that. But, they had a table set up handing out paper, and then we had one of our churches in the area it's a Church of the Highlands. It was doing a great job because I came back and I told Rick, I said, I was on the ground there, was able to tour that while it was still blocked off, and I could not believe the job they were doing. They were rolling 18-wheeler trucks in there with food and diapers and giving them out. They were building stores with cases of water. That's how they built their store up. So when you needed water, you just kind of took some out of the wall. It was kind of crazy the way that they were doing it all, but they had so much more stuff there than the government did. It was amazing.
Yeah, and so you're trying to suggest it might have been politically driven because of Trump, but be sure that we look at Bubba's point as well. We were actually part of the things in Mississippi back after Katrina, and a lot of those churches were so much more efficient than the federal government that a lot of times people would rather handle it on their own because it actually works better. From the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, it is another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, unnamed intern, his first day at Rick and Bubba University, cranking out a degree in common sense. That now, of course, a superpower. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussett. Whoa, sorry about that.
Hey, there he is. His voice is a lot deeper.
There's old Bank, too.
Glad to be here, Rick, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba
experience. Here he is, mover and shaker Gene Hallman. Gene, welcome back.
Good morning. You guys helped a lot with the IndyCar event. Big success.
Oh, I talked to everybody. Sunday. Yeah, everybody who went said it was phenomenal.
Raised a lot of money for Children's of Alabama. Highest rated television broadcast we've ever had in our history.
Go, Gene.
Rick and Bubba, big key.
Go, Gene. Well, we're not trying to take responsibility, but when you look at the history, when you and us combine, good things happen.
Very high correlation. I'm looking at all these best of CDs, and we need to do just a best of on the golf tournament.
Well, we've had several of them on there.
We could absolutely do that.
Yeah.
So we've had historic moments at this Celebrity Pro-Am. It will be this Wednesday in Sweet Home, Alabama, and if you want to join us from all over the country, come see us and enjoy the whole week as the region's tradition is ready to go. And on the Celebrity Pro-Am, historic Rick and Bubba moments are sprinkled through best of moments everywhere. You can find all those, wherever you download content. We have some of the hard copy CDs still available, but you can find everything out on all the different streaming services. Download it and get it. So let's get to it, Gene. Now, here, if you're out there, tell me about Region's tradition. Are the charities too numerous to even mention?
Well, the primary charity is, once again, Children's of Alabama.
Okay, good.
They do such great work.
So we'll be focused on
Children's
that.
Hospital. Yes.
All right, so Children's Hospital will benefit again. So if you're willing to donate the most money, you need to email speedy@rickandbubba.com. Gene is going to walk through these pairings, and he's going to give you the Speedy and Bubba group. And then we'll get through the other groups, and then they can pick whatever group they want, right?
Yes, any group. And you say walk, but they can pretty much ride.
They can ride the car.
Yeah. You have to walk all 18
I'm
holes.
Using walk as almost being a figurative, not a literal.
Right.
Meaning you're moving with the group. You hang with them. That's a better word.
Yeah.
Hang out with them, and you get a cart to roll with them. So let's get started. Do you want to lay out some groups that are special to you?
Yeah, I'll start at 8 o'clock. We've got Scott McCarron, PGA Tour Champions Professional. He's playing with Bo Jackson, Taylor Hicks, and Mike Mills of REM.
Have you heard Taylor Hicks' new single, by the way? It's really good.
It's really good, and it's doing very well.
It is. So he's going to drop by the show on Wednesday, and Bo likely will as well, and maybe Mike. And Mike has in the past. I remember that. So anyway, so that's one group you could pick if you want to go Bo Jackson, Taylor Hicks, Mike Mills, and Scott McCarron.
Then you've got Justin Leonard at 8:10 with Greg McElroy and Daryl Moose Johnston.
We really enjoyed meeting him. We loved meeting him.
Yep. Super guy.
Fun. Lots of fun.
And the Stallions won yesterday.
Oh, good. So what is that now? 3-1? Yeah.
Yep. Another championship on his way.
I saw that fake pun in the highlights. That was
pretty cool.
They executed that one well.
Why are you changing the name to Dallas? That I don't understand.
All right.
I'm just kidding about that.
Don't start that.
Bubba.
I figured Bubba would be the one.
I know. He stirred that up.
I mean, he hit me up that day so many times. I said, is this Mike Wallace from 60 Minutes?
I didn't write the newspaper story about it.
I mean, he wouldn't let it go. I kept saying, they're staying here. Oh, come on. Tell me they're going, aren't they?
Oh, my goodness. So anyway, I couldn't let that go, Gene. I wouldn't be doing my job. All right. So that's so it could be
for a minute, I thought I could have something, and that's what it was.
I mean, hey, that was your first mistake. So Justin Leonard, Greg McElroy, Daryl Moose Johnston. So that's another group.
8:20, Ernie Els, the Big Easy, won several major championships with Hugh Freeze, the head football coach at Auburn.
Look at Hugh Freeze. He comes back as the main man at Auburn.
Awesome. Played 3 years as the head coach at Ole Miss.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's another. So Ernie Els and Hugh Freeze. All right, keep moving.
8:30 is Steve Stricker, our defending champion and Ryder Cup captain, playing with Coach Nate Oates from the University of Alabama basketball.
Had a big season.
Yeah.
Yep. Then you've got Jim Furyk at 8:40 playing with Coach Kirby Smart
Oh, wow.
No,
Kirby.
national champ Kirby coming in.
Bulldogs.
Now,
Has he got all his trophies with him?
We need another cart for that.
Yeah, so is it Furyk? Is that how you say the
Furyk,
pro's
yeah,
name? 'Cause
Furyk.
I'm just getting prepared.
Yeah.
Is that the first time he's played in this?
Third
time.
Yeah.
Why have we not had Jim
Was
on
he
the
just-
show?
Yeah, I don't know. I asked the same question when I woke up today.
Who was just named President's Cup captain? Never mind. All right, yeah, I'm just thinking out loud now.
All right. So anyway, Kirby Smart with Jim Furyk is another option.
Then at 850, Retief Goosen won 2 U.S. Opens from South Africa. Charles Barkley, Dale Murphy, the Murph, Trent Dilfer, Super Bowl winning quarterback, UAB head coach.
Yes.
And is it Speedy or Bubba?
Well, I thought you already have that handle.
Well, I think this is going to be one of the great athletic comebacks in history. You talk about Tiger Woods returning from his injury. Willis Reed in '69 with the Knicks dragging his leg out on the basketball court. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Come on,
Kick
Bubba.
liver cancer's butt. And is going to show up on the first tee. We're going to act like Speedy is playing, but it's going to be Bubba.
Come on,
right?
Bubba, you can do it.
It may look like Speedy, but vicariously it is Bubba, and it's a swing for liver cancer.
Yeah.
That's right.
How about this, Gene? If he can't play, we'll let him tee off, and I'll play his shot wherever it is.
Okay.
You might ought to let me putt instead of tee off.
Right. I think the teeing off is the biggest problem.
Yeah, I think that is the problem.
So are you telling me that the group is Charles Barkley, Dale Murphy, Trent Dilfer, and Speedy and Bubba?
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
That's a good group.
Come on, Gene.
It's a good group.
That's strong.
That's strong right there.
Well, you guys do pretty well.
I'll be there. I'll be in the group. I just won't be swinging.
Right, but you will be hanging out with
That's right.
Speedy and Bubba. Speedy will be playing. Bubba will be hanging out. And you'll be with Charles Barkley, Dale Murphy, Trent Dilfer, and Retief Goosen. Retief Goosen.
Big time name.
Yep. My second favorite South African.
So who's first?
John Thomas.
That's funny.
I thought you were going to say Mandela or something.
No. Gene, I was wondering, is Bill Bubba Bussey playing?
And what about the full wheel?
And if you can't find the Rick and Bubba group, you look for the group that has 9 golf carts with it.
Yeah, right.
Like every year, it's
Tremendous
like-
amount of golf
Yes.
carts. Yeah.
The final group of the day, pro John Daly, Riley Green,
Come on.
country music superstar, Randy Owen, the legend, played for years,
Oh, yeah.
took a hiatus, coming back,
He's back.
and coach Senator Tommy Tuberville.
So John Daly, Riley Green, Randy Owen, Senator Tommy Tuberville, that is another option. So there they all are.
Yeah.
And you can go with Bubba and Speedy. They got a great group. But if you prefer to be one of these other groups, you can do that too.
Right.
If you're number one, you got to donate the most.
And it goes to Children's Hospital.
All right. So Speedy at rickandbubba.com. Start the bidding process. We'll keep you updated on how the bidding is going. I would highly recommend you not to hold back. We've had those
Every
We've
year.
had those years.
Every year.
Somebody holds back. We cut it off. We start gathering all the information because it's a lot for Speedy to organize and you to organize
Right.
and the team to organize to get them there. And somebody emails later, I would have done more
Rick,
than that.
This happened.
I would've done more than
happened
that.
last week with Indy.
There you go.
It did. Ask me.
My goodness.
It was a phone call in.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to happen today too because people don't listen.
Look, you know what Scripture says: be a cheerful giver.
Yeah.
Don't be cheap.
31.
If you got it, give it. If you don't, don't. But if you got it,
That's it.
don't hold back.
And just, I know it's going to Children's of Alabama, and you're going to have a
31
good time.
years of history. Regions Bank, our big title sponsor. Rick and Bubba have been part of it for 28 years, and you barely got past the first year. Right?
I know.
I
It
mean,
was
that
ugly.
first year,
It was ugly.
it was
shaky.
touch and go.
I felt so bad for you. You were that person that you're like, look, everybody respects me. I've tried to build something here. I came from South Carolina, and I finally have in some sort of prestige and respect. And then your cousins showed up. You know what I mean? and you're like, oh boy, and it kind of got out of hand. You know, and you got a lot of complaints, a lot of.
The only time the PGA Tour has got involved with the radio broadcast.
Right.
It was Animal House at Greystone.
Yeah, we're a little loud. Mm-hmm. And you let us pull our truck out there on the tee box, which probably looking back,
I mean, it was.
Well, there's been some.
We're so lucky that thing didn't roll down the hill.
know.
That year almost died from carbon monoxide when I was out there working.
I forgot about that, by the way.
I thought, man, I feel funny. What is that?
And Speedy in the driving range for the new.
You know, you're responsible for that.
What? How? I've noticed he blames everybody else.
No,
you notice that?
How am I responsible?
That's you. Your soothing voice telling me it was okay made me take my
I
pants
didn't know
off.
what I was agreeing to.
All right, we'll come back.
Speedy, I don't know if you should have said it that way.
Yeah.
The way you said
Well,
it.
when I stripped.
Blaming Gene's soothing voice for taking your pants off. That was your quote.
I thought that we were talking about streaking. I thought that's what we were talking
I
about.
know, but it just sounded bad.
You know, sometimes the sentences
Come
should be
on,
rearranged.
Speedy, take those clothes off.
Gene, and this. It's not really politically driven, just other than the federal government doesn't do as good a job as the church many times.
Yeah, I don't know why you would tell them you don't want them here, go away or whatever, unless they were coming in with a bunch of restrictions they were going to, put on everybody. But I don't know. That's, strange situation. But we've seen Temple Baptist had turned their church into a warehouse. It was amazing the number of trucks coming in and going out of that while we were doing our show live.
Right.
Guys, I'm telling you, what I saw yesterday, that special on the Cajun Navy is unbelievable.
Same thing.
What they're doing.
Same thing. And they said in Houston, actually, Joel Osteen actually floated his yacht down one of the streets and actually threw out bread.
Adler at rickandbubba.com.
Just send it directly there.
Oh, boy. So good. 866 We Be Big Tony and Helena. Tony, go ahead.
Hey, guys, my daughter's been hanging out at Speedy's house with JC, and I just don't know how I need to feel about this.
Hey, Tony.
Speedy, what's going on here?
What's going on, Speedy?
Buddy, are you Ashley's dad?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Ooh, boy,
well, I tell you, you have got a great daughter. It's been a pleasure meeting her.
That's a dangerous moment we
I
just
appreciate
had.
it, man.
Yeah. She is funny too. She's funny and she's come over the last 2 nights and hung out with us a little bit and she's fun to be around.
What do you think about Speedy's kid, Tony?
I just don't want him being thinking he's a player like Speedy was.
Hey, Tony now. Come on, Tony. Tony.
Oh, that's
no, Tony.
Well, that's a legitimate concern.
I know she's in good hands.
Yes, most definitely. Yes, no.
All right, Speedy.
Yeah, hey, buddy, thanks a lot.
Thanks, buddy.
See you
I
later.
don't want to warn you, but Speedy's known as that cool parent.
No, I'm not.
Yep.
No, I'm not.
We continue.
My dad,
the one with a bottle opener?
Yeah, that's him.
How about this? I told her.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. I didn't know what was happening. But she. But then I realized who he was. She is the captain of the high school women's soccer team, and I told her it was okay. She's female. She can play.
Oh yes,
yeah, she's fine.
It's a great sport.
She was nervous about that at first.
We continue. Chris, out of the great state of Alabama. Chris, go ahead.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. So we mentioned all of that, and I'm going to run this down for you again, but I want to remind you, too, Tom Lehman will be playing again this year. He tees off, actually, at 9 a.m. local time. And tonight, out at Ballantrae, that's in Pelham, Alabama, if you're in town for the Regions tradition, you're not familiar with the area. Tonight from 5 till 8, he has a free golf clinic that will include free soft drinks, hot dogs, hamburgers for the first 500 people, live music, a putting contest, hole-in-one contest, cornhole tossing contest, frisbee throwing contest. It's all to bring awareness to colon cancer and the ongoing research. That's one of Tom's that he's embraced, for obvious reasons. But anyway, so if you want to go out and be part of that tonight as part of the Regions Tradition Week in our home city of Birmingham, Alabama, you can do that tonight, and it's absolutely free. 5 till 8, first 500 people, they'll feed you at no charge, and you can enjoy the evening with Tom Lehman and friends. All right, so let's review again. So Speedy at rickandbubba.com for you to bid for the Celebrity Pro-Am coming up on Wednesday. Your choices are Scott McCarron with Bo Jackson, Taylor Hicks, Mike Mills, a founding member of REM, Justin Leonard with Greg McElroy and Daryl Moose Johnston, Ernie Els with Hugh Freeze, Steve Stricker.
Yeah.
Am I saying that right?
Yeah.
Nate.
Steve was our pro last year.
That's right. Nate Oates, head basketball coach at Alabama, Jim Furyk with Kirby Smart, and then, of course, the group that will feature Speedy and Bubba, Retief Goosen.
Correct.
Is that, did I say it? Retief?
You are. Retief.
Somebody said it's interesting that Bubba got new veneers and he's going to play with a pro called Retief.
Yeah.
That's funny. Charles Barkley in that group.
Hey, is Bubba, who's playing, Bubba or Speedy? Because the times, he gets tired, Bubba get terrible.
So Dale Murphy, Dale Murphy, we love Dale. He was on our show last year. And Trent Dilfer will be in that group if you want to pick that one. And then the last one, John Daly, Riley Green, Randy Owen, and Senator Tommy Tuberville. So there's all your choices. And you to bid, you email Speedy at rickandbubba.com. We'll keep you updated on who has the largest bid to Children's Hospital. The largest bid will pick any group you want to ride around with.
Yeah, and this is going to be, just because of time constraints today, it'll be cut off in about an hour and a half, so don't procrastinate on your bids, please.
Speedy at rickandbubba.com.
Yeah, and it's a lot of fun. I mean, past bidders have had a great time. We try to get you a picture with the group. It's just a lot of fun, especially if you love being around golf and just all the celebrities. And they're always pretty cordial and really nice. I know Charles is. Sometimes I know when we've played with Charles in the past, you got to keep him going because he wants to get out in the gallery and just have a good time. He forgets he's playing sometimes. Yeah. You're like, Charles, you got a ball over here.
Before I tee off, I want everybody to know about my new show with Gail King.
So he'll be talking about that too, probably. But anyway, and then come by the broadcast. We'll be there at the Coca-Cola tent. And I know, Speedy, I understand. I do. I truly do. Mm-hmm. I know when this bunch goes on the road, it just brings nothing but anxiety into your life. I mean, Speedy's world now consists of going out and testing today, everybody getting their passes. Yeah. You'll get me, of course, saying I can't find nowhere to park.
Right.
Oh, that's every year, by the way.
Yeah. Should you drive Sherry's car tomorrow?
Well, yeah, you know what?
Straight up. What he should do, honestly, is ride in with us.
Right, no, yeah.
That would solve a lot of issues.
Yeah.
See, I'm trying to help you out. I know you don't think I am, but I do.
His vapor.
That affects my vapor.
No, hey, we vapor too.
Yeah, but you got to break down.
He don't want to get there that early. He don't want to get there.
Yeah. No.
They vapor
He'd be
before
asleep.
you.
Yeah, y'all are still there, but have vapor.
We vapor. Yeah. Look, it doesn't take long to pack everything up.
Right. No. Yeah.
No, you're pretty gone. Yeah, but if you came in with them, you'd be asleep by the time.
Yeah, you'll know that's my problem. If I get to the show too early, I'm sleepy when it starts.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear about parking then.
Right.
Every year, Rick.
I'm just thinking maybe.
Well, there is no parking space now.
Well,
now we used to park where all the players park, and that was simple.
Yeah.
Rick, but now we got to go down that little narrow area. You ever tried to lift kit?
we got in trouble because the players were getting there and they didn't have anywhere to park.
You know what? The thing,
if you'll remember that, who's in John Daly's parking spot?
I know.
We found a little spot that we're out of there before the
real
real people.
Well, where we did last year, that the loading dock where we would hide. Now a lot of the corporate sponsors and their loading trucks and all this kind of stuff, they're there.
Yeah.
But what we parked along the curb, where a lot of times they put the valets.
Yeah.
And that early, you're good.
That lift kit is tough down there.
I know. Maybe you need to drive.
I was shocked at. Let me tell you this though. Here's what I'm going to do. I've already got my plan. I don't know how to say his name, but I'll take it with me. All right. Here's a guy that doesn't tee off to 12:40. I'll be long gone by then, so I'm going to park in his spot. Robert Carlson.
He might want to show up for.
I wouldn't have said that out loud.
Well, I mean, he doesn't tee off.
Rick, but what if he wants to eat that breakfast?
But Rick, they don't
He ain't
show
gonna
up.
be there that
They
early.
don't show up and tee off.
Well, he's not going to be there.
He's going to be there 2 hours for his tee time.
Well,
Probably
I'll be
sooner
gone.
than that.
2
Probably
hours is
sooner.
10:40.
I said at least.
At least he's probably going to be there before. He's going to eat. Greg's point. He's going to eat.
You think he'll
and
get
he's
there
gonna-
before 10?
There's a good chance he does. Serious business. I'm not.
So you say not a good idea?
I would. Let me look at the list and I'll find somebody like. You need to find somebody like John Daly in the last group because Daly is a guy that'll show up 30 minutes before.
Yeah, but he's too early.
Rick, I would just pull up where they valet and let them take care of it and give you a ticket and then you.
Is that running after 5 by 5? Is that running?
Last year,
I didn't think it was.
Last year, that's what I was going to do.
I just left it where they were supposed to be.
Yeah, that's what
You
I'm
get
gonna do.
there early enough though, Bubba. That's the.
How about this? If I get out and leave it running, sitting right there, I bet somebody will park.
Yeah.
Are you gonna, that big
I
truck?
don't know about that.
I could tell the valet guy even looked at it. When I finally got somebody to help me, he's like, "Well, I don't know where we're going to put this."
Look, you pull up and they're going to like, why's Monster Jam here?
Right.
That is too much truck for that
What's
area.
going on?
I know.
Huh?
So, look, it'll be fine.
Yeah, I know.
It's that's first world problems. Ain't no real problem.
Park one of them driveways and walk in.
Really, honestly,
it is funny when we get there. They're not. They're not even up and going.
Can I tell you this? Based on where the studio is now, I could just walk over from here.
Yeah, you could. That's a good point.
I might could come get you during the commercial break.
You know what?
Yeah,
Rick,
probably could.
Seriously, it might be good to Uber in.
You know what?
Uber in, Uber out.
Y'all email me your bids.
Yeah. Email the bids right now. Speedy@rickandbubba.com. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, listen, I just want to say how blessed and honored we are up here in Rainsville, Fort Payne area. Be able to listen to you guys every morning. It's just like every day, just a daily habit. I got to have my Rick and Bubba and my coffee.
Thank you.
And I just want you guys to know I appreciate the heck out of both of y'all, all of you in that studio there.
Chris, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, no, you're welcome. Listen, whatever happened to Gary the Bulldozer Man and that other guy who got banned for using a little bit too much profanity on the air, and are they one and the same? I can't remember. Can you please remind me of that?
No, Gary is not banned from the show.
No, Rick was just imitating him like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, he's not James Gregory.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. James isn't banned.
He's talking about Bama Mark, I bet.
Oh,
That's possible.
Yeah,
Now,
that
that could be it.
Yeah,
That's
yeah. Now that
I'm
has
trying to remember who he is.
That has been a ban.
Yeah,
but Gary is alive and well on the show and sought after. I mean, I can't even go anywhere anymore. Some people, in the community, are a little bit jealous. But I mean, you think they'd be happy for you?
You would.
866 we be big. Let's go to Michael.
Sounds like it.
In Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Michael, go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing today, Monkey Grass?
Thanks for
thank
the
you,
call,
sir.
buddy.
Well, I was just giving y'all a call to let y'all know, like every morning I listen to y'all, and
Thank
y'all
you.
make my day that much brighter.
Well,
and,
thank you.
I just wanted to get y'all's intake on this big Auburn LSU game coming up this weekend. What y'all think is going to happen?
Well, I mean, there's two programs. I thought LSU looked really good in their debut. Auburn beat a top 10 team. That's big. This seems to be one of those games that it usually haunts one of the teams the rest of the season if the one that doesn't.
Anytime those teams play, weird things always happen.
Yeah.
We've had coaches fired right after the game. We've had one team declared a winner, and then after a replay, the other team's declared a winner with no time on the clock. We've had the earthquake game, had the fire game, had the five interceptions, three in the second half or something game. There's always something strange happens with this game. So I think everybody that goes to it just kind of goes in going, hey, I can't wait to see what's going to happen.
Last year it looked like that, Auburn was going to beat them, badly, and then it was a tale of two halves. And then, so I think one of these things that'll happen with LSU coming back last year, and then, of course, the rest of the season, even though Auburn did well the rest of the season, everybody kept saying, well, if I hadn't lost the LSU game, look at they'd be in this position right now or that position or whatever. And for LSU, with the new coach and a lot of changes, I think the LSU fans are kind of looking for that team to be a little more consistent and solidify. Are we back being a good team again where we are going to be a power in the West? And I think this game will tell Auburn fans whether the team has improved from last year or is it pretty much like it was, which means a good season but not a championship season. And LSU fans are looking to see, are we finally back? Are we better? Are we legit? And I think both programs will find out a lot about themselves when that game is over.
Yeah, after those the opening week victories by both teams, this will be the one to tell us which one's for real.
Right.
Right. Who's going to be a contender in the West?
Right. And it'll also be one of those days where you'll find out, is LSU really good? Is Miami really bad? Is Washington overrated? Or was Auburn pretty good?
They're playing in Auburn. Home field plays a big advantage in this game.
So we'll see. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is a story today. Bubba, could you please set it up for us?
Well, there was video that has been leaked out. It first was shown on the Breitbart website of
First phone troll of the week. We've thrown a lot of pitches already, and you can respond at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Also, keep emailing speedy@rickandbubba.com for the highest bid. Right now, phone troll, highest bid right now, $440. That's our highest bid right now. If you can do better than $440, you'd move into the number one position. Pick any group you want to hang out with at the Celebrity Pro-Am coming up on Wednesday. All right, so dial those in right now. We got our unnamed intern. He's trying his first time to work the phones. You can do it, man. It's going to be fine. All right, here we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG. The thing when I look at these new interns, when they start taking phone calls from the country and the world, is that he looks so innocent in there right now. Yeah. He doesn't know how strange it is out there. and now
he'll know soon.
It won't be long, and he'll know. Yep. So 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll go 30 seconds a pop. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. While you are dialing up and the unnamed intern takes your phone calls, carshield.com/Bubba. carshield.com/Bubba. If you're looking for peace of mind and you have an automobile that is no longer under warranty, if something goes south and something breaks and that little light comes up on the screen, that light might as well have $1,200 to $1,500 minimum. And it's going to come right out of your pocket unless it is a covered repair by your protection plan, because you were wise enough to go to carshield.com/Bubba and get that automobile protected. Also available to you, 24/7 roadside assistance. Also available to you, courtesy towing.
Also available to you, a rental car while yours is being repaired, and then paying the ASE certified mechanic of your choice directly on a covered repair. So you get 20% off your plan just because you're part of our family. So go to carshield.com/Bubba for that, or call 1-800-451-7776 and mention Bubba. You'll always be prepared for the unexpected. That link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, to the phones we go. Let's start with Jimmy. Jimmy is out of Flora, Mississippi. Jimmy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds, go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
After Speedy's things last week, I started thinking about what about 6 months from now, y'all find out he's got an addiction to that thing. You find out.
Oh, wow.
Sometimes God screens them.
Sometimes God screens.
I don't
Speedy
know.
had an addiction to it.
Look, it's actually, it looks like he's still there, but it has a weird color, and it won't allow me to see. Okay, there we go. That was weird. It went to a weird color.
Sometimes I think you just do that to mess with me because I can't see the screen.
Right, yeah. Well,
and it's a sick little thing you do.
Usually green means I'm ready. Blue means I'm ringing.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what yellow means.
Yellow sometimes means I'm on hold. I'm screened and I'm on hold.
Yeah, and see this is that same color.
Yeah.
It's a different color, but
Yeah,
anyway.
they like to play with colors, but normally if it's not blue, that means they've been screened and on hold.
Okay. So we do agree blue is ringing?
I do agree, yes.
Yeah. 866 We Be Big. Courtney, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. People's Courtney.
Courtney.
I won last. How are y'all?
Good.
I won last year, and I just wanted to tell the listening audience it was a phenomenal experience. Also, guys, the phones sound great. Just have to say that. This is my first time calling since those, but a few quick memories that I wanted to share from last year was Charles Barkley running up to Kirby Smart before the tournament. Rick, you were right there. You might have seen it when he congratulating him on beating Bama and just telling him thanks for not having to come down there and hear it again this year. Betty was, I said, well, look, Betty, Bubba hit a great shot because I rode with their team. And she said, well, a blind squirrel will find a nut every now and again.
That's my supportive wife right there.
There she is.
There's that perfect helper.
Yep.
It was great, y'all. It was an awesome experience. It's tax deductible. Y'all keep bidding. Got to beat what we did last year. So thanks for the experience, guys.
Thanks.
Thank
And
you.
Courtney, you know, the group did win third place.
There you go.
That's right.
So,
750
in the
the
hardware.
highest bid right now.
750 the highest bid right now. Your bid, Speedy at rickandbubba.com, and those will be emails only. Speedy at rickandbubba.com, 750 the current highest bid. David, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. It came to me like a nickname for the new intern, just for Greg, Intern Puppy Love.
You know, sometimes the time you choose to enter class
I
here,
know. It can, you know,
just you don't believe.
there's a lot worse names could go with that story.
Well, just the poor saps that came in when we were on the Beaver run.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, they paid a horrible price.
Yeah, we should have
Summer of Beaver.
Yeah,
we should have thought of that.
Just joining us.
866 We Be Big to Southside, Alabama, Z93. Charles is standing by. Charles, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, I got a Christmas question for you.
Interesting.
You've been doing this 30 years, right?
Well, we're in the middle. Well, we're 5 months. This is our 5th month of the 30th year. Yes.
So why not, for your best of CD, include a Christmas moment CD with like bits? I know y'all have had some Christmas moments in 30 years.
Oh boy, do
like
we!
Like the stories, Big Mickey Dean, the 2 stories Mickey Dean.
Yeah. During Christmas, leading up, normally during best ofs, I host a Christmas themed show, and I can do a couple actually, and there are some really good moments that really step out. Like, and some of them have already been on a best of CD. You know, Greg stepping through the attic, or you, Rick, when you were trying to get a Christmas tree and Big Love a haircut, all on the same trip. There's so many really good moments.
Yeah.
Mickey Dean has some classic storytelling.
I miss
Christmas
Mickey.
time.
Oh,
I do
yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Some great stories.
I've quoted a lot of Mickey's quotes because, you know, he was the first one I ever said. I'm not saying he's the only person that's ever said it. It's just the first one I've ever heard say it. That when you're
when you do what we do and you come from the part of the world we come from, you don't write comedy, you just report it.
Yeah.
And now more than ever, the Lord took him in his perfect time, but all I can think of is that Mickey missed a tremendous amount of material right now.
Boy,
did he.
He would have thrived in this.
I don't think he could have, though. I think you think
it may have been too much.
Yeah, you think Mickey could have walked through these times?
Oh, no,
when
he'd
people
have been canceled
right?
immediately.
With hypersensitive. I mean, can you imagine Mickey taking on the?
It was already tough, before he left us.
Well, let's just admit. I mean, right now we don't. I mean, there are things that are headlines right now when we come in here that if you had come to me a decade ago,
I would have thought.
I thought,
no way. I thought it'd been some kind of twisted skit.
You know, I would have said this. I said, no, I agree with you that that things are changing, but what you're talking about is absurd. I mean that's never going. We're never going to get there.
There's a difference in changing times and jumping off the edge.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen the
not that it's flat.
I've seen the hilarious meme, but just the one topic alone, and many people have had fun with this. I mean, if we were standing in a grocery store in 1976, okay, looking at the Wheaties box.
Oh, I know.
With Bruce Jenner on it as the world's greatest athlete.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, we noticed a person standing beside us.
Right.
Hello there. And says, by the way, I want you to know I'm an angel. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You always identify yourself. That's why I know you're not a demon.
Right.
I hear it.
Right. And you see that Wheaties box right there? Yes, I do. I do see that. One day, that person on the Wheaties box is going to be Caitlyn Jenner and will actually live his life as a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Would any of you?
No.
Any of you?
No one would have made that bet.
I would have said, and this is wrong because it would have been right. I would have said, you know what? I guess that really wasn't an angel.
Right.
You know it because there's no way.
I've been deceived.
You give me false information.
Right.
Yeah,
And then what if he said, no, I don't have time for the OJ stuff today, but I'll
I'll get back with you. You digest that and I'll get back with you.
Right. But yeah, I don't think any of us would have expected what is just commonplace now.
Yeah.
To have ever even been considered.
Right.
Yeah.
$1,001 is the highest bid right now.
$1,001 is the highest bid.
It's climbing.
It's climbing. And you can pick any of those groups. I'll keep reviewing those for you at this Wednesday's Celebrity Pro-Am. And also the show will be on the road and will be live from Greystone coming up this Wednesday. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A Google meeting shortly after the 2016 presidential election, and it shows the atmosphere of panic and dismay among the tech giants' leadership. And at one point, I know Sergi refers to TGIF, which would mean Friday, which would mean it was probably the Friday after the Tuesday election. If I just had to, piece that together. But you hear how destroyed these folks are by the election. And I remember the way I felt after the election night. And I had a totally different feeling. I just have to be honest.
Well, we keep, we've showed the footage over and over again of the woman there, at the mall in D.C.
At the swearing in.
Screaming at the swearing in. Is it, and now, so here's don't miss, this is a group that's coming under some scrutiny right now of saying that they limit the voice of conservative views through their platforms. And we've talked about, we think the free market should correct that. So I hope they hear that loud and clear. But now this is not going to help the accusation that they have very strong political views and they're not to the right.
No, and it was making the rounds late yesterday, but I wanted you to see it, Rick, because I knew you hadn't seen it.
I hadn't seen it, and that's all it is. He just wants me to see it.
So let's hear it.
All right, here
look at it.
All right, here it is.
Okay, folks, I know this is probably not the most joyous TGIF we have had.
This is Sergi.
And, let's face it, most people here are pretty upset and pretty sad for because of the election. But there's another group, small group, that we should also think about who are very excited about the legalization of pot.
That explains a lot.
I was asking if we could serve joints outside on the patio. Apparently these things take a little while to take effect. It's a huge, huge disappointment. I've been bemoaning that all week, I'll be honest with you. But anyway, on a more serious note, myself, as an immigrant and a refugee, I certainly find this election deeply offensive, and I know many of you do too. And I think it's a very stressful time, and it conflicts with many of our values. I think it's a good time to reflect on that, and we're going to hopefully share some thoughts today. I guess there are two dominant reasons to be upset. One is because so many people apparently don't share many of the values that we have.
I'm in touch with that
I guess
emotion.
We've known that for many months now. I mean, it's not like election terms, whether it was like 47.2% or 48.2% or whatever it was. It's always been a lot of people that apparently feel that way. But certainly confronting it firsthand is pretty upsetting. And secondly, confronting the reality of an administration that's now forming, and look, we have no idea what it's going to do, is the honest truth. Like, we have no idea what direction this country will take, whatever the past policy
Economic
proposals
boom.
are serious or not or whatnot. And it's a period of great uncertainty. And, it's uncertain for many of us here, especially immigrants or minorities, women, so many people, and just generally, people who, have kids and wonder about their world. So I don't have great answers for you up here today, but I think it's important that we chat about it and are thoughtful about it in the coming months.
Adler, if you can jump ahead to a couple of the other people and get up to speed.
There's more.
Yeah, Rick, yeah.
So he said that
it's good to hear from Eeyore.
He said Google's values. Is that what he said? Mm-hmm. The Trump winning the election goes against their values.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
It's 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big, our number. Thanks for being with us. All right, so $12.50 is now the highest bid. Speedy at rickandbubba.com. We're only going to go about another hour, and then we're cutting it off because we got to get everything organized and all of that. So if you want to play with any of the groups that Gene Hallman announced today, Bo Jackson, Taylor Hicks, Mike Mills with Scott McCarron, Greg McElroy, Daryl Moose Johnston with Justin Leonard, Hugh Freeze with Ernie Els, Nate Oates with Steve Stricker, and then Jim Furyk and Kirby Smart are the group that will feature Speedy and Bubba, which is Retief Goosen with Charles Barkley, Dale Murphy, and Trent Dilfer. And then the final one, John Daly, Riley Green, Randy Owen, Senator Tommy Tuberville. So you can pick any of those, including the one that Speedy and Bubba are with, and you can hang with them throughout their round. So the highest bid right now to Children's Hospital for the Celebrity Pro-Am, $12.50. So Speedy at rickandbubba.com. Well, Bubba, we have of course our Biden updates. There was a lot of murmur over the weekend. A lot of murmur.
Where'd it go?
Murmur.
Where'd it go?
A lot of murmur on that the president disappeared for 4 days, which most people in Washington, I know that, Bubba, you have some connections there, and we've some off-air conversations with people that would know, saying this is actually pretty normal, but he did not make the trip for the King's coronation.
with Great Britain, and that was a little bit of a Bobo no-no.
Well, you would think, Rick, if if you just announced you're running again,
right?
You're launching your campaign. What do they normally do? They hit the road.
Yeah.
I mean, they can't be seen in enough places when they launch their campaign.
On that note, DeSantis is now in.
Is he really?
He's in.
When
I'm
was that?
I'm sitting there yesterday, and all of a sudden, a DeSantis for president commercial comes on, and it shows him take a bumper sticker, DeSantis 2024, and he says, "I'm running for president."
Really?
So those
I
ads,
didn't see
I
that.
saw that over the weekend, and I'm like, so I'm with you. I'm like, did he do official announcement? But there's ads running that he's running for president, and I'm like, I don't know who did he say that, and I just thought that was odd. So anyway, I saw those over the weekend.
Well, and put all that on top of the fact that Biden has historically low public opinion ratings right now.
Mhm. Oh, yeah.
He is at 36%, which
Right.
is an all-time low for him,
Yep.
all-time low for presidents
Yep.
in the first term.
But many are saying the reason why. Now, did they ever give a reason why the president didn't go to the coronation and Jill Biden did, the first lady?
Well,
I knew they were going to make an excuse like he was so busy and has his nose to the grind, but I never heard anything other than he just didn't go.
Yeah.
And now we know why he didn't go, because Greg and I have a dad with Alzheimer's, and you pick and choose your battles.
Yeah.
But anyway, so
That would have been a tough one for
yeah,
him.
and if you don't believe that, here's MSNBC, where he continues to. God love him. I mean, it really does break your heart to see this happen with anybody who
Yeah, it
begins
does.
to struggle with
Yep.
this. Of course, most of them are not running the free world.
No.
Right. And asking
that's
to
the
run
difference.
it 4 more years.
And 1 in 4 more years.
Yeah,
and of course, he's not running it either, but yeah, you know what I mean.
And old number 2 ain't either.
You're right. No. So here is Biden again. Check the first 30 seconds of this interview with MSNBC.
For example, you're going to be able to get an Amtrak, and instead of going through the tunnel of Baltimore at 30 miles an hour because nothing's been done under the Chesapeake Bay under the Baltimore area for 80 years. They're going to be able to go to 100 miles an hour. They're going to see more. They're going to see railroads going from Syracuse to all the way down to New York, upstate New York. Anyway, to the city. But I guess what I'm saying, what I think that we're going to see is movement.
Maybe it's one sign that he's so excited about railroads.
Right. Yeah,
he is excited.
Yeah,
That's kind
good.
of movie.
That is a good one.
In a lot of ways.
That is good.
Now, I did get an email here, Rick, and I don't know if this is true or not, but it is interesting. It says it's actually precedent that a U.S. president never attends a British coronation.
Okay.
No president has ever attended.
What?
I don't know. That's what
Well,
they
there ain't
said.
been one in
100
years.
I was about to say.
I mean,
We had the
like the
last-
James we now and back in
Yeah, the last
1928
one was the last one was a
Is
long
this
time
still
ago.
us throwing shade at the king? I mean,
You
what's
had
that?
to take a ship over there.
Yeah, right.
So I don't know if the same, if that's a big example.
The Wright brothers hadn't flown yet.
I'm not sure I'd call that a precedent. But anyway, okay. But nobody ever said anything. That's what was weird. I couldn't. 'cause
Yeah,
don't-
I never heard that in any of the reports.
Bubba, here's the Biden not thinking about what he's saying. He's going to tell us why we keep giving him horrible approval ratings, okay? Because, his approval rate, even leftists who love the Democratic Party are like, his numbers are horrible. But he wants you to know why that is. Catch this reason.
Why do you think your polling is where it is?
Well, I don't think people, by the way, every major one who won re-election, their polling numbers were mine are now.
Put polling aside then, right? Sentiment in this country, despite all these wins, is not very
I
good.
think all they've heard is negative news for 3 years. Everything is negative. I'm not being critical of the press, but you turn on the television, the only way you're going to get a hit is if there's something negative. You don't. Anyway.
Well, there's been a lot. So,
Greg, you know what? If you really want to hear what he's saying, the reason why I'm getting negative ratings is because I'm doing a terrible
Yeah,
job.
I'm not doing it well.
all y'all
People are
keep,
actually talking
all
about
y'all keep hearing is bad things. Well, yeah, that's because we can all see what's happening to our economy. We can see what's happening to our country.
You mean the media that has coddled him at every turn along the way, with the possible exception of Fox News?
Right. Come on now. All right, now this is the one that has everybody concerned. I'll just let it run. Listen to what he says, because he gets challenged again on how the state of the crime and violence in our country. Now listen to this.
And you talk about fighting for the soul of America, but can we level set in terms of the soul of America? Right now, hate crimes are on the rise, random acts of gun violence. Women are under attack. Mr. President?
I'll do one. The answer is yes, because that's why we cannot let this election be one where the same man who was president 4 years ago becomes president again.
He couldn't think of his name, and he said
He
Obama.
almost said Obama.
What did that have to do with?
What did you see the staffer when
He's still blaming Trump for all of his
But he said Obama.
lack of being able to do anything.
Yeah, the handler tried to shut it all down, screaming in the background.
Yeah, did you
Yeah,
hear?
they didn't want that question.
They tried to interrupt. What I love, Greg, we said, I got this. And then he can't think the
And then he
president.
stumbles.
Then he can't think of the president's name.
I got it.
He knew he was supposed to
Or was
blame.
he trying to say Obama's the one calling the shots? Don't be mad at me.
I think you're right. You saw him say Obama. I mean, his mouth begins to say Obama, and then his mind goes, "That ain't right," and but he can't think of what is right.
Of America.
Watch.
But can we level set in terms of the soul of America? Right now, hate crimes are on the rise, random acts of gun violence. Women are under attack. Mr. President?
I'll do one. The answer is yes, because that's why we cannot let this election be one where the same man who was president 4 years ago becomes president again.
That's so silly. They're treating him like he's like Voldemort from Harry Potter. Don't say his name. He who must not be named.
Right. I mean, what are you trying to say, Beetlejuice?
Give me a break.
I'll tell you what they don't want him to say is what he tried to say, and that's Obama.
Yes, that's funny.
Now look at 1D. Don't question him, Bubba. Don't question him. He's going to tell you why he can't be questioned. All right, so just
Why would an 82-year-old Joe Biden be the right person for the most important job in the world?
Because I've acquired a hell of a lot of wisdom. I know more than the vast majority of people. I'm more experienced than anybody's ever run for the office. And I think I've proven myself to be honorable as well as also effective.
You've proved yourself.
Just because you've been on the public trough a long time, I don't know that means you're smarter.
It actually makes your lack of wisdom even more alarming. How can you still be so? And here's a 10-second beauty before we go to break concerning his son, Hunter Biden.
First of all, my son's done nothing wrong. I trust him. I have faith in him. And it impacts my presidency by making me feel proud of him.
See?
Wow.
Now, keep in mind, he just told us he has wisdom.
Yeah. Well, that kind of casts a little shallow on the other comment, doesn't it?
Some of the experts think he's kind of positioning himself to pardon Hunter.
Oh, well, yeah, of course. The Biden crime family's been
Why would you need to
out.
pardon somebody who hadn't done anything wrong?
There you go.
He's indicted, I guess. I don't know.
All right, so some of these approval ratings, we have comments from some people that are pro the Democratic Party, but I think they want to have a little bit of credibility still left in their lives. We may get to those either next or before the show's done. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What values?
Well, first, burning one before a meeting.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
So
which
not forget
apparently makes it more difficult to keep a thought pattern together when you
Yes.
speak.
Right.
Yeah.
And he made
would those values be working with the Chinese government to censor blacklisted content that they don't want their citizens to see?
And he was referring to immigration, talking about
Those
himself.
kind?
Did he sneak across the border? Did he come like in a van and tromps through the water? Like, that's what they're talking about. They're not talking about people who
this thing.
obviously he went through the system.
Trying to figure out what values.
This thing, when we're going to start vetting people at the border, that somehow that means that we're against legal immigration. That's a huge reach. I'd like to know how he came into the country. I think, maybe he did come in illegally. I don't know, but I don't think he did. But maybe he did. I don't know. Don't think he did. But I mean,
He probably got in under, and I don't know the story.
And he said he was
under
a refugee
status because he came from the Soviet Union.
Yeah, of course that hadn't changed.
But we were, at the time when he would have come in if he was a kid.
Yeah.
We were. If you were fleeing communism, you could get in.
Right. Well, we still allow you to come as a refugee. We just vet out
Right.
whether that's true or not.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
That hasn't stopped.
This is definitely going to hurt our podcast numbers this segment.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I want to take you back to 8:30 p.m. on Tuesday night. I was at home with friends and family watching the election returns. And as we started to see the direction of the voting, I reached out to someone close to me who was at the Javits Center where the big celebration was supposed to occur in New York City, someone who had been working on the campaign. And I just sent him a note and said, are you okay? It looks like it's going the wrong way. And I got back a very sad, short text that read, people are leaving, staff is crying, we're gonna lose. That was the first moment I really felt like we were gonna lose. And it was this massive kick in the gut that we were gonna lose. And it was really painful. And the thing that hit me, and I've talked about it here before, was like Sergey, my father was a refugee and we moved to this country, and as a child, what I was always told is he fought hard, worked hard to get my sister and brother and I to this country because he wanted us to grow up in a place unlike what he had, a place where you would never be discriminated against based on who you were, the color of your skin, your religion.
6 minutes past the hour. Look out, we're going to get you. Coming from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess is back, smelling like puppies. Helmsy's here. Eddie Van Adler's here. Unnamed intern is here. We got our first intern for the summer. We'll name him today. And then welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. And sitting here next to Greg, you get just a small whiff of milk.
You do, just a little bit of puppy breath. Oh, they call it puppy love. Buddha Greg is back. You hear me calling you Buddha Greg?
Yeah, I heard
you. Took puppy paternity leave?
I heard you.
Okay. Buddha
You
Greg.
had your fun.
So a couple of things. $12.50 still there?
Yes.
All right, $12.50 still the highest bid for the Celebrity Pro-Am coming up on Wednesday. So if you can bid more, you have about 47 minutes.
Yeah, Rick, I tried to coach somebody during the break a little bit because I know what they're doing, and I understand it.
That's fine.
But they're like, now, what's the highest bid? Okay, so when's my cut? It's almost like they're holding back, going to try to come in late, and we've seen that backfire on some folks. So go ahead and put it out there. You know what I mean? Because you could get in too late.
Yeah, and
That's all I'm saying.
Well, if you want to play games on trying to minimize your blessing, that's fine. That's not the way I'd go.
No.
You know? And what was it, Bubba? Was it who was it? And it was a great comment. I can't remember the pastor who said it when somebody asked him about tithing on gross versus net.
Yeah.
He said, well, you want a gross blessing or a net blessing?
Yeah. I think that was Rick Owsley said that.
I think it was Rick, yeah. So anyway, if y'all want to hold back, and play games with the kids at Children's Hospital, y'all go ahead if you feel good about that. But what I'd do is go ahead and step up, and if I got this is what I'd say, and I'd run everybody off, and then I'd start making my plans for Wednesday. But $12.50 is the highest bid, and this will be the last hour we take bids. You can send those to speedy@rickandbubba.com. We named all your choices. You may have missed that, and we'll recap those for you again in a little bit if you want to. All right, so here's the answer on the DeSantis ads that we're seeing. You know about the super PACs, Bubba.
Right.
And Gene and others that are emailing saying this is a super PAC trying to pressure DeSantis to announce. So, Gene, go ahead.
Yeah, I saw the same ad you did. It was a great one.
Yeah.
And it is one of the PACs. It is not sponsored by DeSantis. It is a independent political action committee. And, again, it was a beautiful ad.
And there must be some pressuring him not to run, the ones that look like they're Trump trying to discourage him from running. But there are other super PACs.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
There's some that are put out there by Trump that, definitely trying to knock down his competition. But this one was pro DeSantis.
So let me ask you this. I told Bubba I only saw it in passing. What caught my eye was when it said DeSantis for president 2024. And I'm like, I should have been paying attention to this. Right. But there's one scene. Is it a Trump bumper sticker they're putting the bumper sticker over, or is it a Biden one?
Yes.
Is it Trump?
Yes, they're putting a DeSantis sticker over the Trump sticker.
I thought it was. That's what Sherry said that. And I thought that was right.
Do you think he's not running because he doesn't want to lose? Do you think he thinks it'll be too divisive? Because if Trump wins the nomination, you would get in line and support him, right?
Right, yeah.
And, I was thinking about it. Ronald Reagan, who, I think, at least in my opinion, was the greatest president we've had in my lifetime.
In our lifetime, no doubt.
He lost running for president to Gerald Ford.
Patriot. Right.
And I remember the speech he gave at the Republican convention about coming together and supporting Ford after it was over, and everybody was thinking, wow, we just nominated the wrong guy.
Right.
But it wasn't his time.
It wasn't his time.
I think that loss made him a better candidate the next time around.
Well, the difference in that is Ronald Reagan versus Donald Trump. Well, Ronald Reagan got in line with the party and tried to get Gerald Ford elected. Trump is going to pull off all his supporters and be an independent, and he's not going to let it go. And that's one of the things that are good about Trump when he gets things done, but it's also one of the things that's bad about him. You got to take it all. You got to take the good and the bad. And I think the reason why DeSantis and his camp have not officially announced is they're weighing this isn't a normal thing like the thing you just mentioned with Ronald Reagan.
Right.
In this case, if I don't win, then yes, we'll be okay.
But if I do win, Trump getting out and trumping for DeSantis is not going to happen.
Right.
And that's the risk you take.
There's some new polling data out this morning. I saw it on one of the early morning TV shows that said in a head-to-head matchup with Biden, Trump wins now. And that has flip-flopped in the past 2 weeks.
We'll get to the twos here because that kind of puts us in the twos, Bubba. I'm saying videos. So look at this. I mean, does anybody think that George Stephanopoulos is pro the conservative party?
No.
All right, so he wants it to be okay, but to your point, Bubba, now this head-to-head looks different, and it's things like this. Here's ABC's George, and I call him Snuffleupagus.
Yep. Close enough.
Like that thing on Sesame Street. He is saying the numbers are not pretty for Biden. Here we go.
This poll is just brutal for President Biden.
Absolutely, George. And you talked earlier about that record low approval rating for President Biden. It's actually 6 points down just since February. And the skepticism over his leadership extends deep inside his own party. Only 36% of Democrats think that their party should nominate Joe Biden for a second term. 58% say they would support someone else or prefer someone else. That's despite the fact that the entire DNC and most of the Democratic establishment has rallied behind President Biden. And you're seeing real weaknesses in the coalition that powered Joe Biden to the presidency back in 2020. Biden carried independents by 13 points against Donald Trump. He is now trailing Trump by 9 points among those same voters. He carried black voters by 75 points in 2020. Now he is up just 35. That may sound like a lot, but the fact of the matter is, in modern politics, that is not the kind of number that a Democrat needs to be victorious.
So then he went to the head-to-head. So is there any need for 2B? Did he hit? I mean, we want to make the point that it says it's a career low, but he has set a record, right? Because he keeps telling us that his numbers look like just everybody else who was trying to go for a second term. So let's play that. Okay, so here it is.
President Biden is facing his lowest approval rating yet and trailing behind top Republican contenders in a potential 2024 matchup. A new ABC News Washington Post poll finding only 36% of Americans approve of the president. Not only his career low, but numerically the lowest on record for any first-term president, a year and a half from the next presidential election.
So you need to make a note of that. He keeps telling us that he's not setting any records. He actually is.
In the wrong way.
It's the lowest. And I was going to ask you, this is the question I was going to ask you. So I saw the DeSantis ad. We've answered that. That's a PAC trying to pressure him to run, try to get everybody fired up. Do y'all realize that, and I don't even think he's acting anymore because this is, and I may be wrong about that. Did y'all know that Richard Dreyfuss has now become this commentator saying this country is going down the tubes?
Yeah.
And he's not a conservative or
No,
never
I
has
haven't
been.
heard him.
But what he is a constitutionalist, and he's screaming.
He's written a book.
You've written a book saying we have too many Americans. He goes, you don't know the Constitution. Right. You don't know what our country is and how we're supposed to function. You don't understand the republic. You don't understand the importance of the people having a small tyrannical central government, the people having the right to express their views. He said, y'all don't understand that these things that we're doing will totally dismantle this country. I mean, he's really, you know,
in the Academy Awards, you see where he got them, because now they're saying in order to be nominated, you must have a certain percentage of what they call it, unrepresented people in the movie, working on the movie.
He went after him on that.
Oh, he
too.
went crazy.
He said
that's
he said
it makes him want to vomit.
He said, I'm an artist. How can you tell an artist what they can and can't do?
Yeah.
Right. I tell you who did that. It was called fascist.
Yeah.
They got involved in everything. They told you what plays you could do. They told you what books you could read.
That's what you get.
They told you who you can like and who you can hate. And then of course now keep in mind, fascists always call the opposition fascist. Yes. Always.
Yeah.
We know, and we've had a lot of good teachers, but somewhere along the line, our education system is failing us as a whole.
Well, yeah.
Yes. When these things are true, and like last week, we had the story that the Colorado Education Association voted and put out a statement that was condemning capitalism.
Yeah.
And said it needed to be replaced with another system. Well, there's only one that really does that. That's communism.
Correct.
Yeah. And it has failed.
Yeah.
You know, the point is we don't show, and I could see where we've always said socialism, communism is an easy sell to the uninformed masses. That's the key, uninformed.
Yep.
But if you look at history and you look at the failings of this, people would go, well, there's no way that works. Look, capitalism is not perfect, but it has done a lot of good things, and that's the things you need to look at.
Well, tell the whole story, the good and the bad.
Yeah.
But don't leave out the good.
Right.
So we'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. The new number, the highest bid for Children's Hospital now, $2,500. $2,500 is the highest bid. So if you can beat that, that'd be great. If not, then you're out at this point. $2,500, the highest bid.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Starting in 2024, films will be required to meet new inclusion standards to be eligible for the Academy Awards for Best Picture. They'll have to have a certain percentage of actors or crew from underrepresented racial and ethnic groups. What do you think of these new inclusion standards for films?
They make me vomit
Why?
because this is an art form. It's also a form of commerce, and it makes money, but it's an art. And no one should be telling me as an artist that I have to give in to the latest, most current idea of what morality is.
Bubba Bussy. I guess what I would say with all the hyperbole now that you see this, and of course we're not surprised by this. Sadly, this is right when we're trying to move our podcast to number one on the charts, and Google Play probably not. Will probably take our podcast and eradicate it from existence. But because even though they wouldn't do those things, and they certainly don't have strong political views, this video should really clarify that we.
Do you think those people you've heard talk would go in behind closed doors, and they have the control panels that run all this, that they would stack the deck against you? That's all I'm asking. Do you think that?
Can y'all please subscribe real quick before it's ripped away? We're just playing back their own meeting. I would just say this, and I certainly am not. I really, and I know we all have different bias, and there's certainly a political view that I lean toward more than another, especially nowadays. There's nothing the Democratic Party in its current form that they stand for that I think I could get behind. I'm sure that maybe there's nothing that I'm aware of on the big things that matter to me as far as principles. But the Republican Party, of course, isn't perfect either, and there's certainly people and certainly things the president does that I don't agree with. But this hyperbole and this Chicken Little, the sky is falling. I would just like to ask this question based on the things that we've heard inside this meeting, and we continue to hear. If you are watching this show or listening to this broadcast, or maybe you're a person that does a combination of both, I hope so, and you are female, you are a minority, and you are an immigrant to this country, legally, has Donald Trump destroyed your life? I mean, what has he done that has made your life tougher? And let me ask a more uncomfortable question. Are some of the things that are being implemented right now through this administration, we don't have a king. Donald, all presidents probably get too much blame and too much credit.
I agree.
Okay, but they are a leader of what's going on in the country at a time to try to see if they can manage it all.
They become the mascot.
Right, yeah.
And the bully pulpit.
And they certainly should be held accountable. And like I remember even our dad, who was a head football coach, he said head football coaches get too much blame and too much credit. And he said, but when it comes down to it, when you're the person in charge, you should stand up and take the blame, though. That's what leaders do. But so I guess I just have to ask the question, in a constitutional republic, I've had presidents that served that I didn't like at all as human beings, and then I liked as human beings, but hated their view of our country, hated their view of taxes, hated their view of the size of government. But I got to tell you, because of the masterful setup of our founding fathers, I really still got through it in a way that was nothing like what people are living in communist countries and socialist countries, even on its worst day.
Yeah.
And they act like that somehow a president could take over
and destroy their and then there's the other thing, like Speedy had kind of alluded to. They want us to know that it's their worldview that truly is moralistic. Now, I would find some things in there that I would, first of all, the first thing the guy's telling us who's running the company is, I wish we could all go smoke a J today.
Right.
But I would just like for somebody to make the case when it comes to these wonderful people that we'd all should embrace and would want our children to grow up to be like. Are you telling me that the Clintons are the kind of people I want my children to be, and you're telling me that Donald Trump is worse than the Clintons? I mean, do you really act like that we had this choice in this election between there was one wonderful person and one evil person? I mean, is that what I'm supposed to believe? Does anybody see the things?
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Bubba, I have good news for you. I can take the King's Coronation and give it to you in 3 minutes.
Yeah, I want to see that.
Yeah, so Adler's got us a little 3-minute look back on it. Update, $2,500 is now the highest bid to Children's Hospital for you to be walking with whatever group you want to. Here's your selections. You can walk with Scott McCarron and Bo Jackson, Taylor Hicks, and Mike Mills from REM. You can walk with Justin Leonard, Greg McElroy, and I say walk, you'll be in a cart. You can go with them throughout their round. Daryl Moose Johnston. You can be with Ernie Els and Hugh Freeze, Steve Stricker, Nate Oates, Jim Furyk, and Kirby Smart. Bubba and Speedy will be with Retief Goosen, Charles Barkley, Dale Murphy, and Trent Dilfer, and then John Daly, Riley Green, Randy Owen, and Senator Tommy Tuberville. Any of those you can pick if you're the highest bidder, and you will spend the round with them and travel with them throughout their round and have a good time. So, and you're helping Children's Hospital. So $2,500, the highest bid. At the end of this hour, bids will be over.
And, Rick, most important in that group, the lovely Betty Lou Bussey.
Right. She will be traveling also with Bubba and Speedy's group. Coronation of King Charles. It happened over the weekend. I didn't see much of it. By the time I saw it, everything was over, and there was just that big line of everything with everybody waving in their carriages. So I didn't see anything that was important, I don't think. So in 3 minutes, Adler, this is what is this?
Yes, this is the coronation. In case you guys missed it, it's the coronation in 3 minutes. And now a lot of this has audio, but some of it just has the little description at the bottom of the screen here. So I was thinking that maybe Greg could read this in that CNN lady's voice. It's like, oh my goodness, the next thing that happened, that
Right.
kind of thing.
Okay.
If Greg or I could or whatever.
I've never heard the woman.
Okay.
We've made fun of her on the show before.
We have. Yeah. She's way over the top.
Yeah, she's super over the top. Anyway, here it is. King Charles III's coronation took place in London on May 6th. All right, Greg, you take it from here, buddy.
I don't.
All right.
Go ahead, Greg. The celebration. Go ahead, Greg.
I don't, who am I supposed to be doing?
Just read the bottom of the screen.
Okay. In a break from tradition, King Charles and Queen Camilla traveled in a Diamond Jubilee state coach.
That's good, Greg.
They said that thing wore.
Over 2,000 guests from 203 countries were invited to this religious ceremony.
It's religious?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's
looking good.
There's Camilla Bow Wow.
There's
all right.
That's what I
You
thought.
think with all that robe on, he'd comb his hair.
I know. Well,
Did y'all see the part where they were trying to fit the crown on his big old head?
yeah, I was just going to say that. Did we not ever fit the crown to the person?
Your undoubted king.
Ceremony conducted by the Archbishop of Canterbury started with recognition.
That's good, Greg.
You like
Are
that?
you willing to do the same? Will you solemnly promise and
Look at
swear to govern the peoples of
King
the
Charles
United
then
Kingdom
took the
of Great
coronation
Britain and
oath.
Northern Ireland,
I think
your
when
other
there's no
realms
audio.
and
Yeah, Greg,
to any of
no,
them
it's still
belonging or
there.
pertaining, according to their respective laws and customs.
I solemnly promise so to do.
I solemnly promise that to do.
We've been waiting a long
Oh, his hands. Why are his fingers so swollen?
I know. We noticed that last time. But I'm with y'all. I thought the crown didn't fit as well as it should have.
They had a
Is he
hard time
getting
getting his
naked?
head
What's
on
going
there.
on? Why is this screen up?
Look at all that.
This is.
So it's been a long time since they had to do one of these.
Yeah, they had to dig all that stuff out.
Right. Yeah.
So the crown didn't fit.
It's just kind of awkward on there. It doesn't.
Wow, look at that
Oh, the
scepter.
scepter.
Oh, here goes the crown.
Watch it. It doesn't fit
Oh,
like you want it
try
to.
that big knob.
And you just think if you're that guy, there's a lot of pressure because if it falls off, I mean,
Yes.
shows like ours just keep watching it over and over. All right.
Oh, he's
Okay,
smashing
tight,
it.
it's a little tight.
God save the king!
I, William, Prince of Wales, pledge my loyalty to you, and faith and truth I will bear unto you.
I'd look at the card.
Yes, that hurt.
I now invite those who wish to offer their support to do so, with a moment of private reflection, by joining in saying, God save King Charles at the end, or for those with the words before them, to recite them in full.
Bubba.
May thy servant Camilla, who wears this crown, be filled
That
by
one
thine
really doesn't
abundant
fit.
grace.
Look, she's fixing her hair under it.
That was awkward.
Can I tell you?
There they go.
Please look at the
For,
golden
for all,
chariot.
hey,
Look
listen.
at that chariot. I'm sorry.
4 tons it weighs. 4
What?
tons. How about this? Hey, Adler. Has Camilla, for all the women on the side everywhere, probably one of the greatest women on the side accomplishments ever.
Probably.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rick, she earned it.
It's a,
Yes,
Yo,
yes, she
I
did.
mean, in today's world, that just looks so goofy.
It really does.
You know? I'm
Oh,
all
man, I
dressed
thought
up
Monica
in these-
Lewinsky accomplished a lot. Okay.
all right.
Well, you
okay.
know.
Now you're going too far.
Necessary. That wasn't
That was
necessary.
not necessary.
That was
going way too
You
far.
know, the show was going well, his mic.
I know.
So sorry. All right, I am turning it up.
But something about the big old hat and it just looks cool.
Well, Greg, because you know why you think
Well, this
that.
is what they do. It's been passed down for thousands of years. And that's why they keep doing it.
Can I
and
tell
back
you?
in the 1920s, the last time they did it, it actually looked sharp.
Can I
You know,
tell you
laser
why you don't understand it? Can I tell you why? Because running through your veins is the blood of people like Patrick Henry.
Mm-hmm.
Give me liberty or give me death. Tyranny out.
Yeah.
Earthly kings, thumbs down.
Yeah.
And but again, this is something the British like and they enjoy it. And it's their thing.
Oh, sure.
Look,
Nice-
if the king
nice
hadn't been
chariot.
so unreasonable, we'd still be British citizens today.
Well, tyrannical governments always overplay their hands, and we're experiencing that right now in this country. What we're trying to do is go back to a tyrannical government. It's not a king. We're just the central government's now the king.
Yeah.
The federal government provides everything. And, of course, as we were warned by our founders, if they get to the point they can give you everything, they can take everything away.
Yep.
Did how old is Charles?
75?
Of course, if he's got the genetics of his mom, he'll be hanging in there a good while.
Yeah, I heard somebody say if it's anything like hers, that still gives him like 20 years.
Yeah, you know, William reached in there probably thinking, yeah, I'm next, but way that, you know, Mom hung in there to the late 90s.
Oh, yeah.
They really did have to jam it on his head.
Yeah, look at him. Look at him.
That is awkward.
They're having to adjust. And we wish the crown fit better.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean,
you didn't have it.
You know why?
Just like Speedy talked about, I mean, we're seeing right now that Google does, you know, you would think Google would say, we're here for the downtrodden. But then when the Chinese government says we want certain things blacked out where our citizens who are under our tyranny cannot access, they go along with it. And then they're going to turn around and tell us that somehow they're the ones who are there for those who are downtrodden. I guess unless you're under the tyranny of the Chinese government. I mean, where is this high road?
Well, it seems a little inconsistent with.
It's got its own speaker in
there.
there.
It seems a little inconsistent with the way they deal with the Chinese and the way they accuse our government of acting. Or at this point, it's just potentially acting. They don't even know. I mean, Trump hadn't been sworn in when you saw that.
Our government is set up. I promise you, Donald Trump's not going to get you. He's not a king.
Yeah, he's limited.
We have checks and balances. And if anytime a president goes in and we're all in morbid, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? Thank the founding fathers. They can't just do whatever they want to do.
Rick, also, you know, we've all, and I can relate to the way that some of those people are feeling. We've all we have people we want to see win elections, and we win some and we lose some. And I know how they feel. I've had mornings I woke up just like they were. But you know what? I got over it and just went on and did what I had to do. And, another election will come.
But we got to be truthful. When a country says we've got to do something about illegal immigration, you can't pretend like that also affects legal immigration. You got to stop doing that. Well, my family came here. Well, yeah, if you came here legally, praise the Lord. If you were a refugee, praise the Lord. But that's different than I'm just running across the border and I'm illegal. And how about this? And I'm now infiltrating your society, and I can come from anywhere with any agenda, and my agenda may not be anything other than I want a better life. But by golly, we have the right to find out. That's not evil, and that's not immoral to say we'd like to know who's coming into this country, and we'd like to know something about you before we just turn you loose in here.
You realize
that's not immoral.
Their position of morality and what's right is pretty much based on anything goes.
Right.
Anything goes. The only thing they don't think is okay is if you disagree with them. And you saw that. That's the only sin you can commit is to disagree with them.
That's correct.
And as far as everything else, anything goes. They want you to be able to do drugs. They want you to be able to do whatever, live with whoever, do whatever, come in, come go, whatever you want to do. It's anything goes. Anything goes is not a high moral position. I hate to break that to y'all. That's a crazy position is what
that's
that
no
is.
morals at all.
It's diluted. Yeah, it's diluted. It's
the removal of morality cannot somehow be moral.
Correct.
No, you have to have some standard you're going by.
Right. But I think the caveat you just threw in, you must listen to because it is important. We've said it, but I don't know that it's been said in a nutshell that way where you can really take it. They believe anything is okay except disagreeing with them.
Yep. That's the only problem they have in that meeting right there. If you don't believe like I do, I got a problem with you. And that's not morality.
No, and it also isn't anybody can do whatever they want to because now you're stopping one thing and that's disagreeing with you.
It's a hypocritical position is what it is. I hate to be that guy who has to point that out.
So Willie, $35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Thank you for being with us. Does everybody know, and we just talked about this, so we were celebrating Camtastic's college graduation last night with the Thompson family, our future in-laws. And there was a delicious canned drink that was a soft drink, and I noticed that it didn't have like a brand on it. And I said, man, this is really good. It was like a cherry limeade, and I said, man, this is really good. And of course, my future in-laws said, well, we just that's just the old Sam's Club brand. And I said, this is likely a dupe. And
the dupe.
And they said the dupe, and I said, yeah, this is probably a brand name drink, and you pay more if you get the can that has the brand name on it, and you pay less if it doesn't, but it's the same exact drink. Well, there's a lot of that out there, and when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba, don't let these people with these brand names force you to pay more for premium audio earbuds when buyraycon.com/Bubba, these are just as good and in some cases better for about half the price. And then we get you another 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. You will love the essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, 3 customizable sound profiles. You know, if you're listening to our podcast archives, you know, you'd have one setting. If you're about to listen to a little bass, you'd go to another setting. Sometimes this show gives you both. And so they have buy now, pay later options if that works for you. They fit much more discreet than some of the other brands. They're more comfortable. They won't fall out if you're exercising while listening. So why don't you go now to buyraycon.com/Bubba. The Rick and Bubba audience and Rick and Bubba family are in love with these earbuds. And we get you an additional 15% off. Also find rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, the link you need. Bubba, let's say hello. It's been a while since we've had an intern. And Rick and Bubba University is back meeting on campus, and we've finally settled into the No Name studio. And Adrian Wesley he wants to go to Rick and Bubba University and earn his degree in common sense. He is currently attending the University of Alabama, a Row Tide. He's studying news media with a sports concentration. He attended Westbrook High School. So, Adrian, welcome to Rick and Bubba University.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all for having me. I truly appreciate it.
It's our pleasure. And I met Adrian, as a matter of fact, and he told me he desired to try to get into the field. And I said, well, an internship with us, when you get ready to get it for college credit, would be a great step. And I see you have taken us up on that.
Yes, sir. Yeah. I mean, it's a great opportunity. My papa listened a lot when I was growing up, so I'm very familiar with y'all. And I'm just happy to be here.
And you still came.
After all that, and you still came. Huh?
So decided to show.
So what are some things you know? So you're familiar with how the nickname, how it works?
I've heard about it. Yes, sir. Yeah, I've heard about it here and there.
So we can already go. You know, he's at Alabama. Okay, we can do that. He wants to be in news media / sports. You know, broadcasting. So we got that. You got any hobbies you have of any kind? Things that
or
like
what about other nicknames?
Yeah, you ever had a nickname? That's a good.
Yeah, I actually got a nickname of mine tattooed on me. It's Puka. That's what my family calls me, is Puka.
All right, Puka. Can you tell us?
You got a tattoo, so it's gonna stick.
Yeah.
Can you tell us the history of Puka?
Yeah. I mean, just my mama and my mama just always kind of called me Puka. It started with Puka Nini, and that was a little too much. So yeah, it reverted to Puka.
I kind of like Pucanini myself.
And I'd like to know the location of the tattoo.
Left arm.
Okay.
First tattoo, actually.
Yeah. So Puka.
Puka.
So I guess just you being a little boy, they're like, come over here, Puka.
Come over here, Puka. Yeah, I'll do it.
Oh, I like Puka.
All right, Puka.
I like Puka.
Now, what is the necklace?
How about Winnie the Puka?
The necklace? It's a Harry Potter necklace that somebody special gave me.
Okay. Somebody special.
Yeah, somebody special.
Somebody special.
Hey, Puka, I hear you. Yeah, for
Look
sure.
at Puka.
Look at Puka.
Yeah. Puka got a special necklace.
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter.
All right, so there's that whole.
That's a whole
Harry
genre
Puka.
there.
Yeah, that's funny. Harry Puka is funny.
Harry Puka, I like that.
Of course, I don't know. Those two words maybe shouldn't be together. But anyway,
we did have some of the people.
Adler, you keep this up, your mic will come back on.
I know.
All right, so that's what about hobbies? Things you do that might be of interest to people. The Harry Potter, I guess, is one.
Yes, sports. Like I'm always going to the Bama games.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide. Watch a lot of Netflix. Yeah, Netflix and sports are my main.
Oh, really?
My main things, yes, sir.
Is football your favorite sport?
It is, yes, sir. I watch a lot of basketball too, though. Like right now, like I'm watching the playoffs, the NBA playoffs.
Who you like? Okay.
I'm a Warriors fan.
Really?
Yeah, I've been going for Steph, and it's kind of bandwagon since
2014,
though. I mean, I've been on the team. I've been on the ride. I've been on the ride.
At your
started as a bandwagon.
Well, how about this? At your age, you can get away with this. Now, if you had been pulling for them back when Bubba and I were growing up,
right?
Well,
they were rough.
When Rick Barry played for them,
they were rough.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of like you. I like watching them because they've really changed the game as far as the 3-point line.
Oh, for sure. And they're very entertaining.
All right, so
when they get hot, they're entertaining.
So you like sports?
There's other games that are very sad.
And you like Netflix. What do you like on Netflix? What do you normally watch?
I'm big on Walking Dead. I watch Walking Dead.
You caught up?
I'm finished.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm finished.
Okay. All right.
How about Drive to Survive? The Formula One.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. Is that good?
Oh, yeah.
Why would you think he won't? Well, I'm just
No,
saying.
I wasn't interested in Formula One racing at all.
None of us are
and I got
interested
to
in that.
watching that, and it's behind the
got you
scenes.
hooked. Hey.
The technology they have is incredible.
Rick, see, you're going to be surprised. You're going to like it.
Formula One.
It's not about that.
Very
It's not-
entertaining.
it's
but
about-
it's everything that
It's about the
Behind the
drivers,
scenes.
the cutthroat
Big
business.
money.
So it
Yeah.
could be
Big
because
money.
I would rather watch a documentary on something than actually watch the thing the documentary's about.
Right, yeah.
So
That's
maybe
kind of it. Yeah,
No, I'll never watch a F1 race, but I will.
Okay.
I watch
behind the
this
music
every year.
of Formula
What's it called?
Drive to Survive.
I'll try it.
Formula One.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to check that out.
We'll try it. Me and Pookie will try it.
Puka.
Puka, not
Puka with an A.
Greg, me and Pookie will watch it.
Yeah, Pooka, check it out.
Oh, Harry Puka.
We've known some Pookies. That's
We
why.
have known some
Yeah.
Pookies, yeah. All right,
It's gonna
so
be a hard habit to break.
So there's a lot to work with, and you can start getting us your suggestions. So what we do, what we do, Adrian, is we have everybody give suggestions.
Yes, sir.
Then we break it down to the final, say, 3 or 4.
Okay.
And then we let the audience vote, and they will actually name you,
Yes, sir.
which
Yeah,
is
that
kind
sounds
of a scary thought.
That's fine with me.
Every email, and I
Yeah,
just
it's
hit
not
and got
always good.
7. Puka Potter is number 1.
That's
Puka
a Potter.
Potter.
All right, so we'll write that one down.
Puka Potter.
Puka Potter.
PP.
That's going to be hard to beat. I like that better than Harry Puka.
Yeah.
For all kinds of reasons. All right, so
Flow's better.
Yeah.
Well, Golden State has the Splash Brothers. So what about Splash Puka?
Splash Puka.
Okay.
That's fair.
Okay.
All right.
How about Puka Splash?
All right, we'll just throw Splash in there somewhere. Not sure how.
I like just Flash by itself, but you're saying that's too much like what they're already doing. All right, so Puka Potter, Splash or Splash Puka, and then of course you have. See, I don't know enough about the Harry Potter thing. There's probably all kinds of names. And
Well, that's
stuff.
why we'll have to get the people enlightened.
We'll get the people involved. So 866 We Be Big if you want to give suggestions.
Oh, it's been a long time
Or
since we got to
email.
name an intern.
You can do either. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll break them down, and then we'll try to get a vote in. And so, what are you hoping to learn while you're here today, Adrian, or here during the internship? What do you want to take away from all this?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I was trying to see how to be professional, like go about it as a professional.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, you may be at the wrong place for
Yeah.
that.
Doggone it, Adrian. I mean,
We'll try. We'll try.
No, you are good.
We'll show you the real world, but
Okay.
you'll find that when you get out there, you'll go, well, this doesn't feel like that Rick and Bubba bunch that much.
Right.
But we can help you with the things you should expect. Though.
Yes, sir.
Even though you won't see them here, probably.
Yeah.
With his name being Adrian, what about, it's just a suggestion. Yo, Adrian, I did it.
What about intern?
Rocky?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Rocky.
Rocky.
Have we ever had a Rocky? We had a Rocky Tracy.
Yeah, I don't think we
No,
have
that
a
would be the
Rocky.
whole name. Intern, yo, Adrian, I did it.
Yo,
Okay.
Is that how you
Adrian,
do
I
it
did
while you're chewing your thumb?
Yeah.
I mean, your thumb.
Do I have
your
to
tongue.
say, like when I say he's on the phones or he's here with us, I have to say it that way every
The
time?
whole thing that way.
On the
Yeah.
phones is
Yo, Adrian, I did it. On the
Just a
phone, taking your
suggestion.
phone calls right now.
Well, that
Intern,
didn't
Yo,
sound like
Adrian,
Rocky.
I
That
did
sounded
it.
like Barkley.
It did.
It really did.
Hey, I don't know about
Rick,
this kid. I don't know if
where's
he's
Adrian?
right for this. I don't think he knows what he's getting himself into.
That's your Charles Barkley.
It's
Speedy
a combination of various things. Speedy and go.
How you doing, Rick?
Yeah, never mind. Never mind.
Hey, Rick. Why ain't Bubba playing?
Speedy's man of
the man of a thousand voices.
Is that not good?
And they all sound the exact same.
All right, so Rick, the Pukas that are coming in are you got the Harry Puka, you got Puka Potter, which is number 1, Puka 4000.
That's good.
Rocky Puka,
That's good.
Walking Puka because he loves the Walking Dead.
All those are good.
Anything with Puka is on.
All right. So we'll try to narrow it down and take a vote when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Always these things whenever you're in the entertainment business.
And she loves him in spite of his ways that she don't understand.
Go, Willie. Or morally or anything like that. And people in Texas are saying that Willie has crossed the line with them because it's one thing for Willie to be a little on the liberal side politically, but when he is going as far as now headlining a fundraiser for a Democratic Senate contender who will be running against
that people are not happy.
Well, I don't.
Mad.
Willie's been around long enough. I doubt he cares. Really.
I don't think he does.
No.
I do not. As a matter of fact, somebody said that he was on his way to help the folks at Google with their problem on what was not available outside for the break room. But anyway, I don't think Willie cares. I think if you ever were going to make Willie care about what he does or does not do and how it affects his music and his concert tickets, that opportunity closed a long time ago.
I think
Once
so.
he got them taxes caught up.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, so
Remember, he got a little behind.
Yeah,
yes, he did.
Yep.
Bubba, would you
I mean, if you want to be patriotic and part of the process, that's a good place to start. At least just get your taxes cleared up, you know.
And I think he had the tax album. It covered it.
Right. And
Did he call it
and
the
tour.
tax
Yeah,
album?
something like that.
Yep. So he said, this is not helping.
Hey, I love the biofuel now part of it. He's been big in that.
Yeah.
What?
He's going to be what they call turnout for Texas. Now, this is where Texans are just grinding their teeth, is when Willie says, my wife Annie and I have met and spoken with this candidate.
There's the problem.
And we share his concern for the direction things are headed. He says he embodies, oh my goodness, a Democrat too. He embodies, running against Ted Cruz, what is special about Texas? An energy and integrity that is completely genuine.
What's the candidate's name? What's his first name?
B-E-T-O?
Beto?
Rick, you want me to translate that? His wife likes this guy.
The bingo.
Beto.
God,
She
Greg,
supports
so-
him, and she
so
said, Willie, you
gracious.
got a platform. You need to do
So
something.
true.
And he don't
Beto?
have to hear it all. He'd rather be out there burning one.
B-E-T-O?
A guy from Texas named Beto?
Philo Beto.
Yeah.
Remember, any which way but lose.
That's what I was thinking, too.
Well, this is
Friends
first
call
name.
him that.
If this is true, says one Willie Nelson fan, after 45 years with the red-handed stranger,
You went through that in there.
I am done. Bye, Willie. Because that's one of his nicknames.
You know-
right? Greg, the red-headed stranger.
Oh, yeah, the redheaded stranger. Everybody-
This buy one, get one free MyPillow 2.0 deal. So Rick and Bubba family, say hello to Adrian Wesley, University of Alabama student, news, media, sports concentration, Westbrook High School. Now entered Rick and Bubba University. He wants his degree in common sense. He wants to learn the ropes for his internship in college. A number of you have already tried to help. Some things we found out right now with some nicknames. Let's try phones, get a couple of those to consider. Let's go to Charlie before we go to the vote. Charlie, any suggestion for intern Adrian Wesley?
Yeah, guys, I was thinking about the Harry Potter stuff, and I came up to I was thinking either Professor Puka or instead of Volt, Puka Mort.
I couldn't understand him. This we
How
need.
about Puka needs a new song?
Yeah, did he say Professor Puka?
I think he said Puka Mort, like Voldemort. I
Okay.
couldn't hear that first part.
Okay.
I kind of got that.
You know
last
about
part.
old Voldemort, Rick.
Yeah, Puka Mort.
I don't.
Scott in Tuscaloosa. Scott, go ahead. What's your suggestion?
Good morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
Sometimes if you're taking a test and you got multiple choice, you go with the first answer that you come to. If you second guess yourself, you get it wrong so many times. And Rick, I think right out the gate, you said Winnie the Pooka, and my wife is very fond of that one, so we're gonna go with that one.
Yeah, the only problem is we actually had an intern name Winnie the Pooh one time. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, or Pooh something. That would be my only. You're right. I did like that one too, but that was my only hesitation. Is we've had a Winnie the Pooh themed intern one time. We did something the Pooh.
Okay.
Let's go to Chris in Albertville. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I was thinking, I heard you say Winnie the Pooka too, and then it dawned on me that you had an intern Winnie the Pooh, so I would go with Pukamore.
Pukamore, that's what that guy said.
Yeah, that's what he said, yeah.
Pukamore. I don't mind that. Let's go to Florida. Neil, go ahead.
How about Hocus Pocus?
I think I think that's got potential for terrible problems with all of our speech. Yeah, I don't think we can handle that one and our inability to speak clear. Justin, Albertville. Justin, go ahead. Z93.
Hey, how about Netflix and Puka?
Netflix and Puka. That's kind of good.
What does that matter? I don't understand.
Hey, there's like Netflix and chill.
That's a thing that people do.
Say it again.
Netflix and chill, and that's
It's kind of become a slang term just to say Netflix and chill.
Well, the gray in my beard is just screaming.
You
right
notice
now.
we're not really on the cutting edge.
We're not on cutting edge of the latest hipster stuff.
Speedy loves Harry Potter. I knew that one.
I know, that's sad. 1017, that's how far gone I am. Dan, go ahead. Dan?
Yeah, Dan.
Hey, Dan. Misty, Tuscaloosa. Misty, go ahead.
Since Adler said Rocky, I was thinking Sly Puka.
Sly Puka, okay. Pelham, Alabama. ZZK, go ahead.
Yes, he said he wanted to be professional, so professional Puka.
Okay. Pro Puka. Okay. All right. So we've got.
What about Puka Pro?
We've got Puka Potter. we got Splash Puka. We've got Puka More. I think that one makes it for sure.
Yeah.
Anything else over Speedy out of the email?
Yeah, I got Booka Puka. That's I guess Coach Brad Bohannon's bookie. I guess.
Oh
That
my
was a
goodness,
playoff
that's
ad.
terrible. That's oh my goodness.
We have. Let's see here, Rick. You just said them, but I'm gonna just go in line here. Let's see. Puka Potter, Splash Puka, Puka 4000.
I like that.
Rocky Puka, Walking Puka. Puka Bear, as in Bear Bryant, he's Roll Tide. Roll Puka, Pukamon.
How do you like Pukamon?
I like Pukamon. I like Roll Puka.
Not Roll Puka.
Puka.
How you like Puka Bear?
Puka Bear.
Yeah. I also have Puka Puppy because of his puppies.
That's funny.
What's that?
We covered that in 4,000.
Puka Boo.
That's okay.
Puka More, Alapuka are the ones I have so far.
You know what? Alapuka's not bad.
So Alapuka, Puka Potter, Splash Puka, Puka 4000 are those ones you're liking?
I think Puka Potter makes it. Splash Puka makes it. Puka 4000 makes it. And Puka More. Do you like those?
Yeah, those are good.
How about Alapuka? You like it better than any of those four? We could go 5 if we want to do it.
Yeah, I like Alapuka.
All right, so that's the 5. All right, here's our 5, Speedy. You want me to do the voting over here since I know you're in handles? Are you good?
I'm good.
All right, here's my 5. Here's the 5. Puka Potter.
Okay.
Splash Puka.
All right.
Puka More. Puka 4000. Alapuka.
Okay. Got it.
So that's what we're voting on. Now, I know that this audience, I know what y'all going to do to me. I'm good. I mean, it's my weekend was fine. I ran a little hard, but I'm not edgy. I'm okay. And I know y'all are going to try my patience, and I got that. Yeah, and that's all right. That's fine. If that's what you feel like you should do, then go ahead. But I'd like to try to get this young man his nickname if we could.
Right.
All right, so we're voting on these.
Not in your order, but just the way I had them down. Puka Potter, Splash Puka, Puka 4000, Puka Moore, and Alapuka.
All right, that's all we're voting on.
That's it.
All right, Josh, which one are you voting for? Josh, go ahead. What's your vote?
Puka doo-doo.
See,
This is not you. This is an ongoing thing.
Right out of the gate.
For years we've been.
Yeah, they do it. every
Lord, I
time.
want to be in your perfect will, but if you want to put a lower intestine infection in this man. Craig, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What's your vote? Craig?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. I didn't.
All right, I can't have that. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your vote? Go ahead.
Puka.
It's not a choice. It's all refined.
0 for 3 right there.
Hey, Greg, we can't be trusted till we're tested. All right, so let's go. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your vote? Go ahead. Rick and Bubba Show, what is your vote? Go ahead.
Alapuka.
Okay, there's a vote for Alapuka.
legitimate
Rick and Bubba Show, what's your vote? Go right ahead.
Alapuka.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Hambone, what's your vote? Go ahead.
Hey, I'm going with Gene Hallman.
Okay.
Good. Thank you.
That's not a bad one. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your vote? Go ahead.
Alapuka.
There we go. Rick and Bubba Show, what's your vote? Go ahead.
Alapuka.
Hi, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your vote?
Puka Potter.
Okay. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your vote? Go ahead.
I'm going with Puka Potter, please.
Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please. Go ahead.
Puka Potter.
All right. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
Alapuka.
Okay. All right. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
Alapuka.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Your vote, please. Go ahead.
Alapuka.
All right, Speedy, where we at?
Alapuka 7, Puka Potter 3.
Hi, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your vote? Go ahead.
Puka 4000.
All right. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your vote, please?
Janae.
Hi, Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please. Go ahead.
Puka Mort.
Was that
Yeah,
Puka
that's
Moore?
Puka Moore,
Yeah,
yeah.
Puka Moore, okay. And I may be saying it wrong, but hi, Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please. Go ahead.
Alapuka.
All right. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
Puka Potter.
Okay. Misty, your vote, go ahead.
Puka 4000.
All right. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
Puka Mort.
Okay. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
Alapuka.
Okay, so it looks like there's no way because we're down to the
Yeah,
end now.
Alapuka 9. We got Puka Potter at 4, and then Puka Moore and Puka 4000 have 2, and then Slash Puka got nothing.
Welcome to Rick and Bubba University, Alapuka.
Alapuka.
Alapuka. Alapuka. Welcome.
I think you can go back and fix your tattoo and put a little something in front of it.
A road tag.
Roll temporary.
Hey, let me tell you, I like Alapuka.
Yeah.
$2,500 bid. You win. We'll be in touch with you on what group you want to be with. We'll let everybody know which one you pick. $2,500 wins the Celebrity Pro-Am. Well, we do have a lot to unpack going forward. If you do get the kickoff hour, they've kind of kicked around a few things. Some of those we'll go back and unpack even more. I know, you always look at what was the email of the weekend. For me personally, it was Georgia fans, and it was everybody sending me the meteorologist who was faking severe winds.
Yeah.
And I know we've seen those in the past. I can't get enough of them. But I'll tell you what it shows you. It shows you that what you're watching in news coverage, and everybody can, say that, well, how dare the word fake news be called? How about a lot of what you're looking at is just fake? I mean, it isn't real, and it is staged, and they're trying to set up some sort of dramatic something that isn't always going on. And what I would say to people who bring us the news, there's plenty of things that are you could just tell them and show us just like they are, and there's plenty of drama out there without you trying to create any. There's
Yeah.
plenty.
Yeah.
I mean, you could go just
report.
Hey,
Just
hey,
report.
Hey, go over there and show us these rescues of people in the floods.
Yeah.
They're pretty
Yeah.
dramatic.
That's right.
You know, I mean, you could just show us that. You don't have to pretend that your situation is dire when it really isn't where you are. It's dire for a lot of people. Just show us that. There's some bad stuff going on with all this. There's people's lives that are destroyed, and there's plenty of that out there. You don't have to pretend that you're in. You know, that we should just applaud you for how you're persevering through something that the 3 or 4 people in the background don't seem to be struggling with at all. I mean, it's silly. And what this particular.
Which one were you talking about? I didn't.
Oh,
see
this is the
I
big
didn't
one
see
over
it.
the weekend. It's become.
I've been out of the news loop a little bit. Thank goodness.
Well, I got emailed about it so many times over the weekend. But here's this one. You know, sometimes when somebody's acting, there's also degrees of actors who are good, not good. This one, to me, is not even a good actor. He's trying to pretend that the wind's beating against him, and he's even faking his legs. And you look, and of course, the ones like they always are in the background.
Somebody walks by.
How about the Weather Channel? It's been so bad, has come out and declared, well, now look, he was on unstable ground. Where he was, the grass was wet, and he was tired, and he'd been out there.
Wait a minute, we're getting coverage because of wet grass.
I'm telling you. Because they were trying they all were trying to say, why are these people walking in the streets behind him?
Leisurely walking. Got to strut and
They weren't
swagger
even
about
trying
them.
to get in the shot, Bubba. They were just walking down the road.
Just going through our neighborhood store.
Wasn't
one of them on the phone?
Yeah, I think so. He had a wide stance leaning into it like this.
Yeah. Bubby, when you see it.
Oh, okay. I just got to say.
And he's not even a good actor.
I love that.
Hey, not even a good actor. Matter of fact, he doesn't even look like the wind's against him. I mean, it really is ridiculous. So, but that's the latest statement I heard this morning was the Weather Channel was saying, well, now he was really bracing himself because the wet grass he was in was unstable. Those other people were walking on asphalt, and if he, of course, then somebody said,
unstable wet grass.
You know what somebody said to that? Though, a pretty good response. Well, why didn't he just move to the street then?
Yeah, why didn't he just move where it was stable?
Right, that's a good one. Right, which was just a few feet behind him.
Oh,
But,
yeah, it ain't like he had to went far.
Weather Channel, you dramatized the situation. It wasn't what it was, and you had a person on there trying to be sharp. Look, I was watching. Last night I just got to scanning around, and it's okay. I mean, hey, how about the hurricane and the floods and the water? It's bad enough. You don't have to.
Right. Something you didn't even need to do.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine. So we have that today. The other one, of course, were Georgia fans wondering why they're being punished and getting Beth Mowins every week. Look, Bubba, here's the guy pretending. Now, one of the things I noticed when I first noticed this, the wind's doesn't seem. See in the background. Look in the background. Look at everybody walking in the background.
Look, they're not even swaying.
Yeah, I mean, they're just.
Serious, I think one's on the phone.
They're not even trying to do a joke. They're not trying to get. Look, the wind is blowing, but he's pretending
like it's
that it's about to knock him down and that it's moving him. I mean, it's just.
Maybe he could ask one of those guys to help prop him up.
Yeah. Hey, guys back there, y'all walking through your neighborhood trying to assess damage. Could y'all come over here and help me? Got his hood up
with your Bermuda shorts on,
right? And you can see the wind's blowing their shorts, but it's
and that's
not
what he's talking about, guys. At that point in time, he's talking about how rough the wind is.
Well, I'll let you hear the audio too, but we'll come back. We'll play because you got to hear his.
Don't get out here and walk around. Stay at home.
Notice how where the asphalt is.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gang's all here now.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, and new intern Alapuka. All here for a brand new hour. Welcome back. Bill Bubba Butts.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
Bubba, can I get a big Bubba hello for Phoenix City, Alabama?
Yep. Hello, Phoenix City on Eastern Time.
Fast time, baby.
Fast time.
So I had the honor. Michael Rushing is he's overseeing the men's ministry at Somerville Baptist Church in beautiful Phoenix City, Alabama. He and Pastor Robert Goodman honored me with an opportunity to come and speak to those men. They have done the first curriculum from themanchurch.com, The Pursuit. They're doing another Bible study right now, and then they're about to go into the second curriculum, Real Men. And so in between that, we worked on it. You were really involved in that, Helms, too. He told me it took us over a year, I think, to get this finally settled in, and they did a great job. It was incredible to meet these men from all over that area. I will say the fast time, slow time really confused me, and I overcomplicated it, I'm sure. But I was traveling alone, and of course, as Sherry has said and Speedy has said, I've become handler dependent. But I was able to get there. And Bubba, you've been proud. I was there early.
Yeah,
and
it had to be fast time. Huh?
Well, yeah, because I was coming from Central Time. I was panicked. I was going to be late. I did the thing you and I've been doing lately. I stopped at a restaurant on the way and ate by myself.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Which you and I are starting to dig, and it went great, and had a great time. Met some wonderful people, and I just want to thank the pastor Robert Goodman and of course Michael Rushing for trusting the team and trusting me to come and do that. And we saw an incredible evening. The praise and worship was really well done. They just did everything first class. So it was great. And on that note, some other opportunities coming up. Rich Wingo will be at West Mobile Baptist Church in Mobile, Alabama, coming up on May the 20th. They're going to do a breakfast, and you can be there for that as they continue to work through the strategy. On June the 11th, down in Webster, Florida, Man Church, Brian Gunn will be going down and speaking to the folks in Webster, Florida. He's down from that Tampa area. And then, of course, coming up at my home church, Valleydale, Brian will be there, too, for our men's Father's Day breakfast. And then, of course, Father's Day weekend, I'm honored to be part of the lineup at the Gridiron Men's Conference in Huntsville, Alabama. Mike Pence is going to be speaking, and Robert Jeffries, David Jeremiah, and I don't know why I have been asked to follow those people, but as Phil Walder said the last time I asked him, why do you have me follow all these people that everybody really wants to hear? And his answer is honest. He said, I'm certainly not going to do it. So thank you, Phil. But I'll be there Father's Day weekend for the Gridiron Men's Conference. Get those tickets. Good idea for Father's Day, too. gridironmen.com. And then Bubba and I, on May the 18th, we're headed down to Montgomery, buddy. We're going to be there for the Montgomery Biscuits baseball game for WLWI I-92 Country Night. Bubba will throw out the first pitch and keep listening to I-92 to be our guest as we'll grip and grin and have a little something to eat and get some pictures made, and then we'll all go into the game. So thank you, I-92, for bringing us in for that.
Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and then, of course, Wednesday, it's the Pro-Am, and we have the winner, the $2,500 donation. Speedy said he's trying to find out if the person's name wants to be mentioned, but I can tell you this, Bubba, he has decided to be with you and Speedy.
Oh, it's going to be a great group.
And Betty and Hunter, and also that will be Retief Goosen will be the pro, Charles Barkley, Dale Murphy, Trent Dilfer, Bill Bubba Bussey, and Calvin Speedy Wilburn, and Betty Lou Bussey. So that's he'll hang with you guys.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun.
And don't forget that
legends there too.
That also means that
Dale Murphy.
Yeah, that also
we grew up watching.
That also means he'll get to come and watch the show live if he so desires before it starts. And then any of you that are coming out there, you can drop by and see the show. The whole show live will be going on that day.
Of course, we know Charles. We've played and been in his group several times.
Oh, yeah.
Trent Dilfer, who I have not met, but I will say this: I may be one of the few people there, Rick, as you, that were sitting in the stands when he won a Super Bowl.
We were there, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
We were there, and that alone should endear us to Trent Dilfer.
And I still think one of the greatest halftime shows any Super Bowls ever
It was
had.
a good one.
I bet his office is about, 100 feet from mine,
To give
and
you
I've
much?
yet to run into him.
Okay, so you never even met him.
Never met him. Y'all will meet him before I do.
Yeah.
There was one time where our paths were crossing, and I could tell it was one of those moments where I didn't need to bug him.
That's smart.
I have that cool factor.
Well, out there we can go coach.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that.
I wish I had that. I don't have that. I always come in too hot. If I like you now, if I'm not interested in meeting you, then it's not so.
Well, and I also knew he was coming from one of the same meetings that I was in too, and it was one of those things where like I had it earlier, and he was going, and I thought that was a bip to me. So I know that I certainly don't want to give you 2 bips in a day.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Bippity bip.
Well, we all have a bip limit. Yeah. And can I tell you this? This is what I loved about back to Phoenix City. I love when the person that's running it is in the loop and has been listening to the show for years. So anyway, it was so funny. So after it was over, I'm out at the, over the lift kit in. Just had a little mud on it, and so all the guys are checking it out, and he comes out and he says, "Okay, so this man, we're talking." He goes, "Now I can give you after it's over if you want some more updates, but I don't want to be a bip." Yeah. And he literally said the word, "I don't want to be a bip." Yeah. And I said, "Let me tell you, Michael, you will not be a bip if you update me on this." And but the fact that he threw out the bip word,
yeah,
bippity bip.
And
Speedy trying to explain bip to Adrian this morning.
Adrian,
by the way,
you don't know what Alapuca, you don't know what bip means? Well, it can be annoying.
It can be annoying. It was just funny hearing
Bip.
Speedy explain it.
Time and place.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bippity bip. And, but I tell you, got to be careful when you have people have the gift that know when we're throwing by.
Oh, yeah.
Those people come around.
They do.
And there's no rhyme or reason on those that have the gift. Sometimes you see someone, you go, "There's no way this person has the gift," and they'll have it.
I told you one of the rainbow people had it. You know the rainbow.
You
bunch?
always go back to that.
I was throwing by him, and he'd catch it every time. He'd go, "Yeah, laugh at that."
So he heard
all
you the whole
while
time.
wearing a top hat that was like Dr. Seuss.
Yeah. So anyway, that's that some people have the gift, some don't. But if you know the Rick and Bubba lingo, you know how to use it. But now, sometimes if you know how to use it, also have some self-awareness.
Yeah, you got to.
You don't want to be identified.
Rick, there's one more piece of footage here that I've got to see today.
Okay.
Before we let it get away. I don't know if you do it here or come back. 4B.
I knew that you were going to do that. I knew.
Speaking of bips.
I knew.
Speaking of.
Yeah, we have time.
Bippity
All right,
bip.
so let's go to 4B, Adler. Bubba. But it is hilarious.
This is the guy,
the climate czar that tells all of us to get off of the private planes and get out of our cars. And
well, yeah, he doesn't even mention private planes because he's always on one.
Yeah.
But he tells us to park our cars. We need to go electric. All this, and then when he's asked why he's jet setting, here he is.
His mother's coronation.
And what in the world's all that medals he's got
what's he
on?
wearing?
What has he got on?
Yeah,
a Swift boat.
Hours of Queen Elizabeth. For the first time, we are going to see faith leaders from other faiths involved in the procession of this service, and female clergy involved as well, Issa. There's also been efforts to kind of scale this down.
So there he is. So did he?
So John Kerry's there, and for it
Why
to
has
be
he got medals on?
for it to be such a joyous occasion, he certainly looks sad. I mean, why the long face?
I knew you were. But why does he have medals on?
Well, Rick, why would he tell me to park my car when he's going to take a jet over to England for this, and he ain't got no business being there?
What was he even there for?
Speaking of bips, there
I know,
you go.
yeah.
There's one right there.
Yeah, did you know I didn't realize, because again, it's been so long since there's been a coronation. You know, Henry VIII decided he wanted a divorce, so he took the Church of England and bailed on the Catholic
Right.
Church. And so they said since then, because of that, the Catholic Church has not really participated in this, but they did this time. So I didn't know that.
Well, it looks like everybody and their brother was in it.
Yeah, yeah.
Sound like it was an all.
I mean, I'm not saying that he
Right
did.
there, this
I'm
arc.
not the person to say
Look.
whether he deserves those medals. What I'm saying is, why are we wearing them to the coronation?
Hey, carbon credits are ruining the planet, but not mine because I got to go to this.
Well, Bubba, you don't understand. You peon.
No, I do.
You don't understand that John Kerry has a job that's more important than you.
Listen, he planted some trees. He's good.
He can have all the jobs he wants. He still created carbon going over there. I don't care how many trees he planted. If he hadn't have gone, would have been that much better to the good.
Got a dust up in NASCAR this weekend. We'll look at that when we come back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Look forward to what's ahead. So here is, because Bubba, people were sending me this all weekend long, but I'm like you, I haven't watched it in its entirety. But I don't even know who the person is. It's a Weather Channel reporter, and obviously still problems going on, especially the flooding, resulting in Hurricane Florence. But we've always talked about, and this is not the first time we talked about this, where reporters will kind of dramatize their situation to try to make it, I guess, more interesting to us. But here's a person that was in an area. And where they always get burned. Do you remember the famous flood water where the person was acting like it was sweeping everybody away?
Yeah. Wasn't she in a canoe or something?
Yeah,
and then
they
somebody
went
went
boat.
walking behind them, and it was in
Yeah.
like
It was like
ankle
ankle.
deep
Yeah,
water.
it was like ankle deep water, or maybe knee
I
deep.
remember the footage. I can't, but it was a while
It wasn't
back.
very
and
deep.
we could not believe what a zoo that was.
Well, it's back again. Somebody's exaggerating that the power of the wind is about to blow them over. Now, this person, for those of you that haven't seen it, and we'll put it in show notes, is standing on a little island of grass that's not probably about as big as this console, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not big.
Yeah, and of course, then the roads are around him. Well, people are walking on the roads, and the wind's not knocking them down at all. Matter of fact, you can see it blowing their shorts, but he's acting like that he's under incredible duress from the powerful winds of Hurricane Florence, and we should all applaud his ability to continue to give us the update. But
Yeah.
but
He's fighting it.
Yeah, here it
It's,
is.
Adler, Rick.
Is it out?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Okay, picking it up here in Wilmington, North Carolina, right at the Intercoastal, and we're in one of these bands. This is about as nasty as it's been. We had some bands like this last night. Then the Iowa this morning, we were not on TV. It was a dark, raucous night at the hotel. And this wind gusting again over 60 miles an hour. He's blowing by.
Please look what's
pieces
above his
of
head.
limbs. This is what we're seeing a lot of.
Look what's above his head.
Watch when he throws the shingle.
Doesn't really go.
It says 29.
Yeah. Yeah, gust at 48.
Look at those two behind him.
Look at the people behind him. One guy's texting.
So here in Wilmington, New Hanover County, this has become a deadly hurricane now with 2 fatalities, a mom and her infant.
So he acts like he's
look at him
losing
leaning,
steps.
see him leaning forward like he's losing steps.
I mean, it's blowing hard.
It is, but what's
But
bad?
He's exaggerating.
What's bad is
no need to.
is he's claiming that it's 60 miles an hour, and above his head on the Weather Channel it says 29 miles per hour with a gust of 48. Now look, nobody wants that kind of wind blowing on them, but it's not blowing you down.
Well, those guys behind you are not straight. The wind's blowing hard.
Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
but the guys behind you look like they're not even in the wind.
Right.
I mean, they're just walking
One
around.
guy's got his phone out, and I don't know who he thinks he's going to text. I'm sure the cell service cannot be very good.
No.
With
Rick,
all
at that point, if you're the producer, you go, "Oh, we lost the feed." Once you
Yeah.
see those people walking in the back, you got to cut that feed.
Yeah.
Somebody tell him there's somebody walking behind him.
Yeah, guys, there's people walking behind him like looking at their phones, okay, and he's acting like the wind's blowing him down. But they've come
when he
back.
bent down, he kind of went. Like,
Yeah, I kid you not. They've come back and said the ground he was standing on was unstable, and he had been reporting so many hours he was tired and worn out.
Okay.
I guess they're trying to say that if you really had hurricane coverage like him, then you too would have a hard time with 29-mile-per-hour winds with a gust of 48. It could blow you down too. The people behind him, I'm sure they had slept a lot since since their house is underwater. but anyway,
You reckon they got any rest?
right. So we have the commercial.
All right, we're back. 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. So, $2,500 wins it for the Pro-Am coming up on Wednesday, so be paying attention for that. All right. Also, if you're following us at themanchurch.com on social media, our brand new 40-week curriculum came out over the weekend, Impact. So that's our fourth one. If you and your church are now getting into year 4 and you're like, what's the next curriculum? What's now available? Or if this is just one you prefer. So brand new, we now have 4. You can find them all at themanchurch.com. So Impact, the new 40-week curriculum, now out based off 2 Peter chapter 1. All right, so as we come back, Bubba, did you we got a dust up in NASCAR.
Oh, my gosh, not that.
A dust up.
Little dust up.
In NASCAR. So it looks like, now, Greg, you have to help us here. Ross Chastain and Noah Gragson?
He's a rookie.
Okay.
He's kind of a hothead.
Is he
he's
really?
aggressive.
Is he aggressive? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, who put their hand on who? Speedy, you say somebody.
It looks like to me that this gentleman here, number 42, is gonna be Noah's gonna be the aggressor and go up, and start jawing a little bit, and it looks like he puts his hands on him.
So here's what happened on pit row first, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. So, and you say he is a hothead, Greg?
Yeah, and Chastain, he'll rake you too.
So now there's no need to put your hands on
He's
somebody.
saying stop.
Oh, hey, how about this? You can't go and grab somebody. You just don't do that.
Why is it too? I know the people that are trying to break it up are doing their job, but when you get punched, they always jump in right before you can retaliate.
Yeah, he was coming back.
Yeah, he was.
Well, I hate to say it, Noah made the bad decision of I'm gonna grab you and jerk you around a little bit. If you're gonna punch, you need to punch now,
right?
Because now you're gonna get punched.
On the track, somebody squeezed somebody in the wall or something.
Yeah, it was a wreck, and you can tell he's saying stop. Stop.
Yeah.
You know, hold on.
Yeah, and so so here's another shot of it. Look, here's another view of it. And so that right there. See, the putting his hands on him is the problem.
That was the mistake.
He told him to stop, and he wouldn't do it.
Right. Yeah.
And once that happens, you have to get the first punch in.
Yeah.
You do.
Yeah. If Noah was that, because what did Noah accomplish by grabbing him and jerking him around? They just got punched in the face.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, so
once you grab somebody, you've started a fight.
That's a game changer.
I hate to break
There
it.
ain't no reason to put your hands on me now. There's no reason for that.
There's not.
Yeah. I mean, did the
excellent technique from the guy from. I'm sorry, I don't follow NASCAR, so I'm trying to catch up on who's who here.
Yeah.
But so who punched who?
So Ross Chastain gets the punt in on Noah Gragson.
Okay, so
Gragson.
Because he just got out of his car, right?
Right, yeah.
Okay, so this
on the track they got the banging a little bit, I think.
Right.
And I don't know if you can say, okay. He does a great job. So
it's like a hockey fight.
Yeah. He frames the other hand to keep from getting punched from the non-grabbing hand. So he's stopping that other hand, and then he goes over the top. Boom!
I love when he said stop.
Nice.
He said, "Look, stop."
Yes.
And he kept
warned
grabbing
him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
you can't put your hands on a grown man like that.
No. He warned him.
I would like to ask you, Speedy, from a handler standpoint. Now you're the pit crew. How do you feel about them letting Noah just walk right up to him and nobody's like, "Hey, you"?
It needs to start before they get face to face. Somebody needs to stop them before it ever gets to where you can put your hands on anybody. Because I don't know if you heard that pop.
Yeah, it was a
hit
good lick.
the chin.
Good
you
lick.
could hear the.
Yeah.
You could
really
hear
good
it.
lick.
All right, so I don't know the NASCAR, etiquette. Is it like baseball? Does he now have to punch Ross Chastain at next opportunity?
I mean, they wreck each other again.
He's gonna wreck him.
Yeah.
He's gonna wreck him good.
Now I may be wrong, but it wasn't Chastain the one last year that got up against the wall and just stomped the gas. Remember, and he went all the way around the track with the wall holding him in place, and he gained
Was that him?
He gained like 10 spots on the last lap.
Yeah, everybody loved him for it.
Did the video move?
Yeah,
like you do in the video.
I may be wrong. I thought that's who it was.
Yeah, who was that?
But he gets a lot of, and again, I don't follow it like I used to, but I've listened to some. He gets a lot. There's a lot of people that say that he wrecks a lot of people.
Greg. All right.
It was Chastain.
So it was Ross Chastain. You're right.
Yeah.
Robin's racing, boys. Everybody knows that.
Well,
Did they change that rule, by the way? We were all saying they're going to make it a rule so you can't do that.
Look at that, like a rocket ship going on.
So are you saying, Greg, that this was the worst combination? Guy who wrecks people versus hothead?
Yeah.
Did he squeeze Noah? Do you think he did?
I haven't seen the footage, but yeah, they were not happy, and every week somebody's dogging Chastain.
Oh, really?
week,
Every week.
You think you'll see them probably tie up again, don't you think?
Yeah, because here's what's happened. I didn't know all this
Now,
background.
Was Chastain the guy in the white jumpsuit?
Yeah.
Or the
He
other
was
one?
the puncher, not the punchy.
But he was defending that.
Yes,
time. I mean,
it was-
I don't blame him.
No,
on
he
that.
was standing there trying to talk. He told him stop.
But what I'm saying is, let's now get inside the man culture, okay? Because we've all been there. So I didn't know that we all are upset with Ross, okay?
Yeah.
And we think that he squeezes people, wrecks people.
He's a little aggressive.
Okay. So now you're the guy who decides to do something about it, and you got punched in the face.
Yeah.
Okay. So now you come back to your buddies going, "Wow, so you just let Chastain." I guess not only do you squeeze, you punched.
Now, like Speedy said,
Now, would you
Gregson
let
was
that
coming
go?
back. He was coming back,
Hey,
but
let
they
me
jump
ask
in
you-
there and break it up.
let
He
me-
was fixing to retaliate.
All right, I know they can't do it, but you almost got to go to be fair. Y'all step back, let them finish.
Oh yeah, you do.
You know,
You
don't
do.
jump in. Let them finish because now we're
Oh.
stopping.
Yeah.
He's trying really hard.
This
That
guy-
second tug when he shook him for the second time.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all you know.
But wait a minute, Helmsy.
You stop it right now.
It was-
Like you can't.
Yeah,
let him
it was
keep
either
talking.
Helmsy or Speedy. Watch though. Watch Tan T-shirt.
Yeah,
he comes up. He tries to get involved, but he should get involved
now.
See, he didn't get involved in
No,
time.
yeah. And he's
Tan
the one that
shirt
blocked.
did not get involved in time.
Clearly.
And I don't know who Tan Shirt is with. If he's with security or somebody's, private security, or if he's on pit. I don't know. But
And if you're Gregson, you're gonna get on somebody. You don't need that haircut.
No,
you're right.
It feels better in a helmet. But
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen? I mean, I know if I'm another driver. Well, so Chastain, he pops it.
Yeah.
So,
You gonna let him do that?
oh, I know. Oh, you'll dread me because I say, wow. I mean,
Of course, they'll start passing out fines here. I'm sure.
and then of course I'll add this one, and y'all will love this one. I guess he'll just squeeze you whenever he wants. 'Cause obviously,
Well, what'll
if you-
happen?
if you don't like it, just punch.
What'll happen? One of them will wreck the other one, and they'll end up on the back of the track over there, both of them hopping out, where
Correct.
there's nobody there to break it up,
Correct.
and they will go one of them. I mean, one of them hay
Like
balers
when Allison's
on each
got a
other.
fight with Kelly
yeah,
Arbor?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it just went on forever.
Yeah, they're kicking.
Oh, pretty! And look, it is a good level. Look, he comes over the top. He gets his
Straight
shoulder behind.
shot.
He steps into it. He couldn't get a lot of leg
he's
into it because
backing
that
up.
guy's pushing him back.
Yeah.
But that
I always like to watch everybody else's reaction.
He knew about it
because it's taken to another level. Now, when you grab somebody by the front of their uniform, that right there is too much.
no, you're right.
You know,
Second one.
yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, where Noah messes up, if you're that mad, go ahead and punch.
Yes.
Because
Yeah.
if you grab him, you're just going to get punched.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
mean, and I don't think anybody should be punching in the pits. I'm just saying, but if you're going to do it, don't open yourself up for that.
No.
And we've maybe thought there's some WWE going on in the past. This doesn't feel very WWE.
No.
You know, it feels more actually mad.
I will say, though, it's got me talking about NASCAR.
It does. It does. We don't know what happened in the race, but we saw the fight.
Quick, show an NHL fight, so he'll talk about hockey.
Look, I do love to see those.
Yeah, they're good.
I do. I mean, I don't want to be a liar and somebody that might dust up too.
Sure.
Phone calls are next. Alapuka, you ready?
Oh, boy.
Alapuka's heading in there. Let's go. 866 We Be Big. We'll chat with you, whatever's on your mind, when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
With Dr. Pepper, a lot of us thought Larry Culpepper was pulled too quick.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean,
Didn't you think he
we
had
could-
another season, maybe?
Yeah, at least one more.
Maybe one more.
Because I was getting a little tired of it.
Just a tad. I wasn't tired of it, but I wasn't laughing at it as hard as I did when I first heard it.
When they started bringing other people like Doug Flutie in, we talked about that. Hell,
Yeah.
A little.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I like the whole concept that he's the one that invented the playoff.
Or at least he thinks he is.
Right.
yeah, take credit for it.
But that's over, and so now it's Fansville, which I agree with all of you. The thing that's supposed to be setting up Fansville doesn't make any sense, and it's very difficult to follow. But we think now this commercial that was over the weekend may start showing us what they're going to do with it. And I will just tell you, as far as the first one, I thought it was pretty funny. So Adler's got it. So here it is for those of you who didn't see it, the new Dr. Pepper commercial.
Special Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
Hey, Sport. You know how we're a college football family. We like to drink Dr. Pepper and watch games.
Yeah. Well, we found this under your mattress.
Soccer.
Everyone was really into it this summer.
It's a gateway sport, you know? First you're watching soccer, next thing you know, you're gonna watch lacrosse.
Look, it's perfectly natural to experiment with other sports at your age.
Easy, Mom.
I even drank other sodas.
What?
There's other sodas?
Dr. Pepper, the official drink of family.
Easy, Mom.
Listen, let me tell you what's funny, too. Don't miss this.
That's funny.
And we clipped it a little bit because there was a commercial we had to get through to show you. If you listen, even the intro, if you remember watching when a sitcom was on, which is what looks like the route they're going, if there was going to be something that might be adult in nature, they want to deal with some things that parents have to deal with kids, they would say a special episode of, say, Blossom. And you knew that Blossom was going to be talking about that she'd become a woman, and maybe it was, maybe she was dealing with.
Oh, Rick.
No. You remember they'd say,
absolutely. Funny you picked Blossom.
on Thursday night, a special episode of Blossom.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
Blossom becomes of age.
Mom, can I speak to you? Blossom reaches puberty. You know what I mean? And you're like, oh gosh. But anyway, so if you listen when it comes on, it goes a special episode of Fansville.
That's good.
And they've
right
caught
there.
the sun with the soccer magazine. That guys, I'm telling you,
That's good.
That's good. That's got potential right there, friends.
Very easy.
I'm not saying that's bad. We just missed Larry.
Hey, it's perfectly okay to, at your age to experiment with other sports. Easy, Mom. So breaking down this past weekend, Bubba, I know you went to a game this past weekend, and I don't know if it was just me I get tired of it, and we talked about September, but it seemed to be blistering hot.
Rick, it didn't seem. It was blistering hot.
I'm talking about blistering. It felt like
Rick, I had to call Stegall. Mayor went out.
No, it didn't.
Serious business. I had one call does it all. They came out and knocked it out. Thank you, Stegall.
Where we're living, September can always be one of the hottest months of the year. And I got to tell you, I walked around outside a few times. I'm like, it is blazing hot.
Yeah, if you think you enjoy summer, September where we live usually gets you ready for winter. Because you go, I've had enough. It's like you're throwing a white towel in. Enough.
And sadly,
I can't take it any longer.
And sadly, there's a lot of football that happens in September, but it feels like you're watching football at the beach with no breeze.
Yeah, Rick, we ended up on the loveliest village on the plains, Auburn, Alabama, for the LSU-Auburn game, and the game did not it did not fail to deliver. As always, it seems like when these two come together, it goes down to a kick with 2 seconds left on the clock. LSU gets the victory. It had everything you want. Again, a lot of excitement, lead changes, momentum swings. But Rick, as you were mentioning the heat, I felt so bad for the people who were in direct sunlight.
Unbelievable.
Oh my gosh,
it was miserable. Miserable heat.
I saw some of them after the game, and they had tans like on one side. They're all burned, and the other side. It was crazy.
Mine had nothing to do with football, but I'll update you on how the heat affected me this past weekend. I got that mode where I get miserable and angry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I broke my own rule. This time of year I only go to night games,
right?
And so I was really hoping it would be moved tonight, but no luck.
You have a night game rule.
When did this rule come into effect?
Well, when it was 90.
It's a good rule.
It's a good new rule.
I've sat in that stadium for 4 years in some blistering heat. I mean, blistering heat.
It's miserable.
Well, you try to hide when you can, but anyway, great game and came right down the wire. Made the kick. You got to give props to LSU. They control the clock, the game, and the field the last 4 minutes, and that's what it takes to win. And I think it has become very clear to Auburn you're going to have to score more than 21 points to beat LSU.
Well, yeah, you're going to have to score more than 21 points to beat anybody. Yeah. I think, the offense is
sputters. It looks good at times. Times it looks anemic.
It looks like Auburn has brought the exact same team back with a running game that's not as good. 5 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Light 'em up, light 'em up, light 'em up. Alapuka, Rick and Bubba University intern. He's taking your phone calls right now. And he'll get you lined up and ready to go. And you can talk about anything that is on your mind. 30 seconds is king. The buzzer will sound. We'll move through the callers quickly. Therefore, if you are calling, you will not be on hold very long because we'll move them in front of you. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. No baby predictions, anything like that. This is all about I have a comment, I have a question. I'm bringing information to the table, and Alapuka is ready to go, so handle him with care. While you are calling, Relief Factor, of course, all natural, 4 botanicals. They have all proven in studies for years that they can help the body's natural inflammatory response. We know that. Well, the scientists and doctors that were researching this, that now we have the product Relief Factor, thought, well, what would happen if we put all these botanicals together working in concert? Wouldn't that be a good thing? Yeah, it has been. And the majority of people that ordered the 3-week starter pack order more because they're seeing not mild results, but great results. And I'm one of those. I take it every day, and I don't run out. I keep ordering. And so ReliefFactor.com, go there now, and you can try it. You know, the over-the-counter stuff, it serves a purpose, but you can't take those things. You can overtake them, and you know the side effects for that. The opioids, they have all these addictive problems, and that's a problem. So why don't you look at managing your situation with something all natural, and it may be the answer, and then you don't have to worry about the side effects. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com, $19.95 for 3 weeks. Inside 3 weeks, you'll know whether this is working for you or not, and the majority of people that do that, it works. So hopefully it's going to work for you too. To the phones we go. Let's start with Greg in Columbus, Mississippi. Greg's got us on 96.1. 30 seconds, Greg. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I'm Greg. I got a mama dog. She just has puppies about 2 weeks ago, too, and she's not wanting to take to them. So what temperature should the puppy's mouth be before it latch onto that teat?
Greg, can you help those that
we'll have to ask Speedy.
Have mama dogs?
Since he latched onto it.
Yeah, Corey out of Montgomery, Alabama, I-92, WLWI. Corey, go ahead.
Corey.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Ever since Joe Biden announced he was running again for president, I've been real excited about what the presidential debate's going to sound like. I was just wanting to hear y'all's comments on that.
Well, as far as the Democratic primary, they said he will not debate any Democrats that want to run against him. Can they do that on the federal one too when it comes down to all of us going?
You know, everybody has to agree to debate. If I had to guess, I don't think Biden would get on the stage with Trump or DeSantis. Either one.
No, Biden, but on debates, Biden becomes the client that will not testify for themselves because he doesn't have to.
Right.
You know, because everybody knows that could go south in a hurry. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a chance we won't see any debates.
No, he won't debate.
If Biden does turn out to, I mean, he is running, right? If he wins the nomination, I don't think we'll see debates.
I still think that the governor of California wants to run, and I think he will be in it, and probably the nominee if he wants to.
Kyle, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, listen, the funniest thing about that NASCAR fight is that Noah Gregson's the one that hit the wall and then bounced into Chastain. And the biggest thing is that those two are like best friends. They go work on the farm together at the watermelon farm. They do everything together. So that made it even more odd, you know?
I didn't know that background.
You're fighting his buddy.
That makes it even more interesting.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, so these are two buddies that got ill with each other?
Okay,
yeah, he goes to work on his watermelon farm.
Because Chastain, remember, when he wins a race, he takes a watermelon and throws it down and breaks it because his family's in the watermelon business. I forgot about that. So he's saying Gregson actually goes and works on the watermelon.
Probably not the crops coming in this summer.
No, they may get back out in the middle of it and settle.
Well, they'll work through it if they're buddies.
Rick, we punched each other. How many times like that?
I mean, I miss punching you.
Yeah, I mean that was a daily occurrence.
Yeah, and it didn't affect
We'd be
us.
over it by afternoon.
Yeah, and they probably will too.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the fact that they're friends and you may not have the get back.
Yeah.
So
I believe you will because they're friends.
Oh yeah. Well, that's true. That's true. Buddy, out of Gulf Shores on Sunny 105. Buddy, go ahead.
Hey guys, I got a comment and a question. I'm thinking right now the two leading candidates for the end of year disc or best of would either be Puppy Love or Local Honey. And then the question I got is, Bubba, you got to do without one of these two, peanut butter or cheese. Which one is it?
Wow, that's good.
That's a toughie.
Boy,
right
that's
there.
good right there.
Probably by default peanut butter, but I wouldn't like any world without those.
So you would pick cheese over peanut butter?
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Because I need
that.
cheese on a lot of things.
I don't even like
peanut
that.
butter
That's
makes a lot of things extra special.
Well,
it does.
I mean, especially in the non-perishable. arena.
If somebody tells you eat an apple and they give you a bunch of slices, try it with or without peanut butter and see which one's better.
Peanut butter is good.
You never put peanut butter on an apple? Hey.
Put it on anything.
It'll make that apple fun.
It's good on crackers.
No, and good old
you talking about the
premium
greatest-
saltine.
You talking about the greatest. By the way, did you know what's happened at my house? Sherry has decided that she is a fan of crispy over premium saltine.
Crispies aren't bad.
And I'm like, we don't do crispy around here, that crispy brand.
I'll give crispy this. It's more.
Is that the one that has that guy with a
flaky.
chef hat on top of it?
I don't
Whatever
know.
that brand is. Great. You like crispy over
I'm not,
premium
no,
saltine?
I always buy saltines, premiums, just because my mother did. That's the
Right.
only reason.
Well,
but
that's-
those crispies
In the
are
white
bad.
box.
Well, you're not serious. No. I mean,
They're pretty good.
Greg, it's called premium.
They're more fluffy.
I don't want fluffy. I want good and crispy.
They are.
And now that the name's crispy, but they fall apart.
Yeah.
They do make a bigger mess. Admit that.
Remember when we decided that the premiums in the smaller pack were better than the ones in the
Yeah.
big pack?
Well, I brought those
And
home.
we
Now
never
trying
knew
to-
why.
I went to the grocery
they
store
were.
and Sherry said, "Will you pick me up some Krispies?" And I came home with premiums. And she goes, "What are you doing?" I said, "Try them in these little stackables."
Stackables are better.
I like them in smaller so they stay crispy, and I like them more well done.
Mm-hmm.
That and peanuts.
Greg, did you know he likes your kind of peanut now?
Did he get them this week?
Should I get the
last
wor-
week? Did you get them?
No, you gave me the medium ones.
But
I've
what
been
about this
eating them.
past week when I wasn't here?
I don't know.
All I saw was him eating peanuts, saying, "I like
Don
it well
must
done."
have been out.
I don't know if
Rick,
those were
Don
his
must
or-
have been out that day.
Yeah. I don't know. What
I like
happened.
all of them, but I think I like the.
Would you like for Don to drop the mediums altogether?
The deeper roasted.
They are good.
Okay.
They're excellent. He does a good job with them.
I came home and Sherry
Has
said,
he got a
"What?"
special thing to roast that in? I
I
don't
guess
know
he
how
does.
he does it.
Sherry's like, "How come you don't have the Krispies?" I said, "Well, for some reason I ain't got no more."
They're out.
And she was like, "Tell me you didn't just." I said, "I'm just telling you."
Rick, we was raised on premium.
I know. Brett, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, so I've called in before, and you guys had talked about a subject a couple weeks ago about how the devil is infiltrating into our world, and me and my husband, I looked it up online, and it's called Lucifer's Playground, and it's absolutely awful. And there were comments that these people actually wanted to go there, and I'm a born again Christian, and
What?
I think Lucifer's Playground was when Bubba was in that health study class to try to help him eat better, and that was the class on pizza, if I remember that.
That was the party boat.
It was Satan's party boat.
Party boat, yeah.
Nobody
Did
gave
she
you,
say there's a place called that?
Nobody gave you a timeout. I'm so sorry, but if you're looking theologically at this, Lucifer, who then became Satan and then became the devil when he became our accuser, he became Satan when he tried to overthrow God's reign. He already goes in and out of the earth. That's biblically. He's already told. He's not in the abyss yet, and he's not in the final tormenting place that he will be put away once Jesus returns. So the entire world is available to him. And apparently, when you read the accounts of Job and you see what happened when he came to tempt Jesus, he goes before God and is allowed to stand before God and interact.
Well, he has to give an account.
Right, goes in and out from there. So he's Satan being in the world is a fact. I'm not familiar with Satan's playground unless that's what we're talking. Is that a?
I don't even want to Google that.
Is this something like Burning Man or something?
These pictures are going around the internet. It's super duper viral of this place that looks like Disney World, but in hell, basically.
Is it not real?
It's called Lucifer's Playground, and this is actually AI art.
Okay.
So this was made by a computer. It's not a real place.
Okay, so she was saying there's a specific place, but AI created this.
So it's not real.
I was really afraid to Google that.
Right. It's not real.
What you get there.
But the pictures are going viral.
Now we did have a Satan con going on. Like Comic Con.
Oh,
that did happen.
Yeah, that did happen.
That did happen. Probably in Vegas.
Of course, everybody when they interviewed them, they all said, "Well, no, I don't believe in either." They all say that.
Yeah, trying to be cute. Of course,
we're just about anti-establishment.
They've got a big uh-oh coming if they don't turn that around, and I hope they do. Trust me, you don't want that uh-oh. We'll be back. We'll look at any headlines, videos, and things that we tried that we may have missed, and run that down for you. When we wrap up this hour, and for a lot of you, we'll wrap up today's show. So
Check rickandbubba.com, all the information about the show and then some. Have you got Mother's gift from the Rick and Bubba store for this Sunday? If you haven't, you need to grab them. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And that's what it looks like on offense. It's the same offense from last year, but the running game's not as good.
Well, it was two very good teams squaring off, and that's kind of what you expect to go down the wire. It was, the crowd was rowdy, which it should be, good home field advantage, and but it was went right down to the end, and not a seat available in the place. It was crazy.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw, and it was kind of crazy. I don't know if everybody saw this. The Eagle was even sweating at one time.
Yeah.
So it was
after that fly-in.
So it kind of kept the flight short. He just went ahead and got there and got the food and got out of there.
Did you have to go through the uncomfortable thing like I had to go through, and I talked about when you have a kid that actually goes to that college and you arrive on the scene, and as I said, and I had many people email me when I said to my wife, you have to understand we're the least interesting thing on this campus.
Oh, Rick, you could underline that twice.
Right.
So you're lucky to see one of them for a few minutes, much less both of them.
It was funny when I told Sherry that. I said, God love your little heart. I know you think that our kid is excited about us coming down to the campus as you're excited about going, but they just aren't.
Still one of my favorite.
No, it doesn't mean anything. It's just at the time of life.
One of my favorite parts of the whole thing is the Eagle flying in at the beginning. And several years ago when they first went to this giant screen, the very first game, and the reason I remember this is because of when they played Jacksonville State, and we were there, and the Eagle goes to like a hot dog, a fake hot dog on a string. Then when they get it there, they feed it, rats. And on that giant
very similar
screen,
how we get Bubba to do the show.
Right. You draw them in, and but when you get a real close shot of that Eagle eating a rat, it is precious because you see the the legs and it's throwing it back, trying to get it. And that I tell you, that is gold to me on a giant, screen that's like a mile wide. That is so cool.
Well, I guess it's Auburn's version of my son told me and others who've gone to LSU and played there, that they make the opposing team. Now, I don't know if they still have Mike the Tiger. Some of the animal rights people might have gotten that done away with.
Tried to free him.
But when my son was there and others who had played before that, they make the visiting team go right by Mike the Tiger going out.
Yeah.
And he's giving you a hard time as you go by.
Yeah.
So that is one of the things you look out and go, hey, see an eagle eating. Of course, we're not the Eagles, and nobody knows why we are. But it's
Battle cry.
It's something to do with the Civil War, and it's a big handle, but that's fine.
But it's pretty to watch.
Oh, no, it's one of the best.
And now one of my favorite parts is watching the Eagle get the food. And, they got
see where it's
they're
gonna
not
go,
as,
too.
they don't zoom in as close as they used to, but if you know where to watch, you can see he's tearing that stuff up.
Well,
not like a good old frozen rat. Huh?
Yeah, well, when you have a wild animal, too, you don't know what it's going to do.
No.
I was there the time it left the stadium. I was there the time it crashed into the press box. You know what I mean? And all I could think about was the great Jerry Seinfeld line. I understand that everybody says they see the other bird and think it's another bird.
Right.
But why don't they at least try to dodge the other bird?
Right.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
They basically had a head-on collision with the other bird. That's good stuff. At least you remember the Air Force lost their Falcon down in Shreveport one time. Remember that? At a bowl game or something. Yeah, it took off. They had everybody was looking for it.
I forgot about that. You're right.
That famous Poulan Bowl or whatever it was they used to have.
Weed Eater Poulan.
But yeah, they found it in a tree like in a neighborhood.
I forgot all about that. You're right.
That was trying to escape.
Yeah. So that was now. Did you do an all day deal where you were?
Rick, I think a 2:30 game it requires an all day because there's just no way to get in and get out quick.
Right. Well, the good news is with 2:30, even all day is not very long because there's only so much day. You know what I mean? What's problematic is when you go early in the game's not till 6:30. You know that's
yeah, but it's cooler. Wow. Yeah. I'm ready for some cool weather.
Yeah. Well, well, good luck with that. You got a while.
Yeah.
Hopefully. So
it's coming though. You can tell early in the morning. Yeah, there's the one where it crashed.
I was at that game, by the way. If you look, I'm right under there.
Yeah.
Because it almost hit us. That was the I don't remember what
we had one of those birds in studio one time. It's amazing how big they are. You remember that thing got to flapping and dust went everywhere? I mean,
it's a big bird.
It is.
It's a lot of bird. So LSU wins it 22-21 to remain undefeated. And I'll tell you, after the game, I started telling my wife he's going to say "Go Tigers," and she didn't believe me.
Go Tigers!
Go Tigers! Go Tigers!
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so stories that we haven't covered. If we can get a few more calls in, Alapuca's taking those. He can get you squared up and go. The Cam Newton story, we hadn't really covered that out of sports. You kind of hate to see this. I mean, someone, like I say, I enjoyed watching Cam play. My son was on the same team with him, and it was a wonderful year. We had a great time. He seemed to be like, from everything that we knew and anybody was around him then, he was, a great teammate and all that. Then goes into the NFL and does well for a time, gets all the way to the Super Bowl, gets an MVP, and then gets a shoulder injury, and then things just start kind of, his productivity kind of went away, and you just hate for him to come out and this hair thing that he's got going. I know I'm a crotchety old man. I got you, but I mean there are some hairdos that I think if you're in the entertainment business you can still stay with that are pretty hip. I'm not sure what's going on with this one, but
yeah, it's kind of looks like a
but if I have the story right, so he won the most valuable player in 2015. He went to the Pro Bowl 3 times. And he's still a free agent. He said he'll even be a backup for someone now, right?
Yeah, he gave a list of people who wouldn't mind backing up.
Right. But he's saying that the fact that he won't cut his hair, that's why nobody will take him now. And he said
I've seen a lot of hair in the NFL.
He said what I'm getting from people is, Cam, we want you back to the 2015 clean cut Cam. But that was a different me. Right now, it's about embracing who I am.
I think they want you to play like you did when you looked like, whether that had anything to do with it or not. We're just talking about, we're going to use that as a point that when you were a clean-cut guy, you really played well.
Why don't you embrace that guy that won the Heisman Trophy?
Yeah,
let's embrace him.
Yes, great point.
How about outstanding player? Find him.
Yeah.
Look, he started dressing weird and coming to the, making a spectacle out of yourself, and which is fine. That's okay, but you got to deliver on the field, and you did have an injury. He mentioned that, but like we were saying in the kickoff hour, I promise if Patrick Mahomes had that same hairdo, he'd still be starting. Nobody would care.
Well, and then
because he gets results.
And then he tries to suggest that white quarterbacks have long hair and nobody's scared of them, and they're not telling them to change. So now he tries to play the race card. It's just kind of embarrassing.
If you weren't in the league and you truly believe that that's why you're not in it, wouldn't you cut it? I mean, seriously. If it was that easy, well, I'll just get a haircut and I'm in. I'd go get a haircut.
It's just starting to feel a little Colin Kaepernick to me.
Yeah.
Victim. I like to act like people won't give me a shot because that's easier than actually taking the shot and maybe not performing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm with Bubba now. I don't know how you're going to get a helmet on that hair. If it stays like this picture here, I mean, how does a helmet even fit on?
Yeah, I really don't think that the NFL level anybody's worried about his hairstyle if he can perform on the field.
Have you seen how all the NFL players?
That's Richard Sherman about hair.
Now what he may be taking, how sometimes we'll pretend to be a victim and we'll make what somebody said to us sound where everybody goes, hey, man, I wouldn't let them talk to me like that either. Could it be they, like what you guys said, hey, Cam, you kind of got sidetracked in your life? So we kind of want that focused player in 2015.
It ain't nothing to do with your hair.
Yeah, have you got your life kind of cleaned up, and are you focused on the job at hand? Is your work ethic there? Are you willing to do that? And
then,
of course,
can he throw the ball, Rick? That's the key. He after that shoulder
injury,
he had surgery, he had some rehab there. He never had the pop on the ball he had before. He never had the accuracy on it.
Yeah,
it's a whole lot more about that than anything else. I really think. Look at the NFL now. I mean, you know, running quarterbacks are more prevalent than pocket passers. I mean, that game has the college game has changed the pro game in that respect. Mm-hmm. And Cam would certainly be one of those guys that could run and extend plays. But I think if you perform, people are going to give you a shot. I don't know about all the rest of this.
Also, kind of down this road, and I'm with you, Bubba. I just don't think I have the energy for it again. There's a couple things. We have active shooters again, and there's all kinds of things going on with that. I know we had the Allen Outlet Mall, where we had a crazed gunman, and I know that Adler's got some dash cam footage of this, but he kind of just started shooting towards stores and bystanders, and unfortunately there's loss of life, including unfortunately children. Of course, they did get him down too, and now there's a whole thing. Who is this, and why did this person do that? We got to go through all that again. Then you've got the Jordan Neely, where there's an attempt to make him out to be the next George Floyd, but when you look at the resume on Jordan Neely, and there's been something, that's made this inconvenient now. Apparently, it wasn't just evil white people that were trying to restrain Jordan Neely. There's people of color that are also restraining him because he's dangerous. And for some reason, because he moonwalked, we're supposed to act like he was.
Oh, was he the Michael Jackson impersonator that all of a sudden was in a chokehold?
By the way,
because he was threatening everybody.
Well, you look, he's been arrested, I think, 44 times. He's been in all kinds of trouble.
How does that even happen?
Right.
I mean, after 25, don't we? Right. I mean, what do you do?
Yeah. I don't think there's a racial component to people saying I'd like to be safe on the trains.
Yeah.
And this person is unpredictable and threatening everybody. Of course, Babylon Bee couldn't let it go. They said that Hitler's past has been all forgiven because somebody found a video of him moonwalking, and they always go too far. I will say, by the way, you are seeing the cartoon picture they got of him actually moonwalking.
I bet that's really good.
Right. Yeah.
I will say this: have you seen footage of this guy doing it? He was really good.
Yeah. I mean, you can moonwalk as long as you don't try to kill me. Yeah. You know what I mean, or rob me or anything like that.
Yeah, and these are all stories that we didn't really get to unpack today because we had other things going on. But also the vehicle that went through the line of immigrants. Did you see that?
I heard about it. I didn't see it. No,
that was awful.
So it's just these are all of these again are the fruits of our labors, the way we are behaving as a society right now. And I know nobody wants to have that grown up conversation, but we have a whole history of this world in its fallen state. It's kind of like those of you that keep thinking communism works without any capitalism, put in it at all. Remember, China's duping you. Their government is participating in capitalism while the people can't. If y'all can find me all these great examples of communism and socialism, how it's just been outstanding. But also another thing that has never worked in the history of man since the fall, anything goes.
Yeah.
Gotta have a boundary.
That seems to be the new prevalent.
Boundaries are a blessing.
Yeah.
And the fact that we think anything goes, I don't know how to break it to you. We as human beings in our state, we just can't handle it. We can't deal with anything goes. We just don't. We've never done well. It puts people in danger, and it just
one thing leads to another.
It just goes bad, and then especially when men leave their proper place and men become dangerous. We always have, and when we're not where we're supposed to be. Under the original design. So that's and you'll see how this all. You'll see when all this comes out. You'll start going. Oh, I see the fruit now. I see what perpetuated all this. These things we've done that weren't very wise, and all it does is make it a much more dangerous place out there. Unfortunately, but maybe we'll have those conversations one day. I hope so. But if not. Just try to keep yourself as safe as you can.
Yep.
Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you want to stay with us and find the archives from today on parts you may have missed, just go to rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on